Chapter 43-42. 3 Knives and 6 Holes. Li Yinji and Guan Ziyuan's faces were pale. Their legs gave way and they knelt down again. Even the other escorts around them looked at each other in dismay. The young master was serious this time. Guards, execute them. Qi Wenhan placed his hands behind his back and ordered coldly. The guards of the escort agency looked at each other and did not dare to delay. They hurriedly ran over and tied Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan to a metal frame in the courtyard outside. During the process, Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan could only let the guards tie them up. They did not dare to move or use their true qi to protect themselves. Although the 3 Knives and 6 Holes were terrifying, with the physique of a golden core expert, they would not die immediately. However, if they resisted and started fighting, they would not be far from death. The so-called 3 Knives and 6 Holes referred to stabbing the body 3 times, and each stab had to be right through, leaving 6 bloody holes. It was a torture second only to suicide. Many sects and forces on the Heavenly Island still used this punishment. As for the Weyark territorial waters, it was a widely accepted rule of Jianghu. 1 stab, 2 stab, 3 stab. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Yinji and Guan Ziyuan fainted on the spot, accompanied by the blood-curdling screams of pigs being slaughtered, accompanied by the scalp-numbing sound of the blade piercing into the bones. Although they avoided the absolutely fatal parts such as the heart, the 3 Knives and 6 Holes were still serious injuries. Even though they were experts of the gold core stage, they were no exception. The entire audience was silent. Under the intimidation of such a cruel punishment, no one dared to whisper to each other. Their gazes towards Qi Wenhan were much more respectful and fearful than before. This was the effect of killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Lin Yi nodded to himself as he watched. Although this incident had caused great losses, it was not necessarily a bad thing for Qi Wenhan. At least from now on, his control over the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency would be much higher than before. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. Throw them out. Qi Wenhan waved his hand with a cold expression. The guards immediately dragged the 2 who had fainted from the pain out like dead pigs and threw them onto the streets outside. It attracted the attention of passers-by. The 2 degenerates had been thrown out, but the rest of the crowd still held their breaths as they waited for Qi Wenhan to continue speaking. Brother Ling, are you interested in coming with me to the Hong Merchant Guild? I must find that old bastard Wei Xiaodong and properly settle this debt. Qi Wenhan said, gnashing his teeth. This time Wei Xiaodong, the old fox, had set a trap for him and foolishly jumped into it. Not only did he have to pay 300,000 spiritual jades, but he had also lost his prestige and the reputation of the entire Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. There was no way he could swallow this debt. Of course. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Not only was he the person involved, but he was also the one who caught the pirate leader as a witness. It was impossible for him not to go for this kind of thing. Moreover, Wei Xiaodong was such a black-hearted person that he treated the hundreds of lives of the Fang family village on Rock Island like grass. Even if he was Hong Zhong's friend, Lin Yi couldn't just ignore him. All right. Qi Wenhan immediately waved his hand and said, all of you put down what you are doing. Follow me. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Compared to going to the Hong Merchant Guild to settle the debt with Wei Xiaodong, everything else was already insignificant. Qi Wenhan was a straightforward person who did what he said. He immediately led a group of people to the Hong Merchant Guild. This group of people was aggressive and immediately attracted a large crowd of onlookers. Previously, when the half-dead Li Yinji and Guan Ziyuan were thrown out, it had already caused an uproar. Now the news had spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Before Qi Wenhan and the rest had even arrived at the Hong Chamber of Commerce, the news had already spread like wildfire. This was exactly what Qi Wenhan wanted. For this kind of matter, the bigger the commotion, the better. At least everyone would know that this matter was not due to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's incompetence, but rather the Hong Merchant Guild's Wei Xiaodong. This way they could also push Wei Xiaodong, the mastermind, to the teeth of the storm and ruin his reputation. The group of people arrived at the Hong Merchant Guild in a grandiose manner. When they stood at the entrance, the surrounding customers hurriedly made way for them. They thought that this group of people was here to seek revenge. This kind of thing was not uncommon in the chaotic Weyark territorial waters, and they were afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Everyone in the Hong Merchant Guild acted as if they were facing a formidable enemy. However, the guest officials who were guarding the place were all alarmed. They stood in front of the crowd with a solemn expression. After all this time, Qi Wenhan had not only brought a group of escorts, but also a few original infant stage experts who were guarding the escort agency. If a battle broke out with such a lineup, the Hong Merchant Guild might not be able to handle it with just the few guest officials. There was no need for Qi Wenhan to announce anything. A servant had already run to the backyard and reported to Wei Xiaodong, "Manager, this is bad. The Heaven's Equal Escort Agency is here to cause trouble." What? Wei Xiaodong was stunned when he heard this. When he regained his senses, he was shocked. He could not help but mutter to himself, could it be that the matter has been exposed? That was impossible. Those pirates were all experienced veterans. They would not be caught so easily. Furthermore, Qi Wenhan had just sent over 300,000 spirit jades as compensation yesterday. How could they have turned against him in just one day? Although Wei Xiaodong was suspicious, he did not panic. He quickly regained his composure and calmly instructed the servant, "I understand. Invite Qi Wenhan to the guest hall." "Then, where are the others?" the servant asked with a troubled expression. "Of course we will keep them out. Do you think our Hong Merchant Guild is a place where they can come and cause trouble whenever they want? Hurry up and go." Wei Xiaodong glared at the servant. The servant hurriedly nodded and left. A moment later, Wei Xiaodong saw an enraged Qi Wenhan in the guest hall. However, what surprised him was that the servant did not only bring Qi Wenhan in, but 3 people. Of the 2 people who came in with Qi Wenhan, he had seen Lin Yi once before. He knew that he was one of the escorts who had escorted the goods last time. However, when he saw the other person, his eyes flashed. Why was this guy here instead of going to the distant Star Sea region? However, no matter how flustered he was, Wei Xiaodong did not show it on his face. He only glanced at the man in black as if he had never seen him before. "Shopkeeper, young Master Qi insists on bringing these 2 people in. Honestly speaking, it was already very good of him to be able to persuade so many people outside, but Qi Wenhan insisted on bringing these 2 people in. As a servant, how could he really stop him?" Chapter 43-43. "Alright, you can leave now." Wei Xiaodong frowned, then looked at Qi Wenhan with an indifferent expression. He smiled politely and said, "Young Master Qi, what brings you here today?" "What brings you here?" Seeing Wei Xiaodong's calm expression, Qi Wenhan could not help but curse him for being a sly old fox. He pointed at the pirate leader beside him and snorted. "Manager Wei, do you not know this person?" "Oh? Which hero is this? Is he a new escort hired by your Heaven's Equal Escort Agency?" Wei Xiaodong pretended to be surprised and looked at Qi Wenhan with a confused expression. He spread his hands and said, "Young Master Qi, I have never met this person before. How would I know him?" This old fox is still pretending when things have come to this." Qi Wenhan didn't bother wrangling with Wei Xiaodong. He suddenly kicked the pirate boss to the ground and sneered, "Tell this shopkeeper Wei about the dirty things that happened between the 2 of you in front of him." "Manager Wei, save me. Quick, save me." The pirate leader had been obedient before, but this time he suddenly became disobedient. He was not only afraid of Lin Yi and Qi Wenhan, but he was also afraid of Wei Xiaodong. If he told him everything again, even if Lin Yi and Qi Wenhan let him go, Wei Xiaodong would definitely not let him go. They were all big shots who could easily mobilize nascent soul stage fighters. He could not afford to offend any of them. "Save me? What a joke. Do I know who you are? You want me to save you for no reason?" Wei Xiaodong sneered and didn't even look him in the eye. He curled his lips at Qi Wenhan and said, "Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but young Master Qi, what is the meaning of this? You brought a stranger who popped out of nowhere and barked at my Hong Chamber of Commerce. Are you putting on a show for me?" "Wei Xiaodong, you..." The pirate leader was speechless. He had no choice but to ask Wei Xiaodong for help. But now, not only did Wei Xiaodong not help him, he had also offended both Lin Yi and Qi Wenhan. This time he really wouldn't even know how he died. "Me? Me what?" Wei Xiaodong sneered and continued, "Young Master Qi, I had previously entrusted the goods to your Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. This old man had repeatedly reminded you that these goods were life-saving goods for the Fong family village, yet you still lost them. It was truly heart-wrenching. However, business is business. Since you've already compensated me at the original price, this old man can't say anything more. Besides, the relationship between our 2 families has always been good. Young Master Qi, who are you trying to put on a show for me by doing this?" Lin Yi stood at the side and watched coldly. Seeing this, he could not help but secretly shake his head. This old fellow's skin was really thick. Although Qi Wenhan wasn't lacking in shrewdness, in front of this cunning old fox, it was likely that he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Birds of a feather flock together. Putting aside Wei Xiaodong's depraved character, the fact that he was able to gain the approval of someone like Hong Zhong meant that his own ability was absolutely unquestionable. "Shopkeeper Wei. At this point you and I both know the truth. There's no need to continue pretending, right? What's the point of doing this? Qi Wenhan was not angry. He knew that in front of this old fox, if he couldn't control his anger, it would mean that he had lost. He could only choose to deal with the other party properly. Know the truth? Haha, young Master Qi, your words are even more baffling. Why don't you tell me how should this old man know the truth? Wei Xiaodong was instantly amused. He sat down calmly, making it clear that he wasn't going to listen to him. If that's the case, then fine. Brother Ling, I can only trouble you to tell our shopkeeper Wei everything about the escort. Qi Wenhan laughed coldly. Lin nodded. He calmly recounted everything from when the escort set off, how the goods were robbed, how he learned the truth from the pirates, and how he managed to snatch the ship back. How about it? Shopkeeper Wei, what else do you have to say? Qi Wenhan stared coldly at Wei Xiaodong. He had received elite training from a young age, so he was never one to get angry easily. But now he had been tricked by this old fox. Not only had he lost 300,000 spirit jades, but he had also lost the reputation of the escort agency. He could not swallow this anger no matter what. In fact, at this moment he wanted nothing more than to personally step on this old fox to vent his anger. Unfortunately, reality did not allow it. The other party was the representative of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. No matter how big a mistake he made, it could only be executed by the Hong Chamber of Commerce. If an outsider overstepped his authority, it would be a provocation to the Hong Chamber of Commerce. The consequences would be unthinkable. As the young master of the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency, Qi Wenhan had to consider the bigger picture. Ha 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 ha. Wei Xiaodong laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He pointed at Qi Wenhan and said, "Young Master Qi, this old man has always thought that you were a smart man. I didn't expect you to have such a funny talent. Let's not talk about whether or not this guy is a real pirate. Even if he is, don't you think this kind of trick is child's play, young Master Qi?" Child's play? Qi Wenhan raised his eyebrows. Is it not? Who doesn't know how to play such a childish trick? Do you believe that any child on the street can play the same trick? Wei Xiaodong laughed so hard that he could not catch his breath. Young Master Qi, we are all adults. There is no need to play this kind of child's play. This old man also knows that this kind of thing happened to your escort agency, and you feel bad about it. But there is no need to put on such a show. Do you think there is any meaning to it? Humph, the witness and the evidence are conclusive. Shopkeeper Wei, do you still think this is child's play? Qi Wenhan suppressed the anger in his heart and sneered. In that case, I will report this matter today and let the people outside judge it. What do you think, Shopkeeper Wei? Once this kind of thing was exposed, it would definitely be a huge blow to the Hong Consortium, especially to Wei Xiaodong, the mastermind behind it. Even if this old fox was thick-skinned, once the Hong Ing group of the Hong Consortium found out about this, or even the Hong Consortium's headquarters, he would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Qi Wenhan originally thought that if he said that, even if the other party would not panic so much, at least he would not dare to be so unscrupulous. However, Wei Xiaodong's expression was still that of a sneer, as if he really did not fear a crooked shadow. He did not take his threat seriously at all. Witness? Haha, could it be that young Master Qi is talking about this guy who framed this old man out of nothing? I don't even know where he came from. How can his words be trusted? Do you think this old man will believe him or will others believe him? Wei Xiaodong shook his head fearlessly and sneered. Moreover, look at his pitiful appearance. It is obvious that he was beaten. Anyone who saw it would know that he confessed under torture. Young Master Qi, how dare you say that he is some kind of witness? Chapter 43-44. You. Qi Wenhan choked on his words and Lin Yi could only shrug helplessly. He hadn't touched the pirate leader on the way here, and only knocked him out when they arrived at luxuriant Ark City's docks. He didn't expect the other party to use this against him. Haha, as for the evidence, forgive this old man for not seeing it. Young Master Qi, where is the evidence you speak of? How come this old man doesn't see it? Wei Xiaodong continued to sneer. The pirate leader being caught by the other party had indeed surprised him, but how could there be any evidence for this kind of thing? For safety's sake, he had secretly contacted these pirates in the Far Star Sea realm. He had never even passed a note, so where was the evidence? This is the evidence. Qi Wenhan took out the letter Lin Yi had given him and coldly said, since shopkeeper Wei doesn't recognize this witness, then let's put it aside for now. The Fong family manor has already signed for it. If shopkeeper Wei doesn't believe me, I can accompany you to find Manor Lord Fong Bai Wu to verify it. Wei Xiaodong's eyes flashed as he glanced at the words on the letter. He found that it was indeed Fong Bai Wu's handwriting. He and Fang Baiwu had known each other for several decades, so he could recognize the other's handwriting. Otherwise, Fang Baiwu wouldn't have entrusted such an important life-saving resource like the miasma-dissolving pill to him. Wei Xiaodong looked at Lin Yi. Even if the other party didn't say it, he could guess that it was this person's doing. He had snatched the goods from the pirates and actually continued to deliver them to the other party. This was something he hadn't expected. If Wei Xiaodong were in Lin Yi's position, his first thought would be to pocket the goods. After all, this was worth a full 300,000 spirit jades. Who would be so stupid as to give it away? Shopkeeper Wei, you can insist that we found a random person and beat him into a confession. But you can't deny this document, right? Qi Wenhan stared closely at Wei Xiaodong's expression as he spoke. Because he could find Fang Biwu to verify, he wasn't afraid that the other party wouldn't admit to it. Moreover, if Wei Xiaodong didn't admit to it, not only would it be useless, but it would also make it seem that he was in the wrong. When that time came, the pressure of public opinion would be even greater. At that time, Wei Xiaodong would only have one outcome, which was that he would not be able to bear the consequences. So what? This only shows that after such a long delay, you barely managed to deliver the goods. You can't accuse this old man of being related to pirates just because of this, right? Wei Xiaodong said calmly. When Qi Wenhan and Lin Yi saw this, they couldn't help but look at each other. This old fox really wasn't easy to deal with. From the moment he entered until now, he hadn't revealed a single flaw. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a wily old fox. Fine. If that's the case, shouldn't Shopkeeper Wei return the 300,000 spiritual jades as compensation to us? Qi Wenhan said in a deep voice. Return it? Wei Xiaodong raised his eyebrows. The corner of his mouth lifted into a mocking smile as he said, business is business. Young Master Qi can't really be treating business as child's play, right? What do you mean? Qi Wenhan's heart immediately sank. It's very simple. Your escort agency delayed for an entire month before delivering the goods to Fang Manor. This caused great damage to the reputation of our Hong Chamber of Commerce. For the sake of our old friendship, this old man hasn't even settled this debt with you. You actually have the nerve to ask for compensation? Wei Xiaodong curled his lips and sneered. In the original contract it was clearly written in black and white that once something happened, you would have to pay the original price. Young Master Qi can't be thinking of this contract as child's play, right? Every word and sentence made it sound so natural, as if this was how it should be. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but be speechless when he heard this, let alone Qi Wenhan, the person involved. Fine, since you insist on saying this, then I won't argue with you. In the original contract, it was written that if the goods couldn't be delivered, then we would have to pay the original price. However, our escort agency has already delivered the goods. It's just that we're a bit late. Furthermore, Fang Baiwu has no objections. Shopkeeper Wei, you're still thinking of paying the original price. Isn't this a bit too unreasonable? Qi Wenhan said righteously, there is a loss for delay, but the loss isn't too great. Regardless of sentiment or reason, Shopkeeper Wei can't hold on to the 300,000 spiritual jades. If these words were to spread, it wouldn't be pleasant to hear. Hearing this, Wei Xiaodong's expression finally changed slightly. Qi Wenhan's threat wasn't baseless. If this matter were to spread, Wei Xiaodong's reputation as a greedy person would be confirmed. It was understandable for businessmen to pursue profit, but for him, a shopkeeper of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce, this would also affect the reputation of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce. If the Hong Ying team were to find out, they would definitely conduct an in-depth investigation. When that time came, it would be hard to say how the situation would develop. However, since he, Wei Xiaodong, had already swallowed the spiritual jades, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens to get him to spit them out. If Wei Xiaodong really cherished his reputation so much, then he wouldn't have done this kind of shady business. My apologies, this old man has already handed over the 300,000 spiritual jades of your escort agency's compensation to the Central Island headquarters. Now even if I want to return it, I can't. Young Master Qi, please give up. Wei Xiaodong finally came up with an excuse. What? Qi Wenhan almost couldn't catch his breath. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. He had just collected the 300,000 spiritual jades of compensation and sent it over yesterday, and Wei Xiaodong said that he had handed it over to the Central Island headquarters today. Fuck, did the Hong's Chamber of Commerce have such heaven-defying efficiency? Someone send the guests out. Wei Xiaodong smiled coldly and immediately sent the guests out with tea. He didn't give Qi Wenhan any chance to speak and directly turned to leave. Yes. The servant guarding the door immediately ran over to Qi Wenhan, Lin Yi and the other two, respectfully inviting them in. "Gentlemen, please return." You. Although Qi Wenhan wasn't a simple-minded person, he was so angry that he almost couldn't help but attack. With both witnesses and material evidence, he came with a vengeance to settle the score with Wei Xiaodong. He didn't expect that the other party wouldn't buy it at all. Instead, he had a stomach full of anger. No one could accept such a cruel difference. Good. Very good. Let's go. Although he was unable to restrain his anger, Qi Wenhan didn't lose his mind in the end. He could only suppress the anger in his heart, drag the trembling pirate leader, and lead the way out of the door. After all, this was the Hong's Chamber of Commerce's branch. Once they made a move here, it was equivalent to declaring war with the Hong's Chamber of Commerce. Qitian Escort Agency was a local tyrant that could call the wind and summon the rain in the luxuriant Arc Sea area, but compared to the Hong's Chamber of Commerce, a colossus that could move unhindered across the 5 major Heaven Stage islands, they weren't on the same level at all. If they really went to war, they might be wiped out in minutes. Chapter 43-45. Lin Yi turned to look at Wei Xiaodong's back and frowned. Not only was this man ruthless, but he had also schemed to swallow the life-saving resources of the Fang family on Rock Island. Now that he had been exposed, he had no intention of bowing his head and admitting his mistake. Instead, he had resorted to sophistry. It was rare to see someone this shameless. This kind of scum had completely sunk into a heartless, black-hearted businessman. He was not fit to be friends with someone like Hong Zhong. If Hong Zhong was here, he would definitely cut ties with this man. Lin Yi wanted to make an example out of Wei Xiaodong, but after careful consideration he followed Qi Wenhan out. He was alone and it was not the right time yet. Wei Xiaodong was not a pushover. Not only was he a nascent soul expert, he was also the representative of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. If he wanted to deal with him, he had to plan carefully and find the perfect opportunity. Seeing Qi Wenhan, Lin Yi, and the others come out, the escorts waiting outside immediately surrounded them and asked about the situation. As for the passers-by who had gathered to watch the commotion, they were all looking forward to it excitedly. They were all here to watch the commotion and were eager to see the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and the Hong Chamber of Commerce fight. "Let's go back first," Qi Wenhan said expressionlessly. Without another word he walked out. The escorts all looked at each other in dismay. From the looks of it, they must have suffered a loss. The young master was in a fit of anger, so no one dared to ask any questions. They had come in a threatening manner, but in the end they did not gain anything and could only leave with their tails between their legs. Wei Xiaodong stood on the second floor and looked at the backs of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. He smiled coldly and scolded them disdainfully, "Idiots." Back at the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, the escorts all looked solemn as they waited for their young master's next order. In the end, Qi Wenhan waved his hand and said, "All of you are dismissed." Disbelief was written all over everyone's faces. Although Qi Wenhan had not been at the helm of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency for a long time, they were very clear about this young master's style. He was definitely not one to be taken advantage of. 2 years ago, Qi Wenhan had even personally led his men and fought a few battles with the infamous Poison Eye mercenary group, forcing Cheng Haonan to retreat. Since then, he no longer deliberately obstructed the escort agency's business. How could such a powerful young master endure such humiliation in silence when encountering such a situation? But since Qi Wenhan said so, no one dared to say anything else. After looking at each other, they nodded and dispersed. Lin Yi originally wanted to find a place to stay. Anyway, he had delivered the darts and captured the pirate leader. He had done what he needed to do. What happened next was Qi Wenhan's business. It wasn't something that a nominal escort like him should worry about. However, Qi Wenhan suddenly called out to him, "Brother Ling, please wait. Not only have you been wronged in this incident, but you have also performed a great service. As the head of the escort agency, it is only right and proper for us to reward you well. I'll get someone to set up a banquet to welcome you." "I will respectfully accept." Lin Yi nodded in agreement. After all, he had nothing else to do at the moment. Moreover, based on his previous actions, Qi Wenhan was indeed a person worth befriending. There was no harm in getting closer to him. Qi Wenhan immediately brought Lin Yi to the banquet hall that the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency had prepared to welcome their esteemed guests. In the past, those who could dine here were at least prominent figures in the Weyark territorial waters. It was clear to see how much importance they placed on Lin Yi. "Uncle Song, go to father's place and report what happened today. Although he doesn't have the time to care about these things now, he should at least know about it. Otherwise he will be caught unprepared in the future." Along the way, Qi Wenhan instructed the old housekeeper who had been by his side the entire time. He then pointed at the trembling pirate leader and said, "Oh, that's right. Lock this guy up in the dungeon. He is an important witness. Nothing must happen to him." Yes. The old housekeeper, who was called Uncle Song, nodded and immediately carried the pirate leader away. His figure was erratic. It seemed like he had only taken one step, but in reality he had already traversed tens of feet. It was clear that he was an expert who was extremely proficient in movement techniques. More importantly, he was a true original infant stage expert. Seeing Lin Yi looking curiously at housekeeper Song's back, Qi Wenhan smiled and explained, "Uncle Song has a very deep relationship with the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. He was an orphan adopted by my grandfather and is also my father's sworn brother. The reason why the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was able to establish itself in the chaotic Wayark territorial waters is because of him. Brother Ling, you may not know this, but my Uncle Song's strength is ranked among the top in the entire Wayark territorial waters. No expert dares to look down on him." "I see." Lin Yi nodded. Even an old housekeeper of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency had such strength. It was clear that their foundation was not weak. No wonder they could establish themselves in the Wayark territorial waters. He then asked curiously, "Then this housekeeper Song's strength should be second to none in the entire Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, right?" "That is indeed the case. Although there are many experts in the entire escort agency, the only one who can match up to Uncle Song, or even surpass him, is my father. However, he has been busy preparing for the South Continent Escort Agency's Grand Festival and rarely comes back to the agency. Otherwise, I would definitely recommend Brother Ling to my father. He has always loved to make friends with heroes of the world, especially young heroes like Brother Ling," Qi Wenhan said with a smile. "Brother Qi is too kind." Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand. He also loved to make friends with experts. Since Qi Wenhan's father was the strongest in the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, Lin Yi was very interested in meeting him. When the two of them arrived at the banquet hall, the food and wine were already prepared. Qi Wenhan personally poured wine for Lin Yi and raised his cup in thanks. "Brother Ling, thank you so much for this matter. You allowed me to see the true face of that old fox Wei Xiaodong. Our escort agency will definitely not work with him in the future." "Brother Qi, you are too kind. Actually, I am also responsible for this. This time, the docks of Jinduan City were locked down and I was unable to return in time, causing the agency to suffer losses." Lin Yi also raised his cup in thanks. No, Brother Ling, you have already done very well. If we really have to blame someone, the biggest mistake is actually on me. I did not know the right person and fell into that old fox's trap, causing us to suffer such losses." Qi Wenhan shook his head, then said, "However, although our agency has lost 300,000 spirit jades this time, it is not as if we have gained nothing. It is a blessing in disguise." "What do you mean by that?" Lin Yi could not help but ask curiously. "It is very simple. Because Brother Ling, you delivered the goods." Qi Wenhan had completely recovered from the shock just now, and his eyes were shining as he spoke. Chapter 43-46. There's no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. This incident will spread throughout the entire luxuriant Arc Sea area in less than 2 days, and even the surrounding sea areas will be spread. At that time, everyone will know that although our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was robbed midway, and although we've already paid the compensation, we kept our promise and delivered the goods after retrieving them. Brother Qi means that although we've lost 300,000 spirit jades this time, we've also restored the reputation of our escort agency?" Lin Yi's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had to admit that Qi Wenhan's words were indeed a blessing in disguise. He wasn't just comforting himself. "That's right. A man can't live without his word. In our escort agency, the most important thing is credibility. As long as we have credibility, we'll have a foothold. Using 300,000 spirit jades to restore the image of our escort agency as a trustworthy person is definitely worth the money. This is something that can't be bought with any amount of spirit jades. In the future, the profit brought by this will be far more than 300,000 spirit jades, but 3 million spirit jades or even more." Qi Wenhan became more and more excited as he spoke. He even felt that this wasn't a loss at all, but a huge profit. To be able to see a good thing in a bad situation, Brother Qi is indeed an optimistic and open-minded person. It's the fortune of our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency to have a manager like you. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. He wasn't just joking. In fact, there were very few people with this kind of character. Moreover, to a certain extent, no matter what this kind of person did, they would be closer to success than others. I'm just trying to find joy in the midst of misery. Since things have come to this, I can only use this as an excuse to comfort myself. Qi Wenhan smiled broadly and said, Brother Ling, I'm really sorry, I didn't expect you to have hidden your strength all this time. I was blind. If I had known this earlier, I would have let you be in charge of leading the team instead of giving it to people like Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan. Then this wouldn't have happened. We haven't known each other for long, so it's normal that we're not familiar with each other. Moreover, Brother Qi, if you let me, a newcomer, take charge of such an important escort mission right from the start, I wouldn't be able to convince the people. It may not be able to convince the masses, and the result is hard to say. Lin Yi waved his hand. This was the truth. With Li Yingguan's temperament, even if Qi Wenhan said that Lin Yi was the one in charge, the two of them would definitely agree on the surface but oppose on the inside. Once they encountered this kind of situation, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao would have to be on guard against these two people scheming behind their backs. For safety's sake, they wouldn't necessarily recklessly fight to the death with the pirates. That's right, Brother Ling. I'm now inviting you to officially join our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. What do you think? Qi Wenhan's spirits were suddenly roused. The first time he saw Lin Yi, he was already shocked by Lin Yi's strength, even though he was teaming up with Huang Xiaotao. However, to be able to injure old Kong, who was at the peak of the early nascent soul stage, was already an impressive achievement. But now, the strength that Lin Yi displayed was even more powerful. He easily killed 3 pirates at the peak of the late gold core stage. Furthermore, the pirate leader was so frightened that he didn't even dare to have the slightest thought of resisting. Could be seen how strong the deterrence was. For the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, a person like Lin Yi was definitely a talent that was hard to find even with a lantern in hand. They had to try their best to rope him in. Merely being an escort in name was far from enough. If he could go one step further and become a permanent escort, then he would truly be one of their own. Seeing Lin Yi hesitate as if wanting to shake his head and refuse, Qi Wenhan hurriedly interrupted and added, Brother Ling, I'm not purely trying to rope you in, but would like to ask you to do me a favor. A favor? Lin Yi couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't possibly be a permanent escort here, but if it was just helping to do something, then it was a different story. That's right, I've just said that my father is busy preparing for the South Continent's Escort Agency convention. Brother Ling, you're powerful and can fight enemies above your level, so I hope you can represent our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and participate in this convention. Qi Wenhan said with a burning gaze. What's that? Lin Yi asked with a frown. When he first heard about it, he thought it was an industry summit between the various escort agencies in the South Continent, but listening to Qi Wenhan's words, there was actually a competition. Every 3 years, all the escort agencies in the sea near the South Continent will gather together to hold an escort agency convention. From there, the 5 great escort agencies will be chosen. According to this ranking, the corresponding range of escorts and the distribution of benefits will be divided. Of course, the higher the ranking, the greater the benefits. Qi Wenhan explained to Lin Yi. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu, and the relationship between escort agencies and Jianghu was the most inseparable among all the industries. Therefore, to some extent, the Triennial Escort Agency Convention of the South Continent could almost be understood as the martial arts circle convention that often appeared in storytellers. 5 great escort agencies? Lin Yi was slightly stunned and couldn't help but ask, then the ranking of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency is, 3 years ago, our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency barely made it into one of the 5 great escort agencies for the first time. Of course, we're ranked last, the 5th great escort agency. Qi Wenhan laughed bitterly, then said with anticipation, however, if Brother Ling can join this year, I believe that your ranking will definitely rise a little. As for the remuneration and treatment, as long as Brother Ling says it, we'll definitely find a way to satisfy you. In short, we'll definitely satisfy you. How about it? This. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment. The other party's conditions could be said to be high, but he didn't intend to stay in the South Continent for long, so he could only tactfully refuse. Brother Qi, to be honest, I came to the luxuriant Arc Sea area this time with a sect mission. I've never thought of staying here for a long time. If I join an escort agency, I'm afraid it's really not possible. Oh? Brother Ling even has a sect mission? Qi Wenhan was stunned when he heard this. Seeing that Lin Yi's expression didn't seem to be fake, he asked, What's the mission? Have you completed it? Not yet. Lin Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. From the moment he arrived at the luxuriant Arc Sea area, he and Huang Xiaotao had been entangled with trouble. Then, after being robbed midway, they went to the True Segment City in Lufeng Forest. Even the mission that was one of the original intentions of this trip hadn't been completed from beginning to end, let alone making any progress. In that case, if it's convenient, Brother Ling might as well tell me your mission. I can help you think of a way. Our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency doesn't dare to say how strong we are, but at least in the sea areas near the South Continent, we definitely have a lot of connections. Who knows, maybe we can help. Qi Wenhan immediately took the initiative to suggest. Lin Yi's heart moved when he heard this. This was really a way. Now, he was alone here and unfamiliar with this place. If he wanted to rely on his own strength to hunt down Wu Baoliang, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 43-47. If there was no external help, it was very likely that they wouldn't even be able to see his shadow, let alone catch him. The Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was a local bully in the Wayark waters. Moreover, as an escort agency, their connections and information were absolutely not to be underestimated. If Qi Wenhan could help, they could indeed get twice the result with half the effort. Since Brother Qi has said so, I won't stand on ceremony. Here's the thing. I came to the Wayark waters this time to hunt down a wanted criminal who escaped from the North Island. His name is Wu Baoliang, Lin Yi immediately told Qi Wenhan. Wu Baoliang. Qi Wenhan raised his eyebrows and said thoughtfully, I haven't heard of him. But since he escaped from the North Island, it's not surprising that he is unknown here. Brother Ling, you can tell me in detail. Well, this person's strength was at the peak of the late stage of Gold Core. He was an extremely famous evil cultivator in the North Island. He specialized in sucking the blood essence of virgin girls for cultivation. More than 300 people were killed by him, which caused public resentment. When the law enforcement hall of the North Island was ready to take action against him, he escaped. According to the latest information from the law enforcement hall, the last place Wu Baoliang appeared was in the Wayark waters. Lin Yi explained the situation. Specialized in sucking the blood essence of virgin girls, and more than 300 people? Even Qi Wenhan was speechless when he heard such a shocking thing. The Wayark waters were chaotic, but there were not many people who committed such a heinous crime. This is just a rough estimate. If we count the missing women nearby, the real number should be far above this. Lin Yi shook his head and sighed. The reason why he took this task at the beginning, in addition to specifically looking at the Wayark waters as the task location, was that he felt that this evil cultivator was too heartless and had to be killed. There's actually such a scumbag who specializes in harming women. He's as evil as the Qing father and son. Qi Wenhan was also indignant and said, Brother Ling, don't worry. I'll find someone to inquire about this Wu Baoliang. I'll let you know as soon as there's news. That's great. Thank you, Brother Qi. However, while asking people to look for Wu Baoliang, can you help me find out the whereabouts of another person? Lin Yi quickly asked. Another person? No problem. Gathering information is what our escort agency is best at. Brother Ling, who do you want to find out? Just tell me. Qi Wenhan promised. Alright, the person I want to inquire about is called Lu Bianren, a senior brother of our Clear Cloud Pavilion on the North Island. He has always taken good care of me. Previously, he came out to the Verdant Arc Sea with a group of people to complete a mission. I lost contact with the others after that, and I haven't heard from them since. Lin Yi said with a sigh. This was the main reason why he decided to come to the Verdant Arc territorial waters. Regardless of whether he could find it in the end, he had to work hard. No problem. If he appears in a public place here, we will definitely be able to get wind of it. Brother Ling, you don't have to worry. Qi Wenhan hurriedly agreed. Regarding the South Continent Escort Agency's grand gathering, Brother Ling, you should really consider it carefully. It won't take up too much of your time. Who knows, the event might end before you even finish your task. Alright, I'll think about it. Lin Yi nodded. If it was purely to help him participate in the South Continent Escort Agency's event and not to join the security chief, it was not a bad idea. He would just take it as a favor in return for gathering information. While the two of them were talking, there was a sudden commotion outside the escort agency. It was noisy and it seemed like many people had arrived. Could it be that my father has returned? Qi Wenhan couldn't help but wonder. His father had recently been busy preparing for the South Continent Escort Agency's Grand Festival, which was the most important event for the escort agency. Normally he wouldn't come back, but this time the escort agency had been tricked by Wei Xiaodong. After all, it wasn't a small matter and it was possible that he would come back personally to deal with it. However, just as Qi Wenhan and Lin Yi were looking at each other, a guard suddenly ran in and said with a panicked expression, "Something has happened, young master. That fellow Qing Qian has brought people to block the door." Qing Qian? Did that brat take the wrong medicine? How dare he bring people to block the door of our Equal Heaven escort agency? Qi Wenhan was stunned. Although the Poison Eye mercenary band was a troublemaker, and many people's expressions changed at the mention of their name, Qi Wenhan didn't take it to heart. Especially after he had led people to fight a few times with them 2 years ago. Cheng Qiqian was no match for him, and had been beaten to a pulp several times. As a result, every time young Master Cheng saw him, Qi Wenhan couldn't help but feel apprehensive and weak in the knees. And if Cheng Qiqian's father, Cheng Haonan, came out, then his own father would also come out personally. What was there to be afraid of? Qi Wenhan was still confused, but Lin Yi, who was beside him, knew full well that after being taught a lesson by him at the docks, this young Master Cheng must have gone back to get reinforcements, and was ready to come back to get back at him. Brother Ling, continue drinking here. I'll go out and take a look and I'll be back soon. Qi Wenhan immediately stood up and said. No matter what, Cheng Qiqian was the young master of the Poison Eye mercenary band. If he didn't come out personally, the other people in the escort agency would have a hard time dealing with him. Brother Qi, I'd better go with you. If I'm not wrong, this guy should be coming for me. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. Ah. Qi Wenhan couldn't help but be confused. Then he suddenly slapped his head and said, That's right, Brother Ling. You and Old Kong worked together to injure him. With that guy's narrow-minded nature, he definitely won't let you off easily. But after such a long time, he's coming to block the door for such a small matter. This guy must be sick in the head. That might not be the case. Actually, there's something I didn't have time to tell Brother Qi. Just now, before I returned to the agency, I fought with them again at the docks. Lin Yi said, pinching his nose. What? Then Brother Ling, you're not injured, are you? That scum Cheng Qiqian only knows how to bully others. Every day he brings Old Kong everywhere to show off his power. A dignified early-stage nascent soul expert has become his dog. But this dog is very powerful. Brother Ling, if you meet them again in the future, you'd better bear with it. Qi Wenhan hurriedly warned. There's no need to avoid them. Actually, the dog that Brother Qi mentioned was crippled by me just now. Lin Yi shrugged and spread out his hands. Qi Wenhan suddenly had a strange look on his face. He looked at Lin Yi from head to toe again, his eyes looking like he was looking at a monster. Before this, he had already thought highly of Lin Yi's strength, but he didn't think that he had still greatly underestimated him. He couldn't help but ask, Forgive me for asking, but Brother Ling, you're still a Golden Core expert, right? That's right, the middle stage of Golden Core. Lin Yi nodded calmly. There was no need to hide this point. It could be seen as soon as they fought. Chapter 43-48. Qi Wenhan choked for a moment. He also believed that Lin Yi was in the mid-gold core stage. After all, he had the same feeling before. But a mid-gold core stage expert was actually able to cripple Old Kong, a peak early nascent soul stage expert. What was wrong with this world? Had he gone mad, or had the world gone mad? No wonder that brat was so angry. If it was me, I would also be angry. Qi Wenhan finally said with a speechless grin. Having an enemy like Lin Yi, no matter who it was, their heart would tremble with fear. With Cheng Qiqian's courage, if he didn't eliminate this threat as soon as possible, he probably wouldn't even be able to sleep. The two of them arrived at the entrance of the escort agency. At this moment, there was already a large circle of people outside. Both ends of the street were blocked by passers-by who had come to watch the show. In the middle of the door stood Cheng Qiqian, and behind him was a group of experts from the Poison Eye mercenary group. Each of them had an imposing manner, and were all ruthless characters who killed without blinking an eye. Lin Yi glanced at them. Among this group of experts from the Poison Eye mercenary group, there were actually 3 that he couldn't see through. If he wasn't mistaken, they should be nascent soul stage experts. Even Cheng Qiqian could mobilize 3 nascent soul stage experts. This kind of strength was not bad. It was no wonder that the Poison Eye mercenary group was able to wreak havoc in the Weiwan Sea. Lin Yi was a little surprised that the other party had mobilized such a large force. But after thinking about it, he understood. Before, Old Kong, a peak early nascent soul stage expert, was crippled by him. If he didn't bring so many experts to protect him, how would Cheng Qiqian dare to block the door? Seeing Qi Wenhan and Lin Yi come out, especially when he saw Lin Yi, Cheng Qiqian subconsciously shrunk his head. The ferocious scene on the pier had truly frightened him. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was scared witless. It had left a shadow in his heart. But when he saw Lin Yi's mocking gaze, Cheng Qiqian suddenly stiffened his neck. He couldn't help but become angry out of humiliation. With a rude and unreasonable expression, he pointed at Lin Yi and said, "Men, capture this guy for me." An order was given. The group of experts behind him immediately released their auras, causing a commotion in the surroundings. As for the three nascent soul stage experts, they all had a solemn expression. Although the opponent was a golden core stage expert, they had learned their lesson from old Kong. They didn't dare to lower their guard and were prepared to work together to take down Lin Yi. Courting death. Lin Yi's eyes were also filled with killing intent. He had let Chen Qiqian off at the docks earlier because he didn't want the Poison Eye mercenary group to fall out with him. But now Chen Qiqian didn't know what was good for him. If that was the case, he wouldn't mind going on a killing spree. Lin Yi didn't want to find trouble for himself, but he was never afraid of trouble. Even if the other side was a local tyrant who would turn pale at the mention of his name, as long as he found the right opportunity to use a super alchemic fire true chi bomb, the experts of the Poison Eye mercenary band would definitely die. For a time, the situation suddenly became tense. No matter who made the slightest move, there would immediately be a bloody storm. This kind of thing happened in the verdant Arc Sea. But he was already used to it. However, under everyone's gazes, Qi Wenhan calmly walked until he was one step away from Chen Qiqian. Indifferently he said, "Capture someone? If you have the ability to catch one for me to see? As long as you dare to touch him, I dare to make all of you unable to return. Do you want to make this bet with me, young Master Qing?" As soon as he finished speaking, the group of escorts from the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency suddenly released their auras. There was no lack of nascent soul experts among them. After all, this was the headquarters of the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency. Don't be too arrogant. Chen Qiqian immediately choked. He was so frightened by Qi Wenhan's aggressive gaze that he took a step back in front of everyone. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Fuck, I'm the one who's here to seek revenge. Why does it feel like this guy's temper is even bigger than mine? Unbeknownst to him, Qi Wenhan had been suppressing a bellyful of anger at Wei Xiaodong's place, and just happened to have nowhere to vent it. This fellow had come looking for trouble. Who could he blame? Arrogant? You, young Master Cheng, brought so many people to block the entrance of my Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. No matter how I look at it, you are the arrogant one, aren't you? Qi Wenhan laughed coldly. Previously at the docks, this Ling Yi from your escort agency injured Elder Kong. What's wrong with me bringing people to capture the real culprit? If you do something wrong, you have to admit it. Your Heaven's Equal Escort Agency has always been righteous and righteous. I don't think you will protect your own people, right? Some things are better said than done. It's not easy for your escort agency to build up a reputation. You won't destroy your own foundation for an insignificant person, right? Chen Qiqian said in a strange tone. Every time they crossed swords, Chen Qiqian had been suppressed by Qi Wenhan's men. Even now he still had lingering fears. Today, in front of Qi Wenhan, he didn't dare to be forceful and could only speak in this manner. You are weak and your skills are inferior. Who can you blame for suffering losses? Why are you talking to me about the real culprit? The sun must have risen from the west today. Since when did your dignified Poison Eye mercenary band start to reason with others? Qi Wenhan was instantly amused. The surrounding crowd laughed along with him. The Poison Eye mercenary band had wreaked havoc everywhere. Almost everyone in Velvet Arc City had been threatened and persecuted by them. Yet they still had the nerve to talk reason? Chen Qiqian's face immediately turned red. He angrily shouted at the surrounding crowd, "What are you laughing at? If you laugh again, I'll cut off your tongues. You dare to laugh at my Poison Eye mercenary band? Are you all tired of living?" Chen Qiqian's vicious and threatening gaze swept over them. The surrounding crowd immediately stopped laughing. Although they were angry, they didn't dare to speak out, afraid that they would be targeted by him. Qi Wenhan, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Do you think it's worth it to make the entire Poison Eye mercenary band your enemy for such an insignificant person? Chen Qiqian threatened. Qi Wenhan couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh. He looked at Chen Qiqian as if he were looking at an idiot and said, "Young Master Cheng, did you not take your medicine today? Or did you take too much medicine? Why are you saying such stupid things? Our two families have fought at least 8 out of 10 times, big or small. Don't tell me you think that this is not being enemies but a harmonious family?" Chen Qiqian was so angry he almost spat out blood. Qi Wenhan was practically his nemesis. He couldn't beat him in a fight and he couldn't even win an argument. Every time he ran into this guy, nothing good would come out of it. It had been like this in the past and it was still like this today. He couldn't beat him in a fight and he couldn't win an argument either. What could he do? For a moment, Chen Qiqian was stuck between a rock and a hard place. He could only glare at Lin Yi with hatred. However, he was afraid of Qi Wenhan and didn't dare to make a move. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. If he had known this would happen, he would have chosen a different location. Although he had brought many experts with him today, this was still the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's headquarters. If they really fought, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Chapter 43-49. At this moment, an expert from the Poison Eye mercenary group suddenly came over and whispered a few words. Cheng Qiqian's eyes immediately lit up. Qi Wenhan, I advise you to consider this carefully. I've also heard about this Ling Yi. Not only did he lose his bodyguard, but he also defected to the pirates and escaped. Why do you still want to protect this kind of scum? Why don't you just give him to me and I will help you clean up the mess? That way you can save some effort. How about it? Cheng Qiqian suddenly changed his tone to one of negotiation. He had long heard about the matter of Ling Yi defecting to the pirates. It was precisely because of this that he dared to add insult to injury. It was just that he had been too arrogant just now and had been pushed around by Qi Wenhan. With the reminder of his subordinate, he could use this as an excuse to get out of the situation. Humph, who told you that Ling Yi defected to the pirates? Qi Wenhan could not help but laugh. Wei Arc City is only such a big place. Even the slightest movement would not be able to escape the eyes and ears of the Poison Eye mercenary group. You don't have to hide it anymore, it's unnecessary. Cheng Qiqian said proudly. Is that so? Then I can only regretfully tell you that not only did Ling Yi not defect to the pirates, he even single-handedly snatched the goods back from the pirates. Young Master Cheng, have you not heard? It seems that the eyes and ears of the Poison Eye mercenary group are only SOSO. Qi Wenhan sneered. What? Cheng Qiqian was instantly dumbfounded. Just now, when he was scared away by Lin Yi at the pier, he had hurried back to get reinforcements. Naturally, he did not know what had happened to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. How did a chicken turn into a phoenix in the blink of an eye? Not only was this Ling Yi not the scum that the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency had to deal with, but he had instead become a hero? I'll tell you one last time. Ling Yi is a member of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, and he is the person that we value the most. If you dare to touch a single hair on his head, it will be a declaration of war against the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. This is a declaration of war against our Equal Heaven Escort Agency. Whether or not you can bear the consequences, it's up to you. Qi Wenhan said in front of everyone. His words were stern and righteous. Lin Yi nodded slightly as he watched the scene. They were trying to rope him in. However, this action of the other party had indeed given him a layer of protection, and he had to remember this kindness. Have you thought this through? Could it be that you really want to start another war with our Poison Eye mercenary group for such an insignificant fellow? Cheng Qiqian couldn't help but stomp his foot in exasperation. Scram. Qi Wenhan couldn't even be bothered to look at him. Putting aside the fact that he valued Lin Yi so much, he was still counting on Lin Yi to help him participate in the escort agency's event. Cheng Qiqian's threat was nothing in his eyes. Under the gazes of the crowd, Cheng Qiqian's expression flickered between clear and dark, alternating between green and white. With a face full of resentment, he looked at Lin Yi, then looked at Qi Wenhan. In the end, he still did not dare to start a fight here. He could only fiercely say, "Just you wait and see," and dejectedly leave with his people. Qi Wenhan and Lin Yi looked at each other and smiled as they watched Cheng Qiqian and the others leave. This fellow was indeed a clown who couldn't be brought up to the public. Brother Qi, many thanks. Lin Yi sincerely thanked Qi Wenhan. He really didn't expect that, in the face of Cheng Qiqian's overbearing attitude, Ling Chen would spare no effort to protect him. This was no small favor. What are you saying? Brother Ling, no matter what, you are still a member of our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Moreover, you are a meritorious official. Our escort agency doesn't dare to boast about other things, but to our own people, we definitely have nothing to say. Qi Wenhan patted his chest. He pulled Lin Yi back into the banquet hall and said, "Come, let's continue drinking. Don't let that bastard spoil your mood." "Ah, all right." Lin Yi laughed heartily. The more he interacted with this young master, the more he realized that their temperaments were compatible. It was hard to find a confidant in this world, and there weren't many friends that could enter Lin Yi's eyes. As Lin Yi and Qi Wenhan drank and chatted, on the other side, Cheng Qiqian, who had returned from the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency in defeat, was suppressing a belly full of anger. He wanted to kill someone. "Bar, come over here." Cheng Qiqian pointed at one of the Golden Core perfected experts behind him. Now that old Kong was seriously injured and unconscious, he could only change to a temporary follower. "Yes, young Master Cheng, what orders do you have?" This person's name was Chen Zixio, but the members of the Poison Eye mercenary band usually called him Bar. Regarding that Ling Yi as well as what happened at the Heavens Equal Escort Agency today, go and find out for me. Remember, don't miss out on even a single detail, or I will break your dog legs. Cheng Qiqian said as he pinched his chin. The reason why he was rebuffed today was because he did not have good information. If he had known that Ling Yi was a meritorious official and not a traitor, he would not have brought people to the Heavens Equal Escort Agency at all. That was purely asking for trouble. Yes, young Master Cheng, please wait for me. I will go now. Qin Zixio nodded and left. An hour later, Qin Zixio returned and reported everything that had happened at the Heavens Equal Escort Agency to Cheng Qiqian in detail. These things had already spread like wildfire, so it was not difficult to find out. Moreover, with the eyes and ears of the Poison Eye mercenary band, it was as easy as flipping one's hand if they wanted to find out anything in Weiwan City. What? This fake news was all made up by those two cowards, Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan, in order to avoid responsibility? So sinister and shameless, this young master is quite fond of them. After hearing this, Cheng Qiqian had a look of surprise on his face. He then asked, then where are the two of them now? Have they been killed by Qi Wenhan? No, the two of them were stabbed 3 times and 6 times, and were thrown out by the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. They should still be lying in the rubbish heap, but I don't know if they're dead or alive, Qin Zixio replied. Forget it if they're dead. If they're still alive, find someone to pick them up and keep them with the Poison Eye mercenary band. Who knows, they might be of some use in the future. Cheng Qiqian's eyes rolled as he instructed. Yes. Qin Zixio nodded and immediately said, there's another piece of news. It's about the conflict between the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Although the rumors on the streets are not very accurate, this matter has already spread like wildfire. This little one speculates that this matter should be basically true. Young Master Cheng, you might be interested in it? Tell me about it. Cheng Qiqian was instantly interested. According to the rumors on the streets, the reason why the Heavens Equal Escort Agency's escorts were robbed was purely because Wei Xiaodong of the Hong Chamber of Commerce had set up a trap. He had trapped Qi Wenhan and the entire Heavens Equal Escort Agency together. Not long ago, Qi Wenhan brought his men to find trouble with Wei Xiaodong. In the end, he was sent back by Wei Xiaodong with just a few words and was given the cold shoulder, Qin Zixio reported. There's such a thing? Cheng Qiqian's mouth twitched. This sounded exactly the same as what happened to him just now. R655. Chapter 4350. But this time the unlucky one was not Cheng Qiqian, but the arrogant Qi Wenhan. No wonder he was so angry just now. He couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, good, Qi Wenhan has his day. Wei Xiaodong is a wonderful person. In front of Qi Wenhan, Cheng Qiqian had never been able to gain any advantage. He was not Qi Wenhan's opponent. No matter how arrogant and conceited he was, he had no choice but to admit this. But looking at it this way, everything had its vanquisher. In front of that old fox Wei Xiaodong, the arrogant Qi Wenhan was also helpless. Let's go to the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Cheng Qiqian decided immediately. Yes. But young Master Cheng, why are we going to the Hong Chamber of Commerce? Do we need to bring people? Qin Zixio quickly replied. Bring people? Bring what people? We are not going to stand up for Qi Wenhan. Why would we bring people to the Hong Chamber of Commerce? Cheng Qiqian curled his lips. Then we are. Qin Zixio couldn't keep up with Cheng Qiqian's thoughts. You're so stupid. Cheng Qiqian kicked Qin Zixio's face in front of everyone. He then pretended to be profound and said, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. This move of mine is called killing with a borrowed knife. Yes, young Master Cheng is brilliant. Qin Zixio quickly smiled apologetically and climbed up from the ground. But in his heart he was disdainful. You want to deal with an old fox like Wei Xiaodong with your little IQ? You won't even know if you get betrayed. You'll probably be happy to help others earn money. Killing with a borrowed knife? Without further ado, Cheng Qiqian brought Qin Zixio to the Hong Chamber of Commerce and requested to see Wei Xiaodong. After all, he was the young master of the Poison Eye mercenary group and was the most troublesome local bully in the area. The shop assistant did not dare to slight him and respectfully invited the two of them to the guest hall. Young Master Cheng, what a rare guest. After a while, Wei Xiaodong came out with a smile. Shopkeeper Wei, long time no see. How have you been? Cheng Qiqian smiled and cupped his hands. While smiling and exchanging greetings, Wei Xiaodong was puzzled. Why did this guy suddenly come to see him? In the Verdant Arc territorial waters, the Hong merchant group was considered an external force. They had always been neutral and minded their own business with the other forces. Even a local tyrant like the Poison Eye mercenary group didn't dare to have any ideas about it. Therefore they didn't have any business dealings with each other, but they also didn't have any enmity with each other. Basically they were just acquaintances. May I know why young Master Cheng has come to my Hong Merchant Association this time? After some small talk, Wei Xiaodong went straight to the point. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that word has spread outside that the Equal Heaven Escort Agency has been extorted by shopkeeper Wei. That's why I'm here to pay you a visit, Chen Qiqian answered without hiding anything. Even Chen Zixio, who was behind him, couldn't help but put his hand to his forehead when he heard this answer, let alone Wei Xiaodong, the person involved. Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? Since he wasn't here to pick a fight, how could he speak like that in front of the other party? What do you mean by that, young Master Cheng? As expected, Wei Xiaodong's expression darkened. He said unpredictably, this is the Equal Heaven Escort Agency's breach of contract. I've been doing everything according to the contract. These rumors were spread by the Equal Heaven Escort Agency themselves. How could you believe them, young Master Cheng? Could it be that you're here to stand up for the Equal Heaven Escort Agency? That can't be right. As far as I know, young Master Cheng and Qi Wenhan have always been enemies. They've always been sworn enemies. The grudge between the Equal Heaven Escort Agency and the Poison Eye mercenary group, especially the grudge between Qi Wenhan and Chen Qiqian. Any random local on the streets of Verdant Arc City could talk about it for 3 days and 3 nights. This was a well-known fact. Shopkeeper Wei is right. Qi Wenhan and I are sworn enemies. Moreover, we hate each other to the bone. If he doesn't die, then I'll live. Cheng Jutian laughed heartily. Wei Xiaodong did not know whether to laugh or cry. If he doesn't die, then you live. Aren't you the one who has the last laugh? Everyone knows that you, young Master Cheng, will always suffer when you meet Qi Wenhan. Is this confidence or stupidity? Then, young Master Cheng, what are you here for this time? Wei Xiaodong's expression softened a little. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Even someone like Chen Qiqian understood this principle. Naturally, he understood it as well. It's very simple. I want to join forces with shopkeeper Wei to think of a way to trick the Equal Heaven Escort Agency again. Chen Qiqian said excitedly. Every time he had a conflict with the Equal Heaven Escort Agency, he had always suffered losses at the hands of Qi Wenhan. It was impossible to fight them head-on. However, this incident had given him some inspiration. If he wanted to deal with the Equal Heaven Escort Agency, Qi Wenhan, and that Ling Yi, there was no need for him to fight them head-on. He could totally be like Wei Xiaodong and plot behind their backs. Oh. Wei Xiaodong's eyes instantly lit up. His interest was piqued. He immediately said, Come. Young Master Cheng, please come into the inner hall. Let's discuss this properly. As matters stood, Wei Xiaodong's desire to deal with the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was even greater than Chen Qiqian's. Even though he had managed to evade them for the time being, the other party still had a witness in their hands. To him this was quite a hidden danger. If this witness were to fall into the hands of the Honging group, he would be in big trouble. It was a pity that although the Hong Merchant Association had quite a bit of influence in the Weiarc territorial waters, they were only doing business. This included the guest experts who were stationed here. Their main job was to protect the Hong Merchant Association. Even as the shopkeeper of the branch, Wei Xiaodong could not easily order them around. It was even more impossible for him to make them do things that could not see the light of day. Moreover, Wei Xiaodong himself was too big of a target. Every move he made was watched. If he wanted to do something personally, it would be very difficult. He did not expect Chen Qiqian to actually come to him. This young Master Cheng had the Poison Eye mercenary group behind him. They were definitely the local tyrant. If he wanted to do something behind his back, they were the perfect partners. The two of them did not have much of a relationship to begin with. But after this, they actually felt like they were like-minded and regretted not meeting each other earlier. They could not wait to enter the inner hall to discuss in detail. From afternoon to night, they planned for a full 6 hours. Only then did the two of them walk out with smiles on their faces. Wei Xiaodong personally sent them off, and Chen Qiqian returned satisfied. In the next few days, Lin Yi originally thought that after the previous incident, whether it was Wei Xiaodong's side or Chen Qiqian's side, there should be follow-up actions. However, unexpectedly, these few days were calm and peaceful. There were no signs of anything unusual at all. Since the other party did not come looking for trouble, Lin Yi could not possibly take the initiative to find them by himself. Thus he was happy to be idle. R655. Chapter 43-51. After all, the gathering of the escort agencies of the South Continent was about to begin, and Qi Wenhan still needed his help. Even if Lin Yi wanted to go on an escort mission, he would not agree to it as the young master. As a result, Lin Yi stayed in the most luxurious guest room in the Equal of Heaven's escort agency. All he had to do every day was wait for Qi Wenhan's people to gather information while he cultivated leisurely. Occasionally he would think about Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. He wondered how they were doing right now. In the vast ocean, a colossal ship rode through the wind and waves. It moved extremely quickly, but it was as stable as Mount Tai. Standing on it was as stable as land. More importantly, sitting on such a colossal ship was fearless of the wind, waves, and sea beasts. It was truly a leviathan on the ocean. This kind of huge treasure ship had always been the exclusive symbol of the super forces. It was impossible for ordinary sects and forces to have it, and they were not qualified to have it. This kind of strategic existence in the sea was not something that could be bought with a sky-high price of spiritual jades. Even if one had the financial resources to buy it, they would not have any stock to sell to you. The symbol of the Academy of Cultivation was carved on the flagship of the ship. The two words on it were particularly eye-catching: Morning Star. At this moment, two beautiful girls were sitting on the bow of the ship. After the originally fierce sea breeze passed through the protective shield of the huge treasure ship, it became a gentle breeze that blew their long hair. The gentle afterglow of the setting sun shone on them, leaving two beautiful silhouettes on the deck. It seemed real and illusory at the same time, making people feel intoxicated. On the huge ship were all the instructors and disciples of Morning Star Academy, including the 3 pillars of the mountain establishment period led by Ling Yuanqing. However, for the sake of safety, regular instructors and disciples were strictly restricted. They were not allowed to move around on their own unless there were special circumstances. Apart from a few members of the upper echelon of the academy and the staff who controlled the ship, there were only 2 people who could move about freely on the deck: Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. Not only were they direct disciples of the divine nun of the East Sea, but their talent was also extremely shocking. More importantly, their talent was extremely heaven-defying. The entire Morning Star Academy saw them as the future hope. Their master, the divine nun of the Eastern Sea, doted on them. Ling Yuanqing, the dean, also doted on them. Compared to other people, they naturally had more privileges. On this treasured ship, the 2 of them could go anywhere they wanted at any time. However, if other disciples or even instructors of the academy dared to wander around when the treasured ship was moving, they wouldn't dare to do so. He would definitely be arrested by the disciplinary squad at any time. At best, he would be confined for 3 years. At worst, he would be expelled from the academy. There was no room for negotiation. "So there's so much going on between you and Lin Yi, Lil Sis Tao," Xinyan exclaimed as she looked at the beautiful sunset. Her heart was filled with longing. The time she spent with Lin Yi was too short. They were forced to separate not long after they met, so she didn't have time to listen to Lin Yi's experiences on Heaven Stage Island. Over the past few days, whenever she had time, she would ask Huang Xiaotao to tell her about Lin Yi's matters. She had finally finished her story today. "Yes, Sister Xianyan. Why don't you tell me about Lin Yi's life in the secular world?" Huang Xiaotao asked expectantly. Xinyan wanted to know what Lin Yi had experienced on Sky Tier Island, but she wanted to know as well. She wanted to know what Lin Yi had experienced in the secular world. Lin Yi was a mysterious person. The more she knew about him, the more she couldn't see through him. The more she was curious about him, the more she felt that there was an endless story about him. It was fascinating. "Okay, the first time I met Lin Yi was on a train." "Oh, a train is a form of transportation in the secular world. I didn't know him at that time, but he left a deep impression on me," Wang Xinyan said, the corner of her mouth unconsciously curving into a beautiful smile. Now that she recalled the situation, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. It was full of memories. "Why?" Huang Xiaotao couldn't help but ask curiously. "Because on the train there were 3 people who saw that Lin Yi was dressed like a country bumpkin and he looked harmless. They thought that he was easy to trick, so they teamed up and set up a scam. They pretended that Lin Yi only had to give them 60,000, and they would give him the prize ring that was worth 80,000. Actually, the prize ring was fake," Wang Xinyan said with a smile. "Ah, there are scammers like this in the secular world. If it was someone who likes to take advantage of others, they would really fall for it. But Lin Yi isn't that kind of person. He definitely wouldn't pay attention to them," Huang Xiaotao said with a face full of certainty. Huang Xiaotao said with a face of certainty. Even priceless treasures like the infant ginseng and star ink milk wouldn't make Lin Yi lose his mind, let alone this insignificant amount of money from the common world. "You guessed wrongly. Lin Yi really did agree to it. I even reminded him secretly, but he acted as if he didn't notice and really gave the money to them. Wang Xinyan smiled slightly. Ah, no way? Huang Xiaotao was dumbfounded. It's true. It's just that after Lin Yi gave them the money, he took it back from them without anyone noticing. He even took an extra 30,000. Those 3 people were kept in the dark by Lin Yi the whole time. Maybe they still don't understand why they didn't have a single cent left after they got what they wanted, Wang Xinyan said with a smile. She couldn't help but smile every time she thought about it. She'd been worried for Lin Yi at the time, but she didn't know that he was so skilled and daring. He'd been fooling those 3 scammers from the beginning to the end. They deserved to be fooled by Lin Yi. I knew Lin Yi wouldn't fall for it. Xinyan sis, your first meeting with Lin Yi was so fun. Huang Xiaotao laughed so hard that she couldn't stand straight. She was a shy person, but perhaps it was because she shared the same interest as Wang Xinyan, but she was a lot more lively and cheerful when they were alone. Yeah. Now that I think about it, it's really unbelievable. Sometimes when fate comes, it can change a person's fate. Wang Xinyan sighed. I was just a normal girl. I never dreamed that I could cultivate, let alone come to Heaven-Tier Island. It's like a dream, me too. If I hadn't met Lin Yi back then, I don't even know what I'd be like right now. I might have died on Mount Hutsai long ago, or I might still be struggling alone, drowning in the pain of my disfigurement. Huang Xiaotao sighed. Both of them had met Lin Yi and their fates had changed abruptly. From this point of view, the 2 of them were quite similar. Yin Xiaotao. A woman's voice came from behind them. It was the 2 girls' master, the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. Chapter 43-52. Master, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao stood up in a hurry and greeted her. The divine nun of the East Sea nodded with a smile. She held the 2 girls in each hand and felt rather happy inside. The 2 of them had been together all the time, calling each other sister and sister. They were so close that even she found it rather strange as their master. However, she did not think too much about it. After all, it was good for senior and junior sisters to be close. As their master, she could not ask for more. She felt that it must be because Wang Xinyan was too lonely when she trained with her in the academy. After all, she only had one direct disciple and she didn't interact with outsiders. She didn't even have someone to talk to, and that was why she was so warm to Huang Xiaotao. The 2 girls were perfect companions. In a while, the ship will dock at Velvet City. Do you want to go for a walk, or do you want to stay in the inn and cultivate? Asked the divine nun of the East Sea. The reason why she asked this was because the 2 girls had no interest in going out at all during their previous stop, which was the second stop of the Morning Star Academy, the Devilish Sea Realm. They just stayed in the inn every day and talked about Lin Yi. The divine nun of the East Sea felt that the 2 girls were rather quiet. If they did not want to go out, she might as well arrange for a quieter place for them to stay. Velvet City? Master, I want to go for a walk when the time comes. Huang Xiaotao's eyes immediately lit up. Wang Xinyan also rejoiced and nodded. Unlike the Devilish Sea Realm, they should be able to see the Lin Yi they yearned for again if nothing went wrong. Obviously, he would not stay indoors like he did in Devilish Cold City. Huang Xiaotao's intuition told her that Lin Yi must have returned to Weiwan City by now because he was coming back to hunt down Wu Baoliang, and more importantly, because he was coming back to find clues about Lu Bianren. Wang Xinyan had also heard about these things from her, and she was filled with anticipation at this moment. Oh, then I'll find 2 people to protect you. I heard it's rather chaotic here. The divine nun of the East Sea nodded in some surprise. There were many powerful people in the academy. In order to protect her 2 precious disciples, she could easily find 20 people, let alone 2. It's fine, Shifu, we won't be walking around anyway, we're just looking around Velvet City. There are people from the academy everywhere, we won't run into any trouble. Xinyan and Xiaotao said in unison. The 2 of them wanted to go out for a walk purely to see Lin Yi secretly, and if there was someone following them closely, the 2 of them would be in trouble. Then how could they secretly date? Then, alright. But you have to be careful. If any blind people try to target you, you don't have to worry about anything. The divine nun of the East Sea hesitated before agreeing in the end. After all, just like what the 2 girls had said, Wei Arc City would be under martial law, and there would be experts from the Morning Star Academy everywhere. Even if an average person had 100 guts, they would not dare to cause trouble at this time. Besides, his 2 disciples were not weak, especially Wang Xinyan, who was at the early nascent soul stage. If they really fought, she would be able to defeat opponents who were at a higher level than her. Ordinary people would not be a match for her. Your disciple understands. Thank you, Master. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao immediately beamed with joy. They wrapped their arms around the divine nun of the East Sea as they eagerly awaited Lin Yi's figure in Velvet Arc City. 2 hours later, the huge ship finally docked in Velvet Arc City slowly. The many experts of the Morning Star Academy swarmed out and cordoned off the dock. The people who had gathered there a long time ago did not complain. Instead, they erupted into thunderous cheers. They had waited for a very long time. What's going on outside? Lin Yi had just finished cultivating for the day. As soon as he opened the door to his room for a breather, he heard the thunderous cheers outside. He could not help but be stunned. Walking into the courtyard, he could see the bustling scene of people crowding outside through the door. It was exactly the same as what had happened in Jinduan City. "Brother Ling, you've come out to join in the fun too?" Qi Wenhan walked over when he saw Lin Yi. "Join in the fun? Join in the fun for what?" Lin Yi was confused. Recently he had been living a very simple life. He basically cultivated and consolidated his strength. At most, he would come out to see if the agency had heard anything about Wu Baoliang and Lu Bianren. He had not taken a single step out of the agency. He was basically cut off from the outside world, so he obviously had no idea what had happened. "Brother Ling, you still don't know? The Morning Star Academy of the East Continent is here. They've come out to open the disciple selection. They have already stopped at the Zhenduan Sea and the Cold Devil Sea. Our Way Arc Sea is the third stop," Qi Wenhan explained. "The Morning Star Academy is here?" Lin Yi only understood when he heard this. No wonder the scene outside was like this. After he understood, he could not hide the excitement on his face. Didn't that mean that he would be able to see Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao again soon? When they parted ways in Jinduan City, Lin Yi thought that he would have to wait at least a few years to see the two girls again. He did not expect to see them again after just a month. This was a pleasant surprise. Lin Yi had always been calm and collected. Qi Wenhan had never seen him so excited before. Seeing this, he asked curiously, "Brother Ling, why are you so excited? Are you preparing to participate in the selection?" The East Continent was publicly recognized as the strongest of the 5 islands in heaven rank. Anyone with a bit of ambition would try their best to squeeze their way there, and the academy selection was the best opportunity. Every time it happened, it would cause a sensation. Qi Wenhan did not find it strange that Lin Yi wanted to participate in the selection at all. Even he himself had been there before, but he was not chosen. Now that he had accepted the responsibility of managing the escort agency, he gave up on that thought. He was just here to watch the show. "Of course not. I'm a disciple of the 3 pavilions in the north. After I finish my mission, I still have to return to the north. It's just that this is a rare opportunity, so I'm going to watch the show." Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. "Just to watch the show." Qi Wenhan let out a sigh of relief. He was actually a little afraid that Lin Yi would be chosen by the Morning Star Academy. With his great potential to challenge those of a higher level, it was not impossible. At that time, there would be no one to help him participate in the South Continent Escort Agency Festival. Qi Wenhan paused, then reminded him, "You can watch the show, but Brother Ling, you must remember, when the staff of the academy gives you the sign-up, you must not accept it. Otherwise, you will have to participate in the selection test. Once you pass the test, you will have no choice but to go to the Morning Star Academy. They will not give you any chance to back out." Lin Yi couldn't help but be taken aback. Wasn't it common knowledge that you couldn't just pick up a sign-up card? Only an outsider like him didn't know that, and he'd gotten himself into a pit by accident. Chapter 43-53. Thinking back to the situation at that time, Lin Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although there were no flashes of swords, it was the most dangerous and urgent situation he had encountered since coming to the South Continent. However, this outcome was not too bad. Huang Xiaotao had become the disciple of the divine nun of the Eastern Sea, and became the disciple that everyone envied. Moreover, she was with Wang Xinyan, so at least she would not be in danger. Just as Lin Yi was thinking about how to stay calm and avoid other people's eyes and ears to meet with the two women, Wei Xiaodong and Qing Keqian had started planning again in the Hong Merchant Association. "Shopkeeper Wei, now that the Morning Star Academy is here, the time you mentioned has come. You should tell me the specifics of the plan now. Ling Yi, that little brat, has been hiding in the Equal Heaven Escort Agency for many days now," Qing Keqian said impatiently. Previously, when he and Wei Xiaodong had hit it off, he had added oil to the fire, and blamed Ling Yi for the failure of the robbery incident. If Ling Yi had not interfered, the robbery plan would have been foolproof, and Qi Wenhan would not have discovered it. Perhaps he had to thank Wei Xiaodong for being magnanimous and not pursuing the Equal Heaven Escort Agency's responsibility after receiving the compensation. As such, Wei Xiaodong naturally hated Lin Yi as well. After all, this was the truth. If not for Lin Yi, the pirate leader would not have been captured, and Qi Wenhan would not have known the truth behind the scenes. Letting Wei Xiaodong deal with Ling Yi was what Qing Keqian meant by killing with a borrowed knife. He knew that Ling Yi had the full protection of the Equal Heaven Escort Agency, and he could not do anything by himself. Only by borrowing Wei Xiaodong's power would he have a chance to avenge himself. However, with Wei Xiaodong's deep foresight, how could he be used by an idiot like Qing Keqian? It would be the other way around, especially with his status. Even if he decided to deal with Lin Yi, he would definitely not do it himself. Qing Jingtian's little abacus. Wei Xiaodong saw it clearly, but he did not expose it. Firstly, he really hated Ling Yi for ruining his plans and wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Secondly, he wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to the Poison Eye mercenary group. If he wanted to do any shady business in the future, they would be the best partner for him to work with. Young Master Cheng, don't be impatient. The Morning Star Academy is here, but I have yet to see my distant cousin. He is the key person to deal with Ling Yi. Wei Xiaodong said calmly. Distant cousin? Qing Keqian couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment before asking, Shopkeeper Wei's distant cousin, could he be someone from the Morning Star Academy? That's right, he's not just a simple disciple in the Morning Star Academy. With his help, just a few words from him would be enough to make Ling Yi suffer a fate worse than death. Wei Xiaodong sneered. So powerful? Shopkeeper Wei, what exactly does your cousin do in the Morning Star Academy? Qing Keqian was even more curious. Purchasing deacon, Wei Xiaodong said lightly as he personally poured tea for Qing Jutian. Pooh. Qing Keqian had just taken a sip when he spurted it out on the spot. He grimaced in pain and said, I thought he was some big shot, but he's just a purchasing deacon. What kind of big shot is he? Young Master Qing might not know, but don't think that he's just a purchasing deacon. He's in charge of all the purchasing matters of the Morning Star Academy. The amount of power he has isn't something an ordinary person can imagine. Wei Xiaodong said with a profound expression. But even if that's the case, what does a purchasing deacon have to do with dealing with Ling Yi? Qing Keqian still couldn't understand. Young Master Qing, don't worry. Although he's a purchasing deacon and has nothing to do with dealing with Ling Yi, he has the authority to speak to the higher-ups of the academy. As long as he says a few words, even if Lin Yi doesn't die, he will. Wei Xiaodong said confidently. If that's the case, will he help? Qing Keqian was still a little worried. Distant cousins were usually extremely unreliable. They were often extremely unreliable. When there was nothing going on, they could still befriend each other. However, if they had something to ask of them, they might just turn their backs on them. In this day and age, even blood brothers had to be wary of each other, let alone distant relatives who had nothing to do with each other. Of course, with my relationship with him, this matter is not a problem. Wei Xiaodong was extremely confident. With his experience, of course he wouldn't be so stupid as to rely on such a simple relationship between distant relatives. But this distant relative was different. The two of them were closely connected and had a common interest. Before coming to the South Continent's Wei Arc Territorial Waters to be the branch manager, Wei Xiaodong was the deputy manager of the East Continent's Gaolin Territorial Waters Hong Family Chamber of Commerce. Furthermore, he had been in this position for a whole 5 years. It was also in these 5 years that he gradually drifted apart from Hong Zhong and the rest, and gradually walked towards depravity. The key person who led him to depravity was this distant cousin who worked as a purchasing deacon in the Morning Star Academy. One of them was in charge of purchasing, while the other was in charge of selling. After a chance encounter, they immediately discovered the huge benefits hidden within. The Morning Star Academy was such a transcendent force. Just the monthly purchases alone was an absolutely shocking astronomical figure, and the two of them were standing right on top of this astronomical figure. After the two of them got in touch, all of the Morning Star Academy's purchasing requirements fell on the Hong Family Chamber of Commerce. This did not seem inappropriate to outsiders. After all, the Hong Family Chamber of Commerce was a well-known Ding-ranked chamber of commerce, and its reputation was unquestionable. However, what outsiders did not know was that during the monthly purchases, this purchasing deacon would always quote a high price to the Morning Star Academy, while Wei Xiaodong would quote a low price to the Hong Family Chamber of Commerce. The difference between the two of them was so huge that it would definitely make anyone jealous. Not only that, while Wei Xiaodong was stuffing his own pockets, not only was he not suspected by the Hong Family Chamber of Commerce, but because he had solidified the long-term deal with the Morning Star Academy, he was recognized by the higher-ups in the headquarters. After all, this was a bulk purchase. Even if he quoted a low price, the Hong Family Chamber of Commerce would only suffer a reduction in profits, and would not suffer any losses. As long as they could make a small profit with a quick turnover, this in itself was a rare contribution. Moreover, if they could take this opportunity to build a good relationship with a transcendent force like the Morningstar Academy, it would actually be of great benefit to the Hong family Chamber of Commerce. This was something that could not be bought with spiritual jades. On one hand, he was able to obtain a large amount of spiritual jades, and on the other hand he was able to make a so-called heroic contribution to the Hong family Chamber of Commerce. In these 5 years, Wei Xiaodong's days could only be described as a fish in water. He had even fantasized about directly being promoted from the branch's assistant shopkeeper to the branch's shopkeeper position. However, Wei Xiaodong's wish did not come true in the end. He was promoted to the branch's shopkeeper position, but not in the East Continent's Gaolin Sea, but in the South Continent's Wei Arc Sea. To be continued. Chapter 4354. In order to prevent it from breeding, when one reached the level of a deputy manager with real power, one had to strictly implement the promotion policy. This had always been the iron rule of the Hong Consortium. Even the chairman had no right to violate it. No matter how Wei Xiaodong tried to find the higher-ups, it was of no use. This truly caused Wei Xiaodong to be extremely depressed. Even though his position had risen, he was unable to obtain a large amount of spirit jades from now on. After all, that distant cousin of his couldn't possibly come to the verdant Arc Sea to purchase resources, right? If he had known that this would happen, he would have stayed in the Gaolin territorial waters and become a lucrative deputy manager. Similarly, his distant cousin who was the purchasing executive also encountered trouble. Ever since Wei Xiaodong was transferred away, he no longer had an insider in the Hong Consortium. After all, the branch manager couldn't be like Wei Xiaodong, who could quote a high price for him while receiving a low price that was greatly discounted. The Hong Consortium had always been open and above board in doing business with strict supervision. They would never engage in such shady business of falsely reporting prices. Only people like Wei Xiaodong who were blinded by greed would take the risk and do things sneakily. However, although the Hong Consortium couldn't continue to earn from the price difference, the purchasing executive could at least change to another consortium and find someone else to work with to continue filling his own pockets. However, it had nothing to do with Wei Xiaodong anymore. From the Gaolin territorial waters of the East Continent to the Wei Arc territorial waters of the South Continent, Wei Xiaodong suddenly felt a huge difference. If he hadn't experienced the days of earning a lot of benefits, it would have been fine. However, the problem was that this kind of thing was addictive. When a person got used to doing things unscrupulously, he would no longer be able to do so openly. Even if the salary of a branch manager was already very impressive to ordinary people, it was simply a drop in the bucket in the eyes of Wei Xiaodong, who was used to filling his own pockets. However, he didn't dare to openly make a move on the internal accounts of the Hong Consortium. Not to mention that the foundation he had established in the Wei Arc territorial waters was far from being able to cover the sky with one hand. Just the strict supervision of the Hong Ing group made him not dare to make a move easily. At most, he could only take a roundabout way and take some benefits for himself. However, this ultimately couldn't satisfy his greed. In the end, he found another way to make use of the chaotic conditions in the South Continent's territorial waters to start a pirate business. Of course, it was impossible for Wei Xiaodong to become a pirate. For the sake of safety, he did not dare to keep pirates in private. Every time he would only act as a mastermind behind the scenes, secretly contacting the pirates and taking back the goods himself. At the same time, he would demand huge compensation from the escort agency. Over the years, Wei Xiaodong had defrauded many escort agencies and clients. However, because he was extremely careful and secretive. Moreover, most of the escort agencies would try their best to minimize the problem in order to protect their reputation once they lost their goods. No one would take the initiative to compensate him and settle the matter in private. No one would make a big fuss and take the initiative to leak such a scandal to outsiders. Therefore, Wei Xiaodong had always been able to sit back and relax. Outsiders had no idea what he had done. They wouldn't even suspect him except this time. Unfortunately, it was all because of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Wei Xiaodong never would have thought that the goods that he had obtained would be snatched back by Lin Yi. Moreover, he never would have thought that Qi Wenhan would be so convinced that he would bring people to look for him, causing a huge uproar in the city. In this way, even if Wei Xiaodong managed to get away with it this time, he would not dare to use the same trick to defraud others. Otherwise, no matter how slow the other party's brain was, they would still be able to come around and become suspicious. Furthermore, the escort agencies and clients that he had defrauded in the past, after seeing what had happened to the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, might even come to their senses and look for Wei Xiaodong to settle the score. Not only had he cut off his source of income, but he had also brought such a huge hidden danger to him. The main culprit of all this was that fellow called Ling Yi. If Wei Xiaodong let him off, he would not be called Wei Xiaodong. Wei Xiaodong and Chen Keqian waited until the evening. When the people from the Morning Star Academy had checked into the inn, they could not wait any longer and went to visit his distant cousin, Qin Deli. The Morning Star Academy was high up in the sky. Even if Wei Xiaodong was the shopkeeper of the Hong Merchant Association, he could only wait outside the entrance of the inn after notifying Qin Deli. "Brother Wei, you've come at the right time. I was just about to go out and look for you." Qin Deli was extremely tall and sturdy. He looked like a crude and boorish man. Moreover, his actions were forthright and generous. It was hard to imagine that this person was actually the same as Wei Xiaodong, a businessman through and through, and a black-hearted one at that. "Cousin is looking for me?" Wei Xiaodong was slightly stunned. "Yes, I have something to do. Let's go to your place, it'll be more convenient to talk." Qin Deli nodded. "All right, cousin, please." Wei Xiaodong immediately got someone to prepare a carriage and returned to the Hong Merchant Association. On the way, he introduced to Qin Deli, "Cousin, this is the young master of the Poison Eye Mercenary Group, young master Chen Keqian." "Greetings, Senior Qin." Chen Keqian did not dare to be negligent, and hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. Qin Deli nodded slightly but did not say anything. As the purchasing deacon of the Morning Star Academy, he had his eyes on the top of his head. Not to mention a mere Chen Keqian, even the entire Poison Eye Mercenary Group was just a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. He did not put them in his eyes at all. Chen Keqian had never received such cold treatment before, and was immediately filled with anger. However, he was not stupid enough to challenge such a person. After all, he was still counting on the other party to deal with Ling Yi, so he could only swallow his anger. The three of them arrived at the Hong Merchant Association and stepped into the inner hall. Not only did Qin Deli dismiss the servants, even Chen Keqian, who wanted to follow them, was dismissed. Only then did he open his mouth and say, "Brother Wei, business is here. This time we will stop at Weiwan City, and all our supplies will be replenished here. So, you know the old rules." "All right." Wei Xiaodong was instantly overjoyed. Ever since he was transferred out, he had not had this kind of good business for a long time. Although it was only this time, he could still earn a lot from it. "Remember, do it cleanly. The partner I found in the East Continent is not reliable, and it seems like the higher-ups have already noticed something. Don't let them get hold of you." Qin Deli sternly warned. "Cousin, don't tell me you're still worried about me handling things?" Wei Xiaodong confidently patted his chest. "Of course I'm worried about you handling things. Otherwise, why would I look for you?" Qin Deli smiled. Previously, when Wei Xiaodong was in the Gaolin Sea, it was also the time when he had earned the most. Their cooperation was rather pleasant, but it was a pity that things did not go as he wished. Chapter 4355. Thank you, cousin, for your care. Wei Xiaodong's heart skipped a beat and immediately said, "Cousin, there's something I need your help with." "Tell me about it. But like I said, someone wants to investigate me. There are some things I can't help with." Qin Deli glanced at him. At that time, because of Wei Xiaodong, he had gained a lot of benefits. If it wasn't a difficult matter, he wouldn't mind helping him out. Of course, if it was a difficult matter, then it would be a different story. "Cousin, don't worry, I'm just passing on a message. I won't make things difficult for you," Wei Xiaodong hurriedly said. "Passing on a message? What message?" Qin Deli asked curiously. "Cousin, the Morning Star Academy is holding a selection. If you find a rare genius, can you recommend him to the higher-ups of the academy?" Wei Xiaodong said with deep meaning. "Of course. As long as it's a genius, not just me, any disciple of the academy has the right to recommend him." Qin Deli nodded his head and looked suspiciously at Wei Xiaodong. "Brother Wei, don't tell me you've received a bribe and want me to recommend that Chen Keqian? One look and you can tell that he's trash. Even if I recommend him, it'll be useless. The higher-ups can tell that there's something fishy going on." No. It's not him. I want you to recommend someone else. He's an escort from the local Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. His name is Ling Yi." Wei Xiaodong shook his head. "How powerful can a mere escort be? You still need me to help you recommend him?" Qin Deli asked curiously. "He's an early golden core stage expert and he can kill an original infant stage expert. Cousin, don't you think he's powerful?" Wei Xiaodong said with a profound expression. "How is that possible? Brother Wei, you must be joking. How can there be such an expert in the world?" Even Qin Deli was shocked. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "Don't lie to me. You're talking about this Ling Yi, he's really a genius. If I recommend him, it'll be a great achievement." Cousin, what I'm saying isn't false. One of young Master Cheng's servants outside was a peak early-stage nascent soul cultivator. In the end he was crippled by this person. This is something that many people have seen with their own eyes. Just go to the dock and ask and you will know, Wei Xiaodong said as he sipped his tea. When he first heard about this he was really shocked. A mere expert in the early gold core stage was able to cripple someone at the peak of the early nascent soul stage. Anyone with a little common sense would find this kind of thing unbelievable. But it was also because of this. Only then would Wei Xiaodong comply with Cheng Qitian's wishes. Compared to Qi Wenhan and the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, Wei Xiaodong would prioritize getting rid of this Ling Yi. After all, this kind of genius expert's growth potential was limitless. If he couldn't get rid of him before he became even stronger, then it would be too late to deal with him at that time. Is that true? As long as his spirit root wasn't too bad, it would be a sure thing for him to enter the academy. Brother Wei, quickly call this person over and let me see him. Qin Deli immediately said somewhat impatiently. This kind of genius only needed to be introduced to the higher-ups of the academy. With just the effort of opening his mouth, he could easily obtain a great merit. For him, who was already in a bad situation, this was a timely reign. Even if it was because of his merit, ordinary people wouldn't dare to have any ideas about him at this time. Cousin wants to see him? This is a bit difficult. Wei Xiaodong shook his head. What? You want me to introduce him but you won't let me see him? Could it be that you want to be a rare commodity for yourself? Qin Deli's face immediately darkened. Hey, cousin, what are you thinking about? Am I that kind of person? Wei Xiaodong waved his hand repeatedly. With a bitter smile he said, It's not that I don't want you to see him. But this Ling Yi is my enemy. Enemy? Qin Deli was instantly stunned. With a strange expression he looked at Wei Xiaodong up and down and said inexplicably, I say, Brother Wei, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? You want me to help you introduce an enemy? If this guy is really as heaven-defying as you say, aren't you afraid that after he enters the academy, his wings will harden, and he will turn around and attack you? I'm afraid, of course I'm afraid. Even if this kind of person doesn't enter the Morning Star Academy, if I don't get rid of him as soon as possible, I won't be able to sleep well. Wei Xiaodong laughed coldly, that's why I came up with this plan. I want cousin to help me to invite him into the trap. How do you invite him into the trap? Brother Wei, what are you thinking? Tell me in detail. Qin Deli was instantly interested. Alright, cousin, think about it. No matter who it is, if there's a chance to enter the Morning Star Academy, I'm sure they wouldn't reject it, right? Wei Xiaodong changed the topic and asked. That's natural. How many geniuses have broken their heads trying to get in, but were rejected at the door? Who would reject this kind of opportunity? Qin Deli nodded and said. That's right. That Ling Yi definitely wouldn't reject it. However, outsiders think of the Morning Star Academy as a holy land for cultivation. Not many people know that it's actually filled with danger, right? Wei Xiaodong had stayed in the East Continent's Gaolan Sea for a whole 5 years, and he often went to the Morning Star Academy. He was very clear about the situation inside. That's right. Many of the newly accepted genius disciples have never thought that it's so dangerous inside. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many people dying in their first year. Qin Deli nodded and said. So, as long as we send Ling Yi into the Morning Star Academy, it's actually equivalent to sending him into the tiger's mouth. At that time, cousin, you can spend some effort to secretly sow discord, and let those tigers set their eyes on Ling Yi, this tender sheep. What will the result be? Wei Xiaodong smiled proudly. Of course he'll be ganged up on and die without a burial. Hearing this, Qin Deli finally understood. He patted Wei Xiaodong's shoulder and laughed. Ha, Brother Wei, you really are a profiteer. You can even think of such a murderous plan. Furthermore, with the reputation of the Morning Star Academy there, even if they knew it was a trap, normal people would not be able to resist the temptation and jump in. That Ling Yi must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to provoke you. There's no other way. This hidden danger is too big. If I don't get rid of him, I won't be able to sleep. Wei Xiaodong smiled proudly and then said seriously, I'll leave this matter to you, cousin. No problem. Not only will I be able to help you, but I'll also be able to get credit for it. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Qin Deli laughed heartily. After the two of them finished discussing, Qin Deli was a little impatient. He immediately returned to the inn where the Morning Star Academy was stationed, and solemnly requested to see the Dean Ling Yuanqing. Chapter 4356. After hearing Qin Deli's report, even Ling Yuanqing was a little shocked. Of course, he invited the other 2 mountain opening stage giants over to discuss this matter together. A while later, the vice-headmaster Wei Habe arrived first, followed closely by the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. However, there were two people behind her, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. Whether it was Ling Yuanqing or Wei Habe, neither of them found this strange at all when they saw the two girls enter as well. No matter where the divine nun of the East Sea went, she would always bring her two direct disciples with her. This was actually very normal. After all, she was not like Ling Yuanqing and Wei Habe. She only had these two disciples. Moreover, their aptitudes and potential were all treasures of the academy, so it was normal for her to dote on them. As long as it wasn't a core secret, it wouldn't affect her to bring the two girls along, and it would also allow them to broaden their horizons. However, it was impossible for Ling Yuanqing and Wei Habe to be like this. As men, they wouldn't be so meticulous in their considerations. The key was that they had too many disciples. Even personal disciples numbered more than 2 or 3. If they had to guide them at any time, they wouldn't be able to do anything else. After gesturing for everyone to take their seats, Ling Yuanqing said to Qin Deli, "Tell everyone what happened just now." Yes. Qin Deli glanced at Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao out of the corner of his eye, gulping. "Headmasters, I've just learned that there's a local in Velvet Arc City called Ling Yi. He's very strong, able to kill a peak early-stage nascent soul practitioner with his early-stage golden core strength." What? Wei Habe and the divine nun of the East Sea were both surprised. They asked in unison, "Is that true?" The Morning Star Academy was a place where geniuses gathered. Many of the disciples that walked out of the academy had the strength to challenge those of a higher cultivation level. This was not strange, but if this was to challenge someone of a higher cultivation level, then it was extremely rare. Even so, everyone knew that the so-called cross-realm battle was generally a peak late Jedon stage or a peak Jedon stage master who fought against an early Yuanying stage master. After all, every realm was a qualitative change. Even if it was between the golden core perfection and the nascent soul realm, the difference was like a chasm. It was not something that a genius could challenge. Even in the Morning Star Academy where geniuses gathered, there were only a few disciples who could reach this level. They were also as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. As for a mere master in the early stage of the gold core realm being able to challenge a master in the nascent soul realm, and it was a master in the peak of the early stage of the nascent soul realm. This kind of thing was simply a fantasy. Even Ling Yuanqing, the 3 giants in the mountain opening stage, had never heard of it. The mountain opening stage giants were shocked, but Huang Xiaotao and Wang Xinyan were even more shocked. This was because the Ling Yi that this person was talking about was the Lin Yi that the two of them had been thinking about day and night. The two women couldn't help but have strange expressions. They were still thinking about how to secretly meet up with Lin Yi. In the end, someone actually came to recommend Lin Yi first. He was really caught unprepared. It's absolutely true. At that time, this Ling Yi was at the dock and he crippled a peak early nascent soul stage expert. This incident was seen by many people. Our Morning Star Academy has always been thirsty for talent, so this disciple thinks that a genius like this shouldn't be buried and should be recruited into the academy as soon as possible, Qin Deli said politely. The 3 mountain opening stage giants looked at each other and finally Dean Ling Yuanqing opened his mouth and said, "We really can't miss such a genius. With his powerful strength and methods, even if his spirit roots attribute is ordinary, as long as we create a false attribute for him, he will be a rare good seedling." What do you two think? That's right. The attribute of the spiritual root isn't everything. Some people have a bad spiritual root, but their potential is actually astonishing. Their future is limitless as well. This Ling Yi must be one of them. Wei Hebe's eyes shone brightly. He immediately became rather tempted. Out of the 3 mountain opening stage giants, he was the most passionate about accepting disciples. Basically, as long as it was a rather impressive genius, he would want to recruit them. The divine nun of the East Sea nodded in agreement, but she said nothing. No matter how much of a genius he was, she only accepted female disciples. This was the rule of the East Sea lineage. She would never go against it, so she was not as excited as Wei Habe. "Since the two of you agree, do you think we should make an exception and accept him? Although it's possible for this person to participate in the selection, there's still the possibility of him being left out," suggested Ling Yuanqing. Making an exception to recruit a genius was something that didn't conform to the selection rules. Originally, it was strictly forbidden. However, rules were dead and people were alive. In front of a truly heaven-defying genius, all so-called rules could give way. However, this required the unanimous agreement of the 3 giants. I think that's how it should be. Special geniuses obviously need special treatment. Right now, the competition for genius disciples in the various academies has already heated up. Our Morning Star Academy can't fall behind. For a heaven-defying genius like him, it's not going to be too much even if we put down our pride and personally invite him. An expert in the early stage of the Gold Core realm was not worth mentioning, but this was an expert in the early stage of the Gold Core realm who could kill an expert at the peak of the early stage of the nascent Soul realm. That was completely different. If he could take such a genius under his command, that scene would be wonderful. I have no objections, said the Divine Nun of the East Sea with a nod. The Divine Nun of the East Sea nodded as well. Although it was impossible for her to accept this disciple herself, she would be happy to see the Academy gain another supreme genius. Alright then. Since the two of you agree, then it's settled. Ling Yuanqing immediately made up his mind. Afterwards he asked, who's willing to lead the group? Even if such a heaven-defying genius was accepted into the Academy, regular instructors definitely would not have the right to teach him. He would only be able to become a disciple of the three mountain opening giants. Whoever led the group this time would basically decide who Ling Yuanqing would become a disciple of. The Divine Nun of the East Sea looked at the two of them calmly. She did not say anything. As the headmaster, even if Ling Yuanqing was slightly tempted, he could not be so impatient as to set off personally. They still had to be courteous to each other. Why don't I go? Wei Hebei said rather eagerly. He was a straightforward person. Once he took a liking to someone, he would not care about the details. Ling Yuanqing sank into his thoughts for a while. He was rather hesitant. To be honest, he was rather tempted as well. This was already the third stop in the Sea of Verdant Arcs. The Divine Nun of the East Sea had accepted the astonishingly talented Huang Xiaotao from the previous two stops. Although Wei Hebei had not accepted such a genius with limitless potential, he had still accepted two honorary disciples. He was the only one who had gained nothing. Chapter 4357. Now that they had finally found a genius, if they continued to be courteous like before and missed this opportunity, they would inevitably regret it. However, they had not even seen the person and had only heard Qin Deli's side of the story. If they were to fight with Wei Hebei over this disciple, it would be a little unreasonable. Deans, according to what I know, Ling Yi is still at the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and has no plans to participate in the Academy's selection. If only one of the deans were to lead the team, it would seem that our Academy is lacking in sincerity. However, if all three deans were to go together, then Ling Yi would not be able to refuse. Qin Deli suddenly interrupted. The reason for this suggestion was to ensure that Ling Yi would be able to enter the Morning Star Academy. On the other hand, if Ling Yi did not know how to appreciate kindness and refused, then it would be even better. At that time, the three heavyweights would definitely lose face, and if they were to lose face, then Ling Yi would definitely be the one to suffer. After all, the three of them represented the entire Morning Star Academy. If they did not give them face, then they would not give the Morning Star Academy any face. If this matter were to spread, the reputation of the Academy would definitely be affected. Whether it was for public or private reasons, they could not just let Ling Yi go like this. They might even flip out on the spot. Your words are not without reason. Ling Yuanqing nodded his head. He did not know what Qin Deli's intentions were, but these words were a good way for him to get out of this predicament. Not only did he not have to throw away his face to fight with Wei Hebei, but he could also personally see this so-called super genius, killing two birds with one stone. I think it's fine. Wei Hebei did not think too much and immediately nodded his head in agreement. As for the Divine Nun of the Eastern Sea, he had no objections. It was just a trip. After the three heavyweights made their decision, they did not care that the sky was already dark. They immediately let Qin Deli lead the way, and the group set off for the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Qin Deli naturally accepted the order. Along the way, he also secretly sent someone to inform Wei Xiaodong and Cheng Jutian. He told them to go to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency to watch the show. Young master, someone is coming. Seeing the group, the guard of the escort agency hurriedly informed Qi Wenhan. Who is it? Why are you so flustered? What a disgrace. Qi Wenhan was discussing business with a client. He couldn't help but frown and reprimand her. It's the headmaster of the Morning Star Academy, one of the three heavyweights, the guard stammered. What? This time even Qi Wenhan's face was full of shock. He stood rooted to the ground, unable to move. After a long while he finally reacted. He didn't even care about the customers beside him, and hurriedly ran towards the door. Morning Star Academy's mountain opening period's three great heads, any one of them placed in the Verdant Arc territorial waters, would definitely be a super god. Even the leaders of the top forces here didn't have the qualifications to request an audience with them, let alone have them pay a personal visit. What day was it today? The three leaders of the mountain opening period had come together to visit a small heavens equal escort agency. Could it be that something had happened? Arriving at the entrance of the escort agency, Qi Wenhan saw the people who had come. Although Ling Yuanqing and the other two had restrained their auras to be no different from ordinary people, it was difficult to hide the extraordinary temperament of a grandmaster. Even if Qi Wenhan had never seen these three giants before, he could still recognize them at a glance. Among the crowd, Qi Wenhan also noticed the figures of Wei Xiaodong and Qing Shutian, his two sworn enemies. His eyelids immediately twitched. His intuition told him that today's incident might be related to these two people. I am the young master of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, Qi Wenhan. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. Suppressing his various doubts, Qi Wenhan greeted the three giants politely. Forgive us for our intrusion. We've troubled the young master. Ling Yuanqing nodded indifferently. Not at all, not at all. The three of you are esteemed guests of our entire Verdant Arc territorial waters. To be able to visit our Heavens Equal Escort Agency is a blessing that we won't be able to obtain even in several lifetimes. Please come in. Qi Wenhan smiled apologetically in a flattering manner as he made people make arrangements in a hurry, inviting everyone into the reception room of the escort agency. Wei Xiaodong and Qing Shutian mixed in with the crowd as they tailed the three giants. The corner of Qi Wenhan's eye twitched, but he could not chase them away in front of the three giants, so he could only turn a blind eye to it. Once everyone had entered the reception room and invited the three giants to sit down, Qi Wenhan's eyelids suddenly twitched again. Only now did he notice Huang Xiaotao beside the divine nun of the East Sea. He could not help but feel surprised and doubtful. However, because Huang Xiaotao had always been veiled, he was unable to confirm that they were the same person. He could only suppress his doubts. Actually, Qing Shutian had seen Huang Xiaotao before out of everyone present. He had the same doubts as Qi Wenhan, but he did not think too much about it. These days, many female cultivators would wear veils to avoid trouble when they went out. It was very likely that it was just a coincidence. Young master, you don't come without a reason. We've come this time to see an escort from your esteemed agency. His name is Ling Yi. Ling Yuanqing cut to the chase. Ling Yi? Qi Wenhan was taken aback again. He glanced at Huang Xiaotao subconsciously before asking carefully, May I ask why you're looking for Ling Yi, Senior? I heard that Ling Yi's strength is startling, and he can challenge those at higher cultivation levels, so we've come to see him. If he's willing, we plan on taking him on as a disciple, Ling Yuanqing said straightforwardly. He's actually here to take on a disciple? Qi Wenhan immediately became even more puzzled. Ling Yi's strength was indeed ridiculously powerful. He could even cripple a peak early nascent soul cultivator like Old Kong, but there were not many people who knew about him so far. It was impossible for his name to have spread far and wide enough to alarm the three great pillars of the mountain establishment realm, right? Seeing Wei Xiaodong and Qing Shutian's complacent and playful expressions, Qi Wenhan was even more certain now. It was definitely the two of them who were behind this. However, even though he knew this, Qi Wenhan did not dare to decline. After all, Ling Yuanqing had personally spoken. Let alone him, no one in the Verdant Arc territory would dare to say no. Yes. Please wait a moment, seniors. I'll send someone to invite Ling Yi over right now. Qi Wenhan nodded and shot a glance at Caretaker Song beside him. A while later, under the guidance of Caretaker Song, Lin Yi strode into the guest room. Ling Yuanqing, Wei Hebei, and the divine nun of the East Sea all looked at him at the same time. They all looked at one another rather strangely. Although they could not recall the exact details, the perception of the great pillars of the mountain establishment realm was not just for show. Even if they had only caught a glimpse of him at the crowded selection, they would still have an impression of him. Now that they saw Lin Yi again, they could not help but find him rather familiar. Chapter 43-58. As for Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao, when they saw Lin Yi again, their eyes became extremely passionate. If there weren't so many people watching, the two of them would have already flown into Lin Yi's arms. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it now. They couldn't even speak and could only stand at the side and watch. As for Wei Xiaodong and Qing Qiqian, they were laughing coldly and complacently without end at this moment. As far as they were concerned, since the matter had developed to this point, Lin Yi had no room to refuse at all, and he could only obediently jump into the trap they dug for him. Otherwise, if he dared make the three heads lose face in public, then he would immediately die a miserable death. Lin Yi glanced at the crowd in surprise. Before he could speak, Qin Deli had already taken a step forward and announced in front of everyone, Ling Yi, because you can challenge nascent soul stage experts and have amazing potential, you have received the appreciation of the 3 deans of our Morning Star Academy. We have decided to make an exception and accept you as a disciple. From today onwards you will join our Morning Star Academy. This is a rare opportunity given by the heavens. You must grasp it well. Lin Yi was even more stunned after hearing this. After glancing at the 3 magnates, he looked at Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. Seeing that the 2 of them shook their heads without batting an eyelid, he immediately knew that this wasn't their idea. But if it wasn't Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao, but someone else, why would they inexplicably recommend him to the 3 magnates of the mountain opening period? What was their intention? How sharp was Lin Yi? He immediately caught the slight exchange of glances between Qin Deli, Wei Xiaodong and Chen Qitian. As expected, those who were unaccountably solicitous were hiding evil intentions. Since this person was in cahoots with Wei Xiaodong, it definitely wasn't a good thing. Who knew there might be some conspiracy waiting for him behind the scenes? This kind of thing Lin Yi naturally couldn't agree. If he really had this intention, he wouldn't have been put in a difficult position in Jianghu City. Why would he wait until now? 3 seniors. My aptitude is poor. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint the 3 seniors. Lin Yi immediately cupped his hands and rejected. Poor aptitude? This young hero Ling is too humble, isn't he? The matter of you crippling a peak early nascent soul realm expert at the docks is something that everyone can see. Now that the 3 of us academy heads have personally come to invite you, you're still purposely avoiding us like this. Isn't this a little unreasonable? Don't tell me you don't put our Morning Star Academy in your eyes? Qin Deli immediately seized the opportunity to provoke. Ling Yuanqing and the other 2 also frowned slightly. No matter what, this Ling Yi's rejection was too hasty and straightforward. He didn't even consider the most basic of things. It was indeed a little embarrassing. The expressions of the 3 heavyweights turned cold, and the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense and oppressive. Even Qi Wenhan was sweating on behalf of Lin Yi. This was different from Wei Xiaodong and Chen Qitian. If he really offended the big shots of the Morning Star Academy, his small heavens equal escort agency would not be able to protect Lin Yi. Everyone's gazes fell on him, but Lin Yi smiled faintly, not minding it. He pointed at Huang Xiaotao, who stood beside the divine nun of the East Sea, and replied calmly, "Don't tell me you've all forgotten. Back in Jianghu City, Junior Huang and I participated in the selection together. However, my aptitude was just too poor, so I was eliminated in the first round." Ling Yuanqing and the others already had a slight impression of him. Now that Lin Yi mentioned it, they immediately came to a realization. So it was him. If it were only Lin Yi, the 3 heavyweights of the mountain establishment period might not have paid attention to him, but back then, when they were stunned by Huang Xiaotao's exceptional aptitude, Huang Xiaotao had specially discussed it with her senior brother, so they obviously paid attention to him. Ling Yuanqing couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. From what he remembered, Ling Yi's spiritual root only had a single attribute of fire, so he was directly eliminated. Furthermore, he didn't have any outstanding performance during the selection. If he was really that powerful and could fight against an opponent of a higher realm, he would definitely have mentioned it on the spot and participated in the formation attack test. After all, the selection rules of the Morning Star Academy clearly stated that if he really had the strength to take on opponents of higher cultivation levels, he would still have a chance of entering the academy as long as he performed outstandingly in the formation attack test, even if his spiritual root was average. Ling Yuanqing remembered very clearly that Ling Yi had not requested to participate back then. Ling Yuanqing did not feel like Ling Yi was hiding anything at such an important event. Logically speaking, since he had come to participate in the selection, he definitely hoped to enter the academy. Moreover, he was with Huang Xiaotao, so he definitely did not want to be separated from her. If he could enter the academy, why would he have given up in the first place? What's going on? Ling Yuanqing turned his head to look at Qin Deli with a look of reproach in his eyes. The 3 heavyweights of the mountain establishment period had come here full of hope, but this was the result. This was too disappointing. Qin Deli immediately panicked. Originally, it was an impeccable situation, but he never thought that with just a few simple words, it would suddenly turn out like this. The Dean Ling Yuanqing's reproach was not something a small purchasing deacon like him could bear. Qin Deli was speechless and could only turn his head to look at Wei Xiaodong and Cheng Jutian. His eyes were filled with anger and reproach. He originally thought that it would be a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but he did not expect it to turn out like this. This time he was really screwed over by these 2 fellows. Wei Xiaodong was also dumbfounded. He only wanted to deal with Lin Yi after listening to Cheng Jutian's words. He did not understand it at all, and it was even more impossible for him to know that there was such an inside story. For a moment he was also at a loss. He pushed Cheng Jutian, who was beside him. This was his fault, so of course he had to clean it up. Impossible. When this fellow first came to the Wei Arc City, he clearly injured our Poison Eye mercenary group's Old Kong with the strength of the early Golden Core stage. He is a peak early nascent soul stage expert. Cheng Jutian was also anxious and quickly jumped out to say. When Ling Yuanqing and the others heard this, their gazes then fell onto Lin Yi. They couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Although they did not know Cheng Jutian, at least they could be sure that this person would not dare to lie in front of the three heavyweights of the mountain establishment period. Moreover, this kind of thing could definitely be found with other witnesses. In other words, this Ling Yi really had some reservations? For a moment, everyone's gazes were a little more scrutinizing. If this was really the case, then what Lin Yi's intentions were a little bit interesting. What he said is right. Lin Yi did not deny it but immediately said, it's just that at that time I was working together with Junior Huang. With Junior Huang's heaven-defying talent, it is not strange for us to work together to defeat a peak early nascent soul stage expert. Chapter 4359. And that makes sense. Ling Yuanqing and the other two mountain opening stage masters nodded their heads. They felt that there was nothing wrong with Lin Yi's answer. Huang Xiaotao was a super genius with dual fire and wind spiritual roots. She was also a Golden Core stage master who had a perfect breakthrough. Her strength was far from that of an ordinary Golden Core stage master. When the two of them joined forces, they were able to defeat a peak early nascent soul stage master. Although it seemed unbelievable to others, it was actually reasonable when they thought about it carefully. Impossible. Cheng Jutian hurriedly said, the first time you two joined forces. But the second time not long ago you crippled Old Kong alone. How do you explain this? It's very simple. He was previously injured by me and Junior Huang. His injuries have not healed yet. Lin Yi smiled calmly and shrugged his shoulders. And when I was in the Zhenduan Sea, I accidentally obtained 2 golden cores. After consuming them I leveled up. Moreover, it was unexpected. Is it strange that Old Kong was crippled by me? Everyone nodded their heads again. Because they knew Huang Xiaodao's heaven-defying talent, they also knew that Lin Yi's aptitude was mediocre. Therefore they first thought that it was mainly because of Huang Xiaotao that he could injure a peak early nascent soul stage master like Old Kong. Lin Yi was just there to make up the numbers. Even the second time they fought alone, it was definitely because Huang Xiaodao's injuries were too severe. After all, with Huang Xiaodao's super aptitude, it was not strange for her to defeat an opponent of a higher level. Moreover, Lin Yi himself said that the second time they fought, it was unexpected. It meant that the opponent must have underestimated him. With so many prerequisites, it resulted in the so-called early Golden Core stage killing a peak early nascent soul stage master. After analyzing all of this, it could only be said that Lin Yi was lucky, but it did not mean that he was really that heaven-defying. What my senior brother said is true. I can testify to this. At this time Huang Xiaotao took the opportunity to stand out. Although she wanted to be with Lin Yi, since Lin Yi did not want to join the Morning Star Academy, she naturally had to find a way to help him. Naturally, she had to find a way to help Lin Yi escape successfully. As a direct disciple who was highly valued, Huang Xiaodao's words were clearly more trustworthy than a random passerby like Cheng Jutian. Not only did the Divine Nun of the East Sea trust her disciple completely, but Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei did not doubt her at all. Huang Xiaodao's words were basically the final conclusion to today's events. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Originally he was about to succeed, but in the end, everything was suddenly destroyed. Cheng Jutian was simply furious. He angrily pointed at Huang Xiaotao and said, with this little bitch's strength, how could she possibly injure Old Kong? Back then when I wanted to capture her, she hid behind Ling Yi and trembled. She simply... Before Cheng Jutian had even finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly dropped to a freezing point. Everyone subconsciously held their breaths. The Divine Nun of the East Sea's icy cold voice rang out. Who are you calling a little bitch? Who do you want to capture? Only then did Cheng Jutian realize what he had just said. Immediately, cold sweat poured down from his head. He wanted to remedy the situation in a hurry, but it was already too late. The Divine Nun of the East Sea was a mighty figure of the mountain establishment realm, and she had always been very protective of her own. Why would she give an ant like him the chance to remedy the situation? Cheng Jutian was unable to say anything at all. He had only managed to utter a single word when he felt an icy cold, powerful pressure sweep over, blanketing the surroundings. It was like a lofty mountain that suddenly pressed down on top of his head, causing him to be utterly unable to catch his breath. The surroundings fell deathly silent. All that was left was Qing Ketien's heavy breathing. The blood on his face surged and his eyes exploded with viciousness. A while later, he suddenly vomited a great mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground dead. Wei Xiaodong immediately pissed his pants in fright when he saw Qing Ketien's miserable death. Before anyone had noticed him, he retreated to a corner in a hurry, afraid to make a sound. Qin Deli was also frightened out of his wits as he cursed inside. He was tempted to grab Wei Xiaodong and give him 14,000 slaps. What kind of fucking idiot teammate did he find? It's fine if you're looking to die, but now I'm stuck in a tight spot as well. What am I supposed to do? It was not just the two of them who felt guilty. Even Lin Yi felt rather frightened when he saw this. Giants of the mountain establishment realm really were godlike existences. In the past, he had heard from that ghost that some powerful existences did not even need to do anything. They could kill you with a single glance. Lin Yi had thought that was a little exaggerated, but the sight before him had truly verified it. No matter how useless this Qing Ketien was, he was still a genuine late-stage golden elixir realm expert. He didn't even move a finger, yet he was casually tortured to death. The strength of an opening mountain stage giant was indeed beyond imagination. Out of everyone present, only Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei remained unmoved. They did not care at all. An ant-like existence actually dared to call the direct disciple of the divine nun of the Eastern Sea a little bitch. Wasn't that just looking to die? The divine nun of the East Sea had always advocated purity, but her personal style was actually the classic example of using violence to curb violence. She was rather like the furious Buddha, especially when it involved her treasured disciple. Let alone killing a single person, it would already be very merciful if she did not destroy your entire family. Thank you for standing up for me, Master. Huang Xiaotao grabbed the divine nun of the East Sea's arm gratefully under Wang Xinyan's gesture. Xiaotao, remember this. No matter who it is that dares to harm you, feel free to tell me. I don't like killing people, but I don't mind killing people either. The divine nun of the East Sea patted Huang Xiaotao's hand gently before glancing at the corpse on the ground. She said indifferently, clean it up. Don't ruin everyone's mood. Yes. Qi Wenhan was taken aback before nodding in a hurry. He got people to drag Qing Ketien's corpse out like a dead dog. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced inside. Qing Ketien had been his sworn enemy for many years. He had always been looking for trouble with him. However, Qi Wenhan had never dared to actually kill him because he was worried about the Poison Eye mercenaries. He never thought he would receive such a pleasant surprise today. Qing Ketien had died to the divine nun of the East Sea. Let alone avenging his son, his father, Qing Haonan, would probably piss his pants in fright. He was afraid that she would destroy the entire Poison Eye mercenaries if she was displeased. The Poison Eye mercenaries had always been strutting around the verdant Arc Sea, but they only did whatever they wanted. Before a mountain establishment giant like the divine nun of the East Sea, resistance was nothing. Their life and death were completely up to her. Speak. What happened exactly? Ling Yuanqing turned to Qin Deli again. Chapter 4360. Although this Lord Dean didn't have the intention to kill, Qing Ketien's mistake was placed in front of him, and Qin Deli was almost scared to the point of collapsing. He looked at Wei Xiaodong, who was hiding in the corner, and stammered, I heard this from shopkeeper Wei, so I came to report it to the dean. Everyone's gaze landed on Wei Xiaodong. No matter how much Wei Xiaodong hid in the corner, he could only brace himself and stand out. I actually heard it from Qing Ketien, but he's already dead. I didn't think he was this kind of person. Wei Xiaodong explained with an embarrassed expression. In the end, you're blaming it all on a dead person? Ling Yuanqing couldn't help but feel somewhat annoyed. Qin Deli and Wei Xiaodong were immediately frightened when they heard this. If this big shot was as angry as the divine nun of the Eastern Sea, then the two of them would really have to accompany Qing Ketien. However, Ling Yuanqing was the dean of the Morning Star Academy after all, and he wasn't like the divine nun of the Eastern Sea who had her reverse scale touched. He wouldn't casually kill people, so he didn't plan on looking into this matter any further. There was no point. He knew Wei Xiaodong. Back when he was a vice shopkeeper in the Gaolin Sea of the Eastern Continent, he often went to the Morning Star Academy. Now that he was a shopkeeper in the Weiarc Sea, he was still a member of the Hong Merchant Group. Ling Yuanqing wouldn't go so far as to make a move on someone from the Hong Merchant Group over such a small matter. Since that's the case, let's go back. Ling Yuanqing finally spoke. At the side, Wei Hebei let out a regretful sigh. He had come full of hope, but in the end, he had returned empty-handed. The so-called super genius that could instantly kill someone of a higher realm, but in the end he had made such a blunder. How could he endure this? However, regret was regret. The truth had already come to light. The three of them were great figures of the mountain opening stage, so they couldn't stay in the tiny Heaven's Equal escort agency for too long. Otherwise, they would be seen by outsiders who didn't know what kind of relationship the Morning Star Academy had with the Heaven's Equal escort agency. The group stood up immediately, but Xinyan spoke up instead. Master, Xiaotao is Master Ling Yi's junior, and we've worked together in the Equals escort agency before. It'd be a little unreasonable to let her go back with us like this. Why don't I stay with Xiaotao and treat them to a meal? It'll be a final farewell. Alright, then when you go back tonight I'll tell you something. Be careful on the road. The divine nun of the East Sea nodded in agreement. She had always doted on her two disciples, so she obviously would not turn down such a reasonable request. Don't worry, Senior. Our escort agency will escort them back together, Linny quickly said. That's right. Although our Equal Heaven escort agency is only a small escort agency, we still have some deterrence in a place like Velvet Arc City. We won't let anyone spoil the mood of the two young ladies. Qi Wenhan also guaranteed. And I'll have to trouble you then. The divine nun of the East Sea nodded before leaving with Ling Yuanqing and the others. Lin Yi and the others saw them off at the entrance. Only then did he turn around. Brother Ling, I was wondering why escort Huang didn't return. I was worried that something might have happened to her and didn't dare to ask you about it. Who would have thought that he would be chosen by the Morning Star Academy to become the personal disciple of the godly nun of the Eastern Sea? Brother Ling, you're too mean, not even telling me about this kind of thing. Qi Wenhan pretended to grumble as he patted Lin Yi's shoulder. Brother Qi, you never asked me before, so I couldn't bring it up. Otherwise people would think I was showing off or even bragging. Lin Yi smiled. If it were anyone else, they would be eager to let the entire world know if their junior sister managed to climb up the social ladder and become the personal disciple of the divine nun of the East Sea. However, with his low-key personality, why would he do something like that? Not to mention that in terms of strength, potential, and heritage, Lin Yi was definitely a first-rate existence, and this was just him being humble. Other people would treat a major figure of the godly nun of the East Sea with reverence, but he would only look up to her at most. There would be a day when he would stand shoulder to shoulder with her, or even surpass her. As a result, he obviously did not believe that Huang Xiaotao was climbing up the social ladder by becoming her disciple. At most, he felt that the divine nun of the East Sea would not mistreat Huang Xiaotao. That's true. Escort Huang has never said anything before, so those who don't know really find it hard to believe. Qi Wenhan chuckled and said excitedly, "This is a joyous occasion. We have to celebrate it properly." Today was a joyous day for him and the entire Heaven's Equal escort agency. The arrival of the three major figures of the godly sect was enough to make the Heaven's Equal escort agency famous across the entire South Continent, or even in the upcoming escort agency gathering. However, what made Qi Wenhan even happier was that Chen Keqian was dead, and he had died to the hands of the divine nun of the East Sea. He had endured this guy for a very long time, but he could not do anything about it. He never thought that he would be able to eliminate a great rival without any warning. Even the legendary pie falling from the sky could not compare to this. Moreover, Huang Xiaotao, who had always been missing, had actually become the personal disciple of the divine nun of the East Sea in the blink of an eye. This meant that as long as the Heaven's Equal escort agency maintained a good relationship with Ling Yi, they would also be able to rope in this super genius of the Morning Star Academy. He did not dare to say that he would be able to make the divine nun of the East Sea look at him in a different light, but even so, this was still an extremely enviable network. After all, a super genius that even the three major figures of the Morning Star Academy valued so much meant that he was destined to have a bright future ahead of him. Who knows, he might even be able to lean on a big tree and enjoy its shade. After listing all these good things, Qi Wenhan felt that he was simply blessed with good fortune. In the end, all of this was brought to him by Lin Yi. He immediately felt that he was really smart. Fortunately, he had taken a liking to Lin Yi at the docks back then, which was why he had so many good things coming his way today. Otherwise, not to mention so many good things, just the previous robbery incident alone would have kept him in the dark from the beginning to the end. Who knows, he might even be a fool now being played around by that old fox Wei Xiaodong. Brother Ling, accompany the two ladies and chat for a while. I'll go arrange a banquet and treat you both to a good meal. Qi Wenhan said excitedly. After excusing himself to the two ladies, He personally led his men to arrange the banquet. Then let's go to my room for a while. Lin Yi smiled as he brought Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao to his room. After all, this was the best guest room in the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, and the decorations were quite elegant. There was a small living room in the room, just enough for the three of them to talk. As soon as they got back to the room, the two girls could no longer hold themselves back. One on the left and the other on the right, they flew into Lin Yi's arms. The three of them hugged each other, and there was no physiological impulse that would make one blush. Instead, there was a faint but lingering sense of warmth, as if they were reuniting with family. Chapter 4361. How have you two been recently? Lin Yi asked with a smile after the three of them hugged each other quietly for a long time. Yes, big sister Xinyan treats me better than a real sister. Master also loves me very much. No matter what happens, he dotes on us as if we were his own daughters. You saw it just now, Huang Xiaotao said with a blissful expression. She originally thought it would be very hard to be separated from Lin Yi, but both Wang Xinyan and the divine nun of the Eastern Sea made her feel like home. Even if she missed Lin Yi all the time, her days were not as difficult as she imagined. On the contrary, she was very happy these days. Since her parents died when she was a child, she was forced to stay with relatives. Everyone around her treated her like a commodity rather than a child. Even after they found out that she had a good aptitude for cultivation, she was just a rare commodity that could be hoarded. They never really cared about her. But now, not only did she have Lin Yi, she also had a gentle sister like Wang Xinyan, and a motherly master like the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. Huang Xiaotao was a very contented person. She already felt very happy to have so many people care for her. She would not ask for more. Lin Yi glanced at Wang Xinyan gratefully. He was secretly glad that all his women were so nice. Otherwise, it would be a headache if one of them got jealous easily. Wang Xinyan naturally knew what Lin Yi was thinking. She rolled her eyes at him flirtatiously, but then she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She had always been kind to others. Moreover, Huang Xiaotao got along so well with her. She would naturally treat Huang Xiaotao well from the bottom of her heart. Perhaps Wang Xinyan herself didn't realize that she was so understanding and magnanimous. Instead, it would make Lin Yi like her more, value her more, and love her more. Let's not talk about the two of us. How are you? You seem to be in trouble again? Wang Xinyan asked with concern. Although she did not know what Wei Xiaodong and the others were planning, this incident seemed to be a conspiracy no matter how she looked at it. If Lin Yi had not handled it properly just now, it might have been a disaster. Fortunately, the result was not bad. Not only did they not succeed, he even brought the other party into the picture. It is indeed a little troublesome, but it is not a big problem. I can handle it, Lin Yi said with a smile. It was rare for him to reunite with the two girls, and he didn't want to say anything that would dampen the mood at such a good time. Moreover, with his own strength he was indeed able to deal with it. Tell us. Are you going to tell us the good news and not the bad news in front of us? Then we'll do the same thing in the future. I won't tell you no matter what trouble I'm in. Xinyan pursed her lips. Yes, I learned it from you, Huang Xiaotao added. I say, you two have only known each other for a few days, and you're already on the same side? Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only surrender and said, well, there's nothing else anyway. I'll tell you about it. That's a good boy. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were finally satisfied. They hugged Lin Yi's arms and sat down, indicating for Lin Yi to speak quickly. This time they suddenly recommended me to the big three of the academy. It is certain that Wei Xiaodong and Qin Keqian are behind it. I believe you can see this, Lin Yi said. It is not strange that Qin Keqian is behind it. We have a grudge with him before, but Wei Xiaodong is the manager of the Hong Chamber of Commerce's branch, and he is Hong Zhong's old friend. There is no enmity between them, so why would he want to deal with you? Huang Xiaotao asked curiously. It can't be said that there is no enmity between them. At least from his point of view, I spoiled his plans, so he bears a grudge. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Spoiled his plans? What plans? Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were instantly even more curious. Xiaotao, do you remember when we were on a mission and were robbed by 4 pirates? I told you that there was something fishy about it? Actually, the fishy thing was that these pirates were hired by Wei Xiaodong himself. Lin Yi laughed coldly. He found someone to take back his own goods, and at the same time, he extorted a large sum of spirit jades from the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. It was a total of 300,000 spirit jades. Compensate according to the price. This person is actually so black-hearted? Huang Xiaotao couldn't help but be speechless. She was different from Wang Xinyan. Because she knew that Wei Xiaodong was Hong Zhong's old friend, she had a preconceived impression that Wei Xiaodong was a good person. That is the truth. If I hadn't caught those 4 pirates by chance, I wouldn't have believed that Wei Xiaodong was actually such a person. You still don't know that the goods that he took back were life-saving goods for the Fong family on Rock Island. This is a life-saving item for the hundreds of people in the Fong clan village on Rock Island. Otherwise, they would not have been able to escape this time. Linny sighed. What happened after that? After you caught the pirates and caught them red-handed, he couldn't deny it, could he? Wang Xinyan asked. Although we caught them red-handed, this old fox is cunning and stubborn. Even if we brought witnesses to confront him, he would insist that it was false. After all, he was the manager of a branch of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. We couldn't force him, so we couldn't do anything to him. Linny shook his head. So you're saying that the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was cheated of 300,000 spirit jades by him, but they could do nothing about it? Wang Xinyan asked in surprise. Everyone in the agency is helpless, but that is the truth. I can only say that people change. This time even Hong Zhong was wrong about him. Linny spread his hands and said, This Wei Xiaodong is really bad. He disregarded the lives of hundreds of people. Not only did he frame the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, but he also framed you this time. We can't let him go so easily. Even with Huang Xiaotao's gentle personality, she was filled with righteous indignation after hearing this. She turned to Wang Xinyan and said, Sister Xinyan, why don't we ask Master for help and punish him? She knew that Linny was going to stay in the Weiark territorial waters for a while. If she didn't get rid of this threat, Wei Xiaodong, as soon as possible, she wouldn't be at ease leaving. Moreover, the Morning Star Academy had a high status. If the godly nun of the Eastern Sea personally intervened, no matter how cunning Wei Xiaodong was, he wouldn't dare to argue in front of a mountain opening period giant. Wang Xinyan was a little hesitant. After staying in the Morning Star Academy for more than a year, she knew more than Huang Xiaotao. She shook her head slightly and said, Sister Xiaotao, although the academy has a high status, we can't ruin our relationship with a top chamber of commerce like the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, we'll be in a passive position in the future. After all, we don't have any relations. Even a mountain opening period giant like our master can't casually punish someone from the Hong Chamber of Commerce. This is a big taboo. Didn't you see that Dean Ling was very angry just now, but he still let Wei Xiaodong go? Chapter 4362. Huang Xiaotao was simple-minded, but the sects did not interfere with each other. This was the most basic rule of the pugilistic world. She said awkwardly, Then what should we do? Are we just going to let Wei Xiaodong continue to roam freely? That's too infuriating. Wang Xinyan was also in a difficult position. She was the same as Huang Xiaotao. Of course, she wanted to help Linny get rid of Wei Xiaodong before she left. But if she went to ask her master for help, it would put him in a difficult position. What should she do? You two are too stubborn. Who said that you have to ask your master to deal with Wei Xiaodong? Someone like Wei Xiaodong, is he worthy of a mountain opening stage powerhouse to deal with him personally? Linny said with a smile as he looked at the awkward expressions of the two girls. But with just the 3 of us, are we going to force our way in? If we don't have a good reputation, it won't be so easy to break into the Hong Merchant Association. Wei Xiaodong is a sly old fox. Who knows, he might bite back at us. Wang Xinyan said worriedly. She knew that even if it was a branch, the Hong Merchant Association would definitely have a guest expert overseeing it. They couldn't just barge in. If they didn't have a good reputation, once things got out of hand, they would be attacked by Wei Xiaodong instead. That's not necessarily true. The academy can't deal with Wei Xiaodong, but I can. Linny smiled mysteriously. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were stunned and looked at each other. Xiaotao, have you forgotten? I seem to have mentioned it to you before. I'm not an outsider in the Hong Merchant Association. I'm one of them. I'm their honorary vice president. Linny said with a smile. That's right. Huang Xiaotao suddenly remembered. Because this was just a title, it was usually not used. If Linny hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have remembered it. Honorary vice president? Wang Xinyan's eyes lit up. That's great. This position doesn't have any real power, but it's a good position. However, his status is there and his authority to speak is unquestionable. Coupled with the evidence in his hands, it is perfect to deal with a branch manager like Wei Xiaodong. That's right. Wei Xiaodong is a man who has committed heinous crimes. I can't let him continue doing as he pleases. Even from the perspective of an honorary vice president, I have to do my part for the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Linny made up his mind. If I want to deal with Wei Xiaodong, the first thing I'll have to do is take over the Arc branch from him. That's why I need the two of you to help me. How can I help? Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were raring to go. Neither of them liked to fight, but they couldn't wait to deal with Wei Xiaodong for Lin Yi. It's very simple. Come with me to deal with the guest expert there. If there is no accident, Wei Xiaodong himself is a nascent soul stage expert, and when the time comes he will certainly not let himself be captured. They will definitely incite the other foreign dignitaries to deal with us. In order to prevent things from getting out of hand, we must end the battle as soon as possible, Lin Yi analyzed. Huang Xiaotao nodded happily without another word. She was already used to doing whatever Lin Yi said. Let alone controlling the Arc Rose branch. Even if he burned it down, she would probably do it. She would probably do as he said. Okay, got it. Wang Xinyan thought for a while and nodded as well. She was more sensitive than Huang Xiaotao, so she naturally considered more things such as the feasibility of doing this and the consequences it would bring to Lin Yi. Of course, Lin Yi's matters were her matters. She would definitely not just stand by and watch. However, she had to think clearly before taking action. So far, Lin Yi's method should be the most direct and effective. Huang Xiaotao had already told her before that their combined attack could easily kill a nascent soul cultivator. As for Wang Xinyan herself, she was an early nascent soul cultivator and a direct disciple of the divine nun of the East Sea that she had raised with great care. Killing a nascent soul cultivator was nothing difficult for her. According to common sense, the guest experts assigned to each branch by the Hong Chamber of Commerce were all at the original infant stage, but the number would not be too many. Even in a large branch like the North Island, there would only be 4. In a small branch like the Sea of Crescent Arc, there would only be 2 at most. Therefore, if there were no accidents, the success rate of quickly ending the battle was very high. Other than that, the Morning Star Academy was like a tiger and a wolf. No matter when or where, it would never be forbidden for the disciples to fight. On the contrary, all the rules and regulations tended to encourage the disciples to compete, and this so-called competition, in other words, was to cause trouble. Under the encouragement of such an atmosphere, the disciples of the Morning Star Academy caused a lot of trouble outside. As long as they did not poke a hole in the heavens, as long as they were able to take responsibility, the Academy would never blame them. Compared to the other disciples who would get restless if they did not do anything every day, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were definitely obedient. Causing trouble occasionally was in line with the temperament of the Academy. Moreover, even if the two of them took action, they had the protection of the towering divine nun of the Eastern Sea, so there would not be any problems. From a certain perspective, as long as the two of them took action with Lin Yi, it would be equivalent to pulling Lin Yi under the protection of the divine nun of the Eastern Sea as well. Even if something happened, they would not have to worry about it. Lin Yi had always been a man of action. After the three of them made up their minds, they only got the guards outside to inform Qi Wenhan. They did not say what they were going to do, and they directly rushed to the Hong Merchant Association. By now it was already dark and there were not many customers. The Hong Merchant Association was just about to close for the day, but in the end, Lin Yi directly rushed in with the 2 girls. "Sir, our shop has already closed for the day. Please come back early tomorrow," the employee hurriedly stopped them. Come back early? Lin Yi could not help but laugh when he heard that. He glanced at the employee and said playfully, "Do you think it's time to line up to cause trouble? It's none of your business. Hurry up and call Wei Xiaodong out. You won't be able to handle this today." Cause trouble? The employee was taken aback. He had been in the Hong Merchant Association for so many years, but he had never seen anyone who dared to cause trouble. Even the most notorious Poison Eye mercenaries did not dare to do so. However, sensing the auras of experts from Lin Yi and the other 2, the employee immediately did not dare to say anything else. This was indeed not something he could handle. He ran into the inner hall in a hurry and called Wei Xiaodong out. Wei Xiaodong was originally drinking tea to calm himself down. What happened at the Equal Heaven Escort Agency had truly scared him silly. In particular, when Ling Yuanqing flew into a rage at the end, he, the manager of a branch of the Hong Merchant Association, had been so frightened that his legs had turned to jelly, and he had almost knelt down on the spot. Today he had truly taken a trip to the gates of hell. Chapter 4363. It's all that idiot Chen Qitian's fault. He's hopelessly stupid. Not only did he seek his own death, he almost dragged me down with him. I must have been blind to work with such an idiot. Wei Xiaodong was still feeling gloomy and afraid when he saw the shop assistant running in with a panicked face, claiming that someone was here to cause trouble. "What are you guys doing?" Wei Xiaodong hurriedly followed the shop assistant out. After seeing Lin Yi and the others, he was stunned. "What are we doing?" Lin Yi looked at him, crossed his arms and smiled. That depends on how you interpret it. We're here to investigate you, Shopkeeper Wei, for breaking the law. Of course, from your point of view, we're here to cause trouble. You're right, Shopkeeper Wei. They were really fucking wrecking the place. Wei Xiaodong's mouth twitched. He could ignore Lin Yi, but he did not dare to underestimate Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. These two were the direct disciples of the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. If he offended them, it was equivalent to offending the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. That was not a joke. Cheng Qiqian's tragic death was a living example. Therefore, even if the other party said that they were causing trouble, as long as the situation did not develop beyond control, Wei Xiaodong could only pretend that he did not hear it. Investigating me for violating the law? Wei Xiaodong pretended to be shocked. Did I hear wrongly? Although your Morning Star Academy has a high status, there's no reason for you to interfere with the Hong Merchant Association's business. I'm afraid this is against the rules, right? Do the seniors in the academy know what you're doing? Moreover, what have I done to violate the law? A series of rhetorical questions, coupled with Wei Xiaodong's shocked and innocent expression, could easily fool a normal person. However, Lin Yi and the others obviously did not care about him. You're right. The Morning Star Academy cannot interfere. They have no reason to interfere with you, but I can. As Lin Yi spoke, he suddenly took out a beautiful purple gold jade pendant. The words Hong Merchant Association could be vaguely seen in the center of the jade. The others did not understand, but Wei Xiaodong only took a look, and his expression changed. He was immediately stunned. This was an extremely rare purple gold jade. Even though it was just a small piece, it would fetch at least tens of thousands of spirit jades in an auction. Or even more. Wei Xiaodong had seen many good things, but the problem was that this purple gold jade pendant had a special meaning in the Hong Chamber of Commerce. In the Hong Consortium's Chamber of Commerce, as long as one was a high-ranking member of the vice president level, they would all have a jade pendant that could prove their identity. The president was Mo Jinyu. The vice president was Lan Jinyu, and this purple Jinyu represented the non-staff higher-ups who had made special contributions to the Hong Chamber of Commerce. In other words, he was the honorary vice president. Because these three types of golden jades were extremely rare, and the Hong Chamber of Commerce's unique array was specially set up inside, it was impossible for outsiders to imitate it. Therefore, as long as he took it out, no matter which branch he went to, it would be enough to prove his identity. However, the existence of the purple gold jade pendant in the Hong Clan Chamber of Commerce could only be clearly told to those who had reached the level of a branch manager. As for ordinary guest experts or ordinary workers and manservants, they might not be able to see it in their entire lives due to their low level. Most of them knew nothing about this. What exactly do you want? Wei Xiaodong's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He asked calmly as he quickly thought of a way to deal with it. He had acquaintances in the headquarters and knew that Hong Zhong had recently been promoted to vice president. At the same time, there was also an honorary vice president. However, he never expected that Lin Yi was actually this mysterious honorary vice president. Manager Wei seems to be someone who knows his stuff. You know what this purple gold jade pendant represents? Then I won't beat around the bush. As the honorary vice president of the Hong Clan Chamber of Commerce, I announce that I am taking over this branch. Everyone, including Wei Xiaodong, will be investigated by me. Lin Yi announced loudly. There was an uproar in the Hong Clan Chamber of Commerce. Everyone looked at each other. What was going on? Why did an honorary vice president suddenly appear and want to investigate the entire branch? Not only the staff. Even the two foreign chamberlains who were in charge of this place had shock in their eyes. They did not know about the purple gold jade pendant, but at least they knew that the honorary vice president was indeed someone who could take over the entire branch at a critical moment. Wei Xiaodong saw everyone's reaction and panicked. He knew that he had to react quickly. Otherwise, once everyone accepted this fact, he would never be able to turn the tables again. Men, arrest this fella who is pretending to be the honorary vice president. Wei Xiaodong made a prompt decision and shouted, this person is clearly called Ling Yi, a mere escort from the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. How could he be the honorary vice president of the Hong Clan Chamber of Commerce? The name on this jade pendant is clearly written as Lin Yi. This person is pretending to be a senior member of the headquarters. He must have ulterior motives. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Lin Yi suspiciously. What kind of person was the honorary vice president? Why would he be a lowly escort at the Equals Escort Agency? Wei Xiaodong was right, this person was an imposter. One of them was the shopkeeper of his own branch, an absolute superior. The other was a lowly escort from the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency, a nobody. To the people present, it was clear at a glance who they should trust. There was no need to hesitate at all. However, for the other ordinary staff, no matter who they believed, it would not affect the outcome. This was because they were weak and would never participate in battles. On the Heavenly Stage Island, no matter what happened, the only thing that could truly decide the outcome was strength. Only the person with the biggest fist would be able to laugh at the end. Wei Xiaodong was well aware of this. Hence, his words were not directed at the others, but at the two original infant stage guest experts. With that, the two guest experts believed him as expected. They immediately unleashed their qi and stood to the left and right of Lin Yi's group, eyeing them covetously. Together with Wei Xiaodong, who was also our original infant stage expert, they had already surrounded Lin Yi's group. Once they began fighting later, they would have the advantage just by standing there. Lin Yi, even if you really can deal with original infant stage experts, there are 3 original infant stage experts here including me. Do you really think you can do anything to me? Wei Xiaodong sneered and refused to give up. I'd advise you to be a little more sensible and back off. I can pretend that nothing happened today. That way, not only will you lose your life, but you'll also drag down the 2 great disciples of the Divine Nun of the Eastern Sea. Chapter 4364. At the end of the day, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao's identities were a threshold that he could not cross. Unless he had no other choice, Wei Xiaodong really did not want to risk his life. Otherwise, if he accidentally injured the 2 of them, he would not be able to endure the wrath of the founding Divine Nun of the East Sea. Lin Yi ignored Wei Xiaodong and looked at the 2 guest experts. He said indifferently, "You too, other people may not know what's good, but can you not resist my purple gold jade pendant? Even if you haven't seen it with your own eyes, you must have heard of it. Wei Xiaodong is completely heartless and evil. If you continue to help him, you'll be the accomplice of the evildoer. You'll be guilty of the same crime. I advise you not to make a mistake." When he received the purple gold jade pendant from Hong Zhong, Lin Yi had heard Hong Zhong mention that in the Hong Clan Merchant Association, those who were not high enough would not know what the jade pendant represented. However, the guest experts were an exception. They had to go to the headquarters on Middle Island for inspection and training every once in a while. If they were not so inexperienced, they might know the origin of the jade pendant. After all, they were all members of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. If there was no need, he didn't want to kill them all. However, the 2 guest experts turned a deaf ear to his words. There wasn't even a hint of hesitation on their faces. They just stared coldly at the 3 of them, as if they would attack without hesitation as long as Wei Xiaodong gave the order. "Ha, Ling Yi, don't waste your effort. You're just an escort from the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Who would believe you if you pretended to be the honorary vice president of the Hong Clan Merchant Association? Or do you always do things without using your brain?" Wei Xiaodong laughed mockingly. Of course, he knew that the purple gold jade pendant in Lin Yi's hand was real. Even the 2 guest experts already understood a little, but he was still fearless. The reason was simple. Although he had not completely controlled the entire branch in the years he had been in the Weyark territorial waters, he had at least bribed the 2 guest experts to become jackals of the same tribe. The guest experts did not have a subordinate relationship with the branch manager. However, their relationship was often very close. This phenomenon was common in the various branches of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. In the past few years, the 2 guest experts present had long become a community of interest with Wei Xiaodong. It could be said that they were in the same boat. After all, robbing someone halfway was risky. Those pirates were people who killed without batting an eyelid. Without an expert looking for them, it was very likely that they would be betrayed. Is that so? There was no other way. I originally only wanted to deal with Wei Xiaodong, but since the 2 of you insist on blocking the way, then don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Yi smiled indifferently. If you still dare to talk big. Facing 3 original infant stage cultivators, do you even have a 5% chance of winning? Don't try to deceive yourselves. Since you came looking for trouble, even if I were to kill you, the Morning Star Academy wouldn't be able to say anything. Wei Xiaodong coldly snorted as he threatened. However, before he could finish his sentence, suddenly Lin Yi's eyes flashed. He didn't care about anything else and directly attacked. Wei Xiaodong knew that Lin Yi and the other 2 did not come with good intentions, but from just now until now, he wasn't too worried. After all, no matter how he looked at it, the 3 original infant stage cultivators on his side had the absolute upper hand in terms of strength. In his opinion, as long as Lin Yi was not completely stupid, he should be able to retreat in the face of difficulties and not invite humiliation. But he never expected. Regarding the evaluation of each other's strength, Lin Yi's side did not see it this way. The strength of the 3 original infant stage cultivators was indeed not to be underestimated. However, with Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao, the two publicly recognized super geniuses of the Morningstar Academy, and the even more powerful Lin Yi in front of these three people, everything else was just fleeting clouds. It could only be said that no matter how cunning Wei Xiaodong was, he was still just a mortal. In front of super geniuses like Lin Yi who were already used to killing those who were a higher level than him, any method of using a mortal's thinking to guess the situation was extremely stupid. From the beginning to the end they were not on the same level at all. Frenzied 8 trigrams palm strike. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao attacked at the same time with great tacit understanding. 2 8 trigrams palms hit the guest expert on the left side at the same time. This person was a dignified original infant stage cultivator, but he made the same mistake as Wei Xiaodong. Not only did he misjudge the situation, but he even somewhat underestimated the enemy. So at this time he was so stunned that he did not even have the chance to react. After being hit by the 2 palms, his eyes turned white on the spot. Amidst the screams of the servants, he flew out like a kite with a broken string and directly flew out of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. There was no movement for a long time, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. At the same time on the other side Wang Xinyan also attacked. The martial arts she used were neither fist nor palm techniques, nor leg techniques or weapons. The only movement was to put her hands together. The other people did not notice anything strange, but the guest expert on her right suddenly changed in expression. He felt a series of sounds of different heights suddenly ring out from all directions. It was like a series of mountains that stretched for hundreds of kilometers. Not only did it disturb his mind, but even more terrifyingly, it seemed to be able to confuse the soul, causing the true qi in his meridians to stagnate. The guest expert immediately paled in fright. However, his first reaction was not to retreat, but to advance instead, charging straight at Wang Xinyan. Since this person was able to become a guest expert of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, he definitely had some skills. At the very least, his instinctive reaction at this moment was definitely worthy of praise. If he chose to turn around and escape at this moment, he would only expose more openings behind him, and he would only die faster. However, while the choice of advancing instead of retreating was not wrong, it was a pity that he had underestimated the strength of Wang Xinyan, the direct disciple of the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. Unlike Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao, Wang Xinyan was a true early-stage nascent soul expert. With her extraordinary talent and the careful guidance of the divine nun of the Eastern Sea over the past year, it could only be said that the current Wang Xinyan was not an existence that regular nascent soul experts could contend with. The guest expert was already very fast, but before he could reach Wang Xinyan, the sounds coming from all directions became louder and louder, affecting his soul more and more. He suddenly raised his head and immediately gasped. Behind Wang Xinyan, a shadow that looked like black fog had appeared out of nowhere. The shadow pressed down like a mountain, and one could tell with a single glance that it was not an existence of the mortal world. It faintly gave off a transcendent aura, as if it was above everything in the mortal world. Before it, a mighty nascent soul expert felt like a lower creature in front of a higher creature. His body began to tremble instinctively, and he did not dare to take another step forward. Chapter 4365. Wang Xinyan continued to put her palms together like a saintess. She did not move at all, but her lips moved slightly and she slowly said, "Seal of mountains and seas." Immediately, the mountain-like phantom behind her suddenly rolled over out of thin air. At this moment, the genuine qi in the body of the guest minister was stagnant. Not to mention resisting, he couldn't even dodge. He was directly crushed to the ground by the phantom, leaving a pool of bright red blood and mud and nothing else. Everyone was dead silent. They looked at Wang Xinyan as if they were looking at a monster. Although Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao had also instantly killed a guest expert, everyone could at least see how they did it. However, they did not see Wang Xinyan move at all. What kind of move was this? They only saw Wang Xinyan put her palms together, say 4 words softly, and the guest expert was directly turned into a pool of blood. Even a crafty person like Wei Xiaodong was frightened by such a shocking scene. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao working together to instantly kill a guest expert was already shocking enough. He did not think that Wang Xinyan would be even more terrifying. From start to end he could not even see how she did it. Thinking back to how the divine nun of the Eastern Sea had killed Qing Qitian with a single glance at the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, and now that they were in a different place, Wang Xinyan's casual words had directly killed a guest expert. Wei Xiaodong could not help but wonder, were these master and disciple even human? Impressive. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao were also shocked by this scene and sighed inwardly. Good, I didn't embarrass master. Wang Xinyan stuck out her tongue cutely. This seal of mountains and seas was the divine nun of the Eastern Sea's signature martial technique, as well as the main martial technique she had been cultivating for the past year. If she could not even deal with a mere nascent soul guest expert, then even the heavens would not tolerate it. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone looked at each other, and their gazes towards Lin Yi and the others were filled with respect. As for Wei Xiaodong, who had been brimming with confidence, this time, his mouth was agape, and he could not say anything for a long time. 3 original infant stage experts? Lin Yi smiled faintly and walked up to Wei Xiaodong as if there was no one else around. He patted Wei Xiaodong's shoulder and said, "Now you're the only one left. Shopkeeper Wei, tell me, how should I deal with you?" You guys. Faced with Lin Yi's mocking words, Lin Yi's eyes widened. Wei Xiaodong could only retreat. Even though he knew that the other party was only an expert in the intermediate stage of the Gold Core realm, he did not dare to make a move. After all, the strength that the 3 of them displayed in an instant was too terrifying. Taking advantage of the fact that the other party had let their guard down and they were so close to each other, if they could seize the opportunity to capture Ling Yi, that would be the best solution. However, Wei Xiaodong did not lose his cool in the end. After all, he was not a fool. After the scene just now, he had clearly realized that these 3 people could not be judged by common sense. It seemed like a good opportunity, but if he acted rashly, there was a 99% chance that he would fail. He would die a horrible death. What about us? Things have already come to this. Could it be that Shopkeeper Wei still intends to resist stubbornly to the end? I don't think Shopkeeper Wei is that stupid, right? Lin Yi laughed coldly. In just one move they had killed 2 foreign experts. Now the 3 of them had completely shocked everyone in the Celestial Arc branch. At the same time, they had also completely controlled the situation. If he wanted to kill Wei Xiaodong, he could do it now. However, Lin Yi did not intend to do that. What he wanted was to smoothly take over the Celestial Arc branch. If he killed Wei Xiaodong in front of everyone, it would certainly vent his anger, but it would be difficult to deal with the aftermath. Not only would the people in the Celestial Arc branch be anxious, but it would also be difficult to explain to the headquarters of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. No matter what, Wei Xiaodong was a shopkeeper with real power. If they wanted to deal with him, they could only let the Hong Chamber of Commerce handle it themselves. Although Lin Yi was the honorary vice president, he could not just kill him on his own accord. That would turn a good thing into a bad thing. Wei Xiaodong was a shrewd person. He instantly noticed Lin Yi's concerns. He knew that the other party would not dare to kill him just like that. His originally bowed back immediately straightened up. Wow. As disciples of the Morningstar Academy, you actually dare to commit crimes with swindlers and swindlers. You dare to come to our Hong Chamber of Commerce to kill people. I will report this to the dean of your academy. Wei Xiaodong instantly jumped up and shouted. He knew that Ling Yi would definitely not be scared away. However, if he could scare Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao away, it would be much easier today. After all, putting aside their strength, the identity of the 2 women was what he was most afraid of. Wei Xiaodong took it for granted that the 2 women were young and impetuous. After hearing Lin Yi's slanderous words, they came to stand up for him. It was just like how students were afraid of being found out by their teachers when they did bad things. As long as he mentioned the dean of the academy, the 2 women might not dare to be so unbridled. Unexpectedly, the 2 women giggled when they heard that. Wang Xinyan raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled. Then go. Wei Xiaodong instantly exploded in anger. The other party's fearless attitude clearly showed that they had him under their control. Truly, a tiger that fell to the plains would be bullied by dogs. He was a shopkeeper of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, but he was actually being controlled by a few young juniors. Us? Shopkeeper Wei, you don't have to worry about our matters. You should be more concerned about your own fate. Lin Yi sneered. He then took a specially made black gold chain from the shelf and tied Wei Xiaodong firmly without saying a word. This was the equipment used by the Law Enforcement Hall of the Sea region to enforce the family rules. Tying it on the body would greatly affect the circulation of qi. Even an original infant stage expert would not be able to break free. It was something that he had obtained from the previous auctions. Its value was not very high, but in a situation like this, it just happened to come in handy. In the process of being tied up, although Wei Xiaodong was flustered and exasperated, he did not dare to resist at all. He was afraid that if he was not careful, he would follow in the footsteps of the 2 foreign experts and be killed by Lin Yi and the other 2 daring fellows. At this time, the other workers and manservants were completely dumbfounded. They were all trembling with fear and did not know what to do. From a psychological point of view, they naturally trusted their immediate superior, Wei Xiaodong, and would not trust an outsider like Lin Yi. However, the problem was that strength determined everything. At this moment, there were only 3 original infant stage experts here. The 2 foreign experts had already been sent flying, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The remaining Wei Xiaodong was tied up. What could they do? Could it be that they would fight to the death with Lin Yi and the other 2? Don't look at how many people there were. If they really fought, even if they all attacked together, they would not even be enough to fill the gaps between the opponent's teeth. Chapter 4366. They couldn't beat him and they couldn't escape either. The only thing they could do was to continue standing there, trembling with fear, and wait for Lin Yi's group to make their next move. Everyone listen up, I am now the honorary vice president of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, temporarily taking over the Wei Arc branch. Lin Yi announced loudly. Lin Yi's gaze slowly swept across everyone's faces, and everyone who was swept by his gaze involuntarily lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. They didn't know if he was really the honorary vice president, but at least they knew that everything was up to him. Where is the vice president? Lin Yi suddenly asked. No one answered, but everyone's gaze had already given the answer, and all of them were looking at a middle-aged man at the side. Lin Yi followed everyone's gaze, and saw that this middle-aged man had a docile expression. Rather than saying that he was honest, it was better to say that he had the temperament of a typical punching bag. With one look, one could tell that this fellow was definitely not a strong person. The middle-aged man originally had his neck shrunk, but seeing everyone looking at him, especially Lin Yi's group, he instantly panicked and hurriedly walked out. I am Honest Chai, the vice president of this branch. I pay my respects to the vice president. The middle-aged man stuttered as he carefully paid his respects. Even though he was the vice president, he relied purely on his experience to climb up, and did not have any connections among the higher-ups in the headquarters. Naturally, he didn't know anything about the purple gold jade pendant, and his attitude towards Lin Yi's group was the same as that of the other workers. However, Honest Chai was a cowardly person, and Lin Yi's group was not to be trifled with. Even someone as powerful as Wei Xiaodong was bullied to the point of losing his temper, so he naturally didn't dare to contradict them in public. Since Lin Yi said that he was the honorary vice president, then he would treat it as such. And were you involved in Wei Xiaodong's matters? Lin Yi sized up this person. Many people looked honest at first glance, but in actuality they were just hiding their strength deeply. Since this person was the vice president under the old fox Wei Xiaodong, it was very possible that he couldn't be underestimated. Perhaps they were jackals of the same tribe. Reporting to vice president? I'm purely idle, I don't know anything. Honest Chai was so scared that he peed his pants and quickly shook his head in denial. Completely unemployed? Lin Yi frowned and couldn't help but ask doubtfully, since you're a dignified vice manager, how could you be unemployed? In any branch of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, the deputy manager was the second most powerful person. Although he did not manage the overall situation like the manager, he still had a lot of power. Wei Xiaodong in the Gaolan Sea. He was a living example. If he didn't have enough power, he wouldn't be able to cooperate with Qin Deli to fill his pockets. How could a person in such an important position be idle? How could he not know anything? It's true, every word I say is the truth. I won't dare to lie. If I do, may the heavens punish me. Honest Chai hurriedly swore. If he was seen as Wei Xiaodong's accomplice by Lin Yi, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. His death would be even more unjust than Do Yi's. You don't have to be anxious. Whether it's true or not, I'll find someone to ask. Lin Yi said indifferently, then signaled Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao to keep a close eye on the tied-up Wei Xiaodong. He then casually called for an assistant. Lin Yi brought the assistant into the guest hall, leaving Honest Chai and the rest to wait anxiously outside. Just now that deputy manager Chai said he was unemployed. Is that true? Lin Yi turned to look at the assistant and asked without batting an eyelid. It's true. The assistant was just a heaven-rank expert who hadn't even reached foundation establishment. In front of Lin Yi, he was no different from an ordinary person. Just a casual glance from Lin Yi caused his heart to palpitate. He's a deputy manager with real power. How is he unemployed? Why don't you tell me? Lin Yi asked suspiciously. It's true. This lowly one doesn't dare to lie. Deputy Manager Chai doesn't really do anything. Everything in our branch is managed by Manager Wei. Deputy Manager Chai rarely shows his face. The assistant was afraid that Lin Yi wouldn't believe him and was about to cry. Rarely shows his face? You're saying that this guy is usually lazy? Lin Yi continued to ask. No, it's not that. Manager Chai has never been lazy in the past. He has always been diligent. However, a few years ago, after Manager Wei was transferred here, he didn't really manage things. The assistant carefully replied. That means this honest Chai was pushed aside by Wei Xiaodong? Between them, did they have any open conflicts? Lin Yi thoughtfully pinched his chin. The assistant thought carefully and said, if we're talking about open conflicts, it was a few years ago. When Manager Wei was just transferred here, he forcefully took over all the businesses that Deputy Manager Chai was in charge of. At that time, Deputy Manager Chai tried to reason with him. At that time, Manager Wei didn't say anything, nor did he get angry. However, Deputy Manager Chai disappeared for a month. He said that he went to the headquarters in Middle Island. Other than that, there were no other conflicts. Basically, no matter what Manager Wei said, Deputy Manager Chai didn't participate, nor did he express his opinion. Disappeared for a month? Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little strange. Seeing that the assistant wanted to say something, he said, tell me everything you know. Don't force me to use the soul-searching technique. Yes. The assistant didn't know that Lin Yi didn't know any soul-searching technique and was just trying to scare him. He didn't dare to hide anything and quickly said, I heard that during that month, Deputy Manager Chai didn't actually go to the headquarters in Middle Island. Instead, he was injured by someone and had to rest for a whole month. Rest for a month? That means it was Wei Xiaodong's doing? The corner of Lin Yi's mouth curled up slightly. Deputy Manager Chai never mentioned it to anyone. We don't know either. But that's what everyone guessed. Otherwise they wouldn't be so afraid of Manager Wei. They didn't dare to do anything and just made him a mere figurehead. The assistant said carefully. Yes, I understand. You can go out and ask Honest Chai to come in. Lin Yi nodded. He had been paying attention to the assistant's expression from beginning to end. He didn't find anything strange. In other words, what this person said should be true. Moreover, the things he revealed matched with Honest Chai's temperament and behavior just now. It was impossible to fabricate anything on the spot, so it had enough credibility. Yes. Only then did the assistant let out a long breath. Chapter 4367. The shop assistant was drenched in sweat as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. It wasn't because he felt guilty, but because the invisible pressure from Lin Yi's body was too strong. As a shop assistant who didn't even have the strength of a foundation establishment stage, he couldn't withstand it. After a while, Honest Chai walked in quietly and stood in front of Lin Yi. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly as he lowered his head and whispered, Vice Chairman, what instructions do you have for me? I heard that your relationship with Wei Xiaodong isn't that good? Lin Yi glanced at him and smiled mysteriously. There was a small misunderstanding in the past. Honest Chai replied cautiously. He knew that Lin Yi must have heard this from the shop assistant just now. Moreover, it wasn't a bad thing to let the other party know about this. At least, he could clear himself of the suspicion of being in cahoots with Wei Xiaodong. However, Honest Chai didn't know what Lin Yi was planning to do with Wei Xiaodong. Thus, he didn't dare to be happy too early. Small misunderstanding? A vice shopkeeper was made a mere figurehead and even had to recuperate for a month. You call this a small misunderstanding? You're quite a magnanimous person. Lin Yi smiled and said, Let me ask you, do you have any evidence of Wei Xiaodong's crimes? He only asked this question after hearing the shop assistant's words. He originally wanted to find an honest person to help him manage the branch, but if he could use it to deal with Wei Xiaodong, then he would naturally be more than happy to do so. Evidence? Honest Chai was taken aback and his expression became hesitant. He didn't know what to do and said, do you have it or not? Cut the crap. Lin Yi directly cut him off. Wei Xiaodong's matter had to be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this dragged on for too long, there might be some unexpected changes. Wei Xiaodong wasn't a fool. While he was doing bad things, he also wanted to ensure his safety. He would definitely drag a lot of people down with him. Among them might be the higher-ups of the Hong Chamber of Commerce's headquarters or other influential figures. By the time these people reacted and interfered, the pressure that Lin Yi would face would be as great as a mountain. If things really developed to that point, unless he let go, he would become enemies with a large group of people because of an insignificant Wei Xiaodong. With Lin Yi's personality, it was impossible for him to lower his head to these people. But he didn't want any unexpected twists and turns. Because in his plan, someone else would take over this matter, and he wouldn't be the one to carry it out to the end. Even if it was for the sake of the person who would take over, he had to cut the Gordian knot and control the impact to the minimum. Being stared at by Lin Yi at such a close distance, Honest Chai, who was already trembling in fear, became even more fearful. His back was already soaked in cold sweat. Back then he had killed his way up from the mortal world. In the year after arriving at Heaven Stage Island, he had encountered all sorts of fortuitous encounters and his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Even Lin Yi himself didn't realize that his aura was so much stronger than it used to be. Furthermore, although he looked calm normally, deep down in his bones, Lin Yi was an extremely powerful person, and his aura was equally oppressive. If it wasn't for the fact that he always kept a low profile, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. If he didn't keep a low profile, normal people wouldn't be able to stand in front of him. Even Golden Core experts of the same level would feel as though they were standing next to an Overlord-level beast, trembling in fear as though they were walking on thin ice. Honest Chai had a deep understanding of this feeling. Although Wei Xiaodong had always been overbearing, he relied on all sorts of sinister methods to intimidate others. As for this Ling Yi in front of him, he only needed to stand there and look at you. He did not even need to do anything and you would not be able to endure it. I have. Honest Chai originally didn't want to reveal everything, but he really couldn't withstand Lin Yi's pressure. He could only grit his teeth and admit it. Otherwise, if he really didn't reveal it, he couldn't guarantee that this fiendish person in front of him wouldn't take care of him as well. Let me have a look. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. He was just trying to ask on a whim, but he didn't expect that he really had it. This was an unexpected surprise. Yes, please wait a moment. At this point, Honest Chai didn't have any more hesitation. Seeing Lin Yi nod his head, he immediately returned to his room to look for the evidence that he had secretly collected. No matter how honest or cowardly a person was, they would still have a temper. After being bullied by Wei Xiaodong for so many years, he was originally a vice shopkeeper of a branch, but now he was just a mere figurehead. He was even beaten up to recuperate for an entire month. If Honest Chai could really swallow this humiliation, he would probably be able to become an immortal. Thus, all these years, Honest Chai didn't participate in anything, turning a blind eye to everything. Wherever Wei Xiaodong went, he would hide. However, he had always been secretly collecting evidence, waiting for an opportunity. It was a pity that Wei Xiaodong had people protecting him in the Middle Island headquarters, and he had never met any of the higher-ups, not to mention having a powerful backer. Even if he had a pile of evidence in his hands, he didn't dare to make a move. There was no other reason. If you don't kill a snake, you will be harmed instead. He, Honest Chai, would not be able to withstand Wei Xiaodong's counterattack. Even though he felt wronged, it was better to live than to die. A moment later, Honest Chai returned with an account book in his hands. This is the evidence? Lin Yi glanced at Honest Chai and casually flipped through the account book. He was instantly baffled because the method of accounting was very unique, and could even be said to be messy. After all, different professions are worlds apart, and Lin Yi had never studied in this field before, so he couldn't see through it. Yes. Honest Chai carefully observed Lin Yi's expression. This evidence was the fruit of his many years of hard work, and it was a powerful weapon that could topple Wei Xiaodong. However, the prerequisite was that it must land in the hands of a powerful character. After all, the evidence was dead while the person was alive. If it was an ordinary person, even if they had this evidence, it would be useless. This was because Wei Xiaodong could make use of his backer in the Middle Island headquarters to make this evidence into a false one. It was also because of this that Honest Chai didn't dare to take out the evidence. He was afraid that Ling Wen's capabilities were not enough, and he was even more afraid that this so-called honorary vice president was not real, and was just a liar. However, worrying was one thing, and Honest Chai was ultimately not a daring person. In front of Lin Yi's prestige, he had no choice but to speak the truth. Lin Yi flipped through the account book and looked at it again and again. He turned to Honest Chai and said, "Tell me what is written in this account book. What is the evidence of Wei Xiaodong's crimes?" The customs of the Heaven Island followed the ancient customs, and the numbers used in this account book were not the Arabic numerals used in the secular world, but the most standardized methods of calculation. Chapter 4368. As an assassin, Lin Yi had studied many things before he started his career. Naturally, he was not an exception when it came to ancient Chinese numerals. The problem was, he could only recognize the meaning of these ancient numerals, but he was completely clueless about this unique method of accounting. Vice President, this account book was secretly recorded by me all these years. All of Wei Xiaodong's shady dealings of selling at a high price and reporting at a low price are recorded in it. Honest Chai explained carefully. Recording this account book was the only thing he had done all these years. He had spent a lot of effort and time on it. If not for the fact that Wei Xiaodong had turned him into a mere figurehead, he would not have had the time to investigate Wei Xiaodong's shady dealings. After all, no matter how tyrannical Wei Xiaodong was, these shady dealings could not be seen in the light. If he did not put in a lot of effort, others would not be able to detect it, let alone record down the detailed data. This was the result of Honest Chai's many years of hard work and investigation. Then why can't I see it? Linny could not help but be puzzled. From his point of view, the things recorded in the book were completely out of sync. There was no logical order to speak of. Was this really the evidence of Wei Xiaodong's crimes? This. Honest Chai hesitated for a moment before deciding to reveal everything. Vice President, you might not know this, but I used the number 18 dislocation method. That's why outsiders would not be able to see any clues. I was forced to do this. If I did not use this method and this account book fell into Wei Xiaodong's hands, then everything would be over. Number 18 dislocation method. Even though he was still confused, Linny had a feeling that it was amazing. Different professions were worlds apart. When he first heard this name, he would have thought it was an extremely powerful lost martial technique. That's right, the dislocation method is an extremely unique method of accounting. According to the order, there are a total of 36 different ways. This is a special accounting method created by the ancestors of the ancient merchant guild. Its purpose is to ensure secrecy and safety. If one does not know which method is used, even if this account book lands in someone else's hands, they would not be able to find any clues. Honest Chai explained in detail. I see. I didn't expect you to be such a bookkeeping expert. Linny couldn't help but raise his opinion of Honest Chai. Although this guy looked timid and afraid of trouble, at least he was good at keeping accounts. He was indeed very skilled. This dislocation bookkeeping method sounded like an extremely complicated and profound knowledge. If there were no accidents, even the shopkeepers of many chambers of commerce might not be able to completely understand it. Vice Guild Leader is flattering me, I was forced to do this. Honest Chai smiled bitterly. This was a matter of life and death, especially when the opponent was the cunning Wei Xiaodong, no matter how cautious he was. However, if that's the case, won't you be the only one who can understand this account book? Even if it's given to the other higher-ups in the headquarters, they might not be able to understand it, right? Linny was a little troubled. After all, this account book was to be taken out as evidence of a crime. If no one could understand it, then the credibility of this account book would decrease. Well, it will be difficult for all the higher-ups in the headquarters to understand it. However, as long as they were told that it was the number 18 dislocation bookkeeping method, many of them should be able to understand it, because many of them had worked their way up from branch shopkeepers. They are also experts in bookkeeping, Honest Chai deduced. That's good. Linny nodded. As long as the professionals could understand it, then there wouldn't be a problem. He immediately ordered, make a copy of this account book, I will write a letter to explain the matter, then send it out together. Send it out? To the headquarters in the Middle Island? Honest Chai's spirit was roused, but he was still a little worried. I heard that Wei Xiaodong has a backer in the headquarters of Central Island. Unless you personally take a trip with the evidence, I'm afraid that just a letter and this account book won't have any effect. You don't have to worry about this. I don't intend to send it directly to the Middle Island, but to the North Island branch. Vice Guild Leader Hong Zhong is there, and he's an old friend of mine. He won't skimp on this matter. Linny smiled. As the Vice Guild Leader, Hong Zhong was previously ostracized by the people in the Middle Island headquarters. This incident was a perfect opportunity. As long as he started an investigation with the evidence in the name of the Vice Guild Leader, no one could stop him from returning to the Middle Island. Especially Wei Xiaodong's backers. With Hong Zhong holding the handle in his hands, they wouldn't dare to openly oppose him, or else they would be in trouble. Vice Guild Leader Hong? That's great, I will go and make a copy of the account book now. Honest Chai was overjoyed. Different from the honorary Vice Guild Leader in front of him, Hong Zhong was the Vice Guild Leader with actual power. If he wanted to punish Wei Xiaodong, the branch shopkeeper, the honorary Vice Guild Leader would be suspected of exceeding his authority, but the Vice Guild Leader with actual power could make anyone unable to find fault with him. Moreover, Hong Zhong was the newly promoted Vice Guild Leader and had always been operating in the North Island branch. He didn't have any interactions with Wei Xiaodong, so there was naturally no need to worry that he would shield Wei Xiaodong. After a while, Honest Chai passed the copy of the account book to Lin Yi, and Lin Yi had already written a letter to Hong Zhong. He immediately used the Hong Chamber of Commerce's internal channels to send it to the North Island branch as fast as possible. After doing all this, what Lin Yi had to do next was very simple. While taking over the Y-Arc branch, he had to keep a close eye on Wei Xiaodong. The rest was to wait patiently for Hong Zhong's response. However, although these things looked simple, they weren't easy to do. To Lin Yi, keeping a close eye on Wei Xiaodong wasn't difficult. The difficult part was how he was going to take over the huge Y-Arc branch by himself. This was very different from when he was managing the Tiandan Pavilion on Middle Island. The Tiandan Pavilion was his newly opened elixir shop, and he had Tian Chan and Sydney to help him out. There weren't many miscellaneous things to do. All he had to do was refine elixirs and sell them, then someone would collect the money and keep the accounts. However, this Y-Arc branch, even if it wasn't one of the largest branches among the Hong Chamber of Commerce and was obviously inferior to the North Island branch, was still many times larger than Lin Yi's own Tiandan Pavilion. There were more than 100 people in charge of various affairs in the branch. Without sufficient experience, it would be impossible to manage it all. After all, Lin Yi wasn't an industry insider. Not only did he not have any management experience in this area, but he was also a layman when it came to business strategies and the like. There were many things he didn't understand at all. If he were to take over the Y-Arc branch, it was very likely that the entire branch would be paralyzed and unable to operate. Chapter 4369. However, if Lin Yi didn't personally take over, then Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao wouldn't be able to either. They were also amateurs, and they needed to return to the Morning Star Academy as soon as possible. They couldn't stay outside for long. Honest Chai, how about you help me take care of the Verdant Arc branch for the next period of time? Lin Yi suddenly suggested. Rather than forcing himself to do it, it would be better to leave it to a professional. Disregarding everything else, he had already witnessed this guy's bookkeeping ability. Moreover, he was a vice shopkeeper and he had even testified against Wei Xiaodong. Asking him to help was a logical thing. Really? Honest Chai was elated upon hearing this and quickly replied, "Thank you for your trust, Vice Chairman. I will definitely do my best to pacify the branch and guarantee that nothing will go wrong." Then I'll leave it to you." Lin Yi smiled faintly. "Yes." Honest Chai nodded his head. It was no wonder that he was so excited. No matter what, Lin Yi was an outsider, and from the looks of it he was an outsider. Helping him take care of the branch was equivalent to being a temporary shopkeeper. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Honest Chai had been the vice shopkeeper of the Verdant Arc branch for many years, and he had always been conscientious. He had never made any mistakes, but he was still far from becoming a shopkeeper. The reason was simple: in order to become a shopkeeper of a branch, one had to have outstanding achievements, and the other had to have a strong backing in the headquarters of Central Island. Both were indispensable, and Wei Xiaodong was a classic example. On the other hand, Honest Chai did not have either of these qualities. However, the opportunity had finally arrived. Everyone knew that once one became a substitute shopkeeper, it meant that he wouldn't be far from becoming a real shopkeeper. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to prove Wei Xiaodong and help Lin Yi manage the Pedicle Arc branch. This in itself would be a great achievement. If he could take this opportunity to gain the appreciation of Lin Yi and Hong Zhong, then he would have a backer. The two conditions that were originally out of his reach would be fulfilled in an instant. Would the position of the branch manager be far away? Honest Chai was not an idiot. After thinking through everything, he quickly got into the right state of mind. He immediately went out in high spirits to help calm the crowd, leaving Lin Yi alone in the hall. This fellow was just being a yes man. How did he suddenly change into a different person? Let's hope this guy can get up. Lin Yi scratched his head as he muttered to himself before walking out. If this Honest Chai was useless, then it would be troublesome to take over the Wei Arc branch in the future. How was it? Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao asked when they saw Lin Yi. Everything went smoothly. Now let's see if this fella can take charge. Lin Yi pointed at Honest Chai. Haha, this type of yes-man coward, if he can take charge, then the sun will rise from the west. Wei Xiaodong, who was tied to the side, laughed coldly. At this moment, Honest Chai was preparing to say something to the crowd, but after being ridiculed by Wei Xiaodong, he immediately lost his momentum and became timid like before. He was, after all, a cowardly and honest person. After being bullied by Wei Xiaodong for so many years, a shadow had been left in his heart. Even when he gave Lin Yi the evidence, he was forced to do so. It was hard for him to go against Wei Xiaodong like this. In these few years, although Wei Xiaodong had yet to gain full control of the Wei Arc branch, he was already close to it. Not only Honest Chai, who was a mere figurehead, the others did not dare to go against him. Just like now, with just a casual sentence from him, everyone's expressions changed subtly. No matter which direction the sun rises from, you won't be able to see it. Wei Xiaodong was still feeling smug when Lin Yi walked over and slapped him until he fainted. Lin Yi curled his lips and said, "You already have one foot in the coffin. Why are you still spouting so much nonsense?" Looking at Wei Xiaodong's crooked neck and foaming at the mouth, everyone's expression changed again. They subconsciously shrunk their necks. This man was too cruel. Wei Xiaodong was lucky not to have been slapped to death by him. From today onwards, all matters in the Wei Arc branch will be handled by Honest Chai. If anyone wants to cause trouble, then I don't mind stretching my arms and legs. Is everyone clear? Linny said to the crowd. With the previous example in front of them, how could anyone dare to say no? They immediately nodded their heads. In the eyes of these ordinary workers, regardless of whether it was Wei Xiaodong or Lin Yi, they were all high-up immortals, while they were mere mortals. A fight between immortals was a matter of immortals, and mortals like them only needed to obediently follow the orders of the victors. All right, I'll leave the rest to you. Linny gave Honest Chai a look. He could only help up to this point. The only thing he could do was to intimidate the crowd so that they wouldn't dare to have any disloyal thoughts. As for the rest, it would depend on Honest Chai's own ability. Honest Chai nodded his head gratefully and turned to the crowd, arranging their tasks for the next day. Lin Yi was initially worried that Honest Chai only had the ability to keep accounts, and would not be able to convince the crowd. After all, Honest Chai was too cowardly, and he did not have the aura of a leader. It was possible that the crowd would not listen to him, and he might even be a hopeless fool. However, Lin Yi soon found out that he was wrong. Honest Chai did not have the aura to intimidate the crowd, but he had a different style when handling matters. He was methodical and logical, and no matter who he arranged tasks for, no one would be able to find fault with it. Furthermore, he could make others feel that they were being put in an important position, and they would be willing to follow him. Over 100 people were arranged one by one, and not a single one of them frowned. Every single one of them happily accepted the task. Not only did Lin Yi have a whole new level of respect for Honest Chai, this was an extremely brilliant management style that others could not learn. After Honest Chai arranged everyone's tasks and everyone dispersed to rest, Lin Yi could not help but say in bewilderment, "I was originally worried that you would not be able to control the situation, but who would have thought that you would be so good at managing people? It is a great loss for the Hong Merchant Association that a person of your standard is not able to become a branch manager." Vice President is overpraising me. Actually, it's nothing much. I've been the vice manager of this branch for more than 10 years, and I've personally done many of these things. Thus, I know who's most suitable for what job. In the past, I would often assign tasks to everyone, but ever since Wei Xiaodong appeared out of nowhere, I've stopped doing so. Honest Chai smiled bitterly. Chapter 4370. Don't be fooled by his weak personality, his professional skills were actually quite high. Otherwise, with his pitiful connections, he wouldn't have been able to become the vice manager of the Wei Arc branch. Make the best use of your talents. Looks like I have to recommend someone to Hong Zhong. It's a pity that a talent like you is only a vice manager. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. Now that Hong Zhong was in the position of the vice president, the biggest problem was that, in addition to being ostracized by others in the headquarters of Middle Island, he lacked outstanding talents. As a dignified vice president, he had to at least control a few branches. Otherwise, no one would listen to him and he would become a commander without an army. As for this Honest Chai, even though he didn't have much contact with him, Lin Yi could at least confirm that with his abilities, he was more than qualified to be a branch manager. If he could get close to Hong Zhong in the future, he wouldn't be mistreated, and at the same time he would be able to support Hong Zhong, killing two birds with one stone. Thank you, Vice Manager, for your recognition. Honest Chai was overjoyed. He had been waiting for this sentence. He had a faint premonition that this honorary vice president would be a benefactor in his life. Whether or not he would be able to become the manager of the branch depended entirely on this person. Do a good job, I won't mistreat you. Go. Lin Yi nodded. Yes, I won't disappoint you. Honest Chai immediately left with 100 times more energy. He wasn't planning on sleeping tonight. In order to repay Lin Yi's kindness, his top priority right now was to find evidence of the crimes recorded in the account book, other than managing the branch. Only then would he be able to pin Wei Xiaodong down with one move, and make sure that he'd never be able to make a comeback. Kindness and authority. Buying people's hearts, when did you learn this? Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao walked over and laughed as they looked at Honest Chai's back. Hee, I didn't learn it, but I've experienced this many times, so I naturally learned it. Lin Yi smiled. The more things he'd been through, the more experienced he'd become when it came to handling things. Even though he wasn't that old, he had experienced all sorts of twists and turns. His experience wasn't something his peers could compare to. So he's self-taught? How thick-skinned? Wang Xinyan said with a smile. She exchanged a glance with Huang Xiaotao before asking, "What do you plan to do next, then?" "I've already written a letter to Hong Zhong and asked him to deal with this matter. What we need to do next is to stay in the branch and wait for news from him." Lin Yi said with a relaxed expression. He had already done what he could. How would he deal with the results afterwards? It all depended on Hong Zhong's actions. Alright then. Since that's the case, the two of us can go back, Wang Xinyan said. Earlier, they had agreed to return after dinner with the divine nun of the East Sea. Now that there was nothing else to do, it was inconvenient for the two of them to spend the night outside. Alright. I'll send you off. Lin Yi nodded. There's no need. You should look after this guy in case he wakes up and causes trouble. Wang Xinyan pointed at Wei Xiaodong, who had fainted after being slapped by Lin Yi. Lin Yi thought about it and slapped the unconscious Wei Xiaodong once more. He then dragged the guest that was sent flying out like a dead dog and tied him up. He then called Honest Chai over and had him watch over them personally. There's no problem now. Compared to sending the two of you back, I'll send you two back first. Compared to sending you back, everything else is just a passing cloud. Alright. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They felt a warmth in their hearts and enjoyed it. The three of them chatted and laughed. Lin Yi sent the two girls all the way to the inn where the Morning Star Academy students were staying. He watched them go up the stairs before returning to the Hong Merchants Association. On the second day, the news of the internal strife in the Hong Merchants Association spread like wildfire. It quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys of Weiqian City. After all, this was one of the largest merchants' associations in Weiqian City. Its reputation was not inferior to that of those influential figures. The news of Wei Xiaodong being controlled and the Hong Merchants Association changing hands quickly reached Qin Deli's ears. He immediately turned pale with fright. After being snubbed at the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency last night, he thought that the matter had come to an end. Who would have thought that Qing Shutian's death was just a small prologue? The best part was yet to come. The Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's Ling Yi and the two personal disciples of the Divine Nun of the Eastern Sea. They broke into the Hong Merchants Association overnight and suppressed Wei Xiaodong and the two guest experts. From then on, the Hong Merchants Association changed hands. Now, everyone in Weiqian City was talking about this matter vividly. The entire Weiqian City had almost become a storyteller's paradise. Qin Deli instantly panicked. He did not care about what happened to the Hong Merchants Association. Even if the entire Weiqian branch was burned down, it had nothing to do with him. However, Wei Xiaodong being controlled by someone else was fatal. It was not that he cared about this so-called cousin who was separated from him by God knows how many layers of relatives he had. The key was that Wei Xiaodong and Qin Deli were on the same boat. Wei Xiaodong and Qin Deli were on the same boat. Wei Xiaodong knew almost everything about him. If Wei Xiaodong could not withstand the interrogation and spilled the beans, not only would Wei Xiaodong be finished, even Qin Deli would be buried with him. No, he had to quickly think of a way to get Wei Xiaodong out. Qin Deli did not have time to think carefully. He hurriedly requested to see the three giants. He had to turn the situation around before the situation worsened. At this time, the three mountain opening stage giants of the Morning Star Academy were gathered together, preparing to attend the selection today. Seeing Qin Deli enter, their gazes all fell on him. What do you want again? Ling Yuanqing said with a slight frown. Although he did not lose his temper on the spot, what happened last night had made him rather angry. Now, he naturally did not have a good attitude towards Qin Deli. The gazes of the three giants fell on him. Qin Deli only felt his body sink and he almost knelt down. Clearly, it was not only Ling Yuanqing who had an opinion about what happened last night. The Divine Nun of the Eastern Sea and Wei Hebei also did not like him. Disciple greets the three deans. Although Qin Deli was somewhat afraid, he had already been forced to this extent. If he did not quickly think of a way to turn the situation around, he might die a horrible death. He could only bite the bullet and continue. Disciple has just heard of something. The outside world is in an uproar. They say that the disciples of our Morning Star Academy helped the wicked and attacked the Hong Merchants Association with outsiders last night. Now they have even taken control of the branch manager, Wei Xiaodong. This matter has a great impact and is detrimental to our academy's reputation. I hope the three deans can investigate this. There's actually such a thing? The three giants were slightly stunned. With their lofty status, ordinary people did not even have the opportunity to speak with them. Unless someone specially reported it, these rumors would not have reached their ears so quickly. Chapter 4371. It's absolutely true, this disciple doesn't dare to lie at all. Qin Deli hurriedly said. The three leaders looked at each other. The relationship between the Morning Star Academy and the Hong Chamber of Commerce had always been good. Now that the crepe branch had suddenly met with such a change, and it was related to a disciple of the academy, it was only right for them to ask about it. Who is it? Ling Yuanqing's face darkened as he asked. Although the Morning Star Academy encouraged their disciples to compete and never forbade them from causing trouble, but if the other party was the Hong Merchant Guild that they had a good relationship with, then it would be a little unreasonable. Yes. Qin Deli pretended to hesitate and stole a glance at the divine nun of the East Sea's expression. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and say it. Ling Yuanqing frowned. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. Qin Deli said through gritted teeth. With that, Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei could not help but look at the divine nun of the East Sea. They immediately fell silent. Since it was a matter between Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao, they obviously had to let the divine nun of the East Sea decide herself. This was the most basic form of respect. The divine nun of the East Sea was taken aback. She recalled that Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao had indeed returned rather late last night, but they were not angry at all. She immediately said, I'll only know what happened after I hear it from Yan and Xiaotao themselves. A moment later, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao appeared in front of the crowd and greeted the three heavyweights one by one. They smiled after hearing Qin Deli's speech. Master, martial uncles, the two of us did indeed go to the Hong Merchant Guild with Ling Yi last night, and we did capture Wei Xiaodong. The two women looked at each other and replied unhurriedly. Is there really such a thing? Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei raised their eyebrows. From what they remembered, the two of them were obedient girls who never caused trouble. Why would they suddenly do something like this? The divine nun of the Eastern Sea was also a little surprised. Qin Deli, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but feel pleased with himself. It seemed that he had made the right decision to come here. As long as the divine nun of the Eastern Sea didn't protect Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao, then she wouldn't help an outsider like Ling Yi. However, what the divine nun of the East Sea said next was, it almost made Qin Deli spit out a mouthful of blood. Both of you are not hurt, right? Why didn't you tell your master about this kind of thing? What if something happened to you? What should we do then? The divine nun of the Eastern Sea pulled the two women over and asked in concern. Qin Deli was dumbfounded on the spot. He had not had much contact with the divine nun of the Eastern Sea in the past. How could he know that this so-called monk was actually a person who would protect her children to the core? No. Wei Xiaodong and the other two were guest practitioners. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for you if they could get hurt like that? Xinyan smiled and Huang Xiaotao nodded in agreement. That's good. You can go out and train. However, you have to be careful. If it really doesn't work out, ask me to stand up for you. Don't force yourself, all right? The divine nun of the Eastern Sea warned. We know. We won't make you worry, master. The two girls hugged the divine nun of the East Sea's arms and smiled. Qin Deli's face turned green when he saw this scene. He could only turn to Ling Yuanqing for help. He hoped that the dean could stand out and uphold justice. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to salvage the situation today, he would probably get off lightly with a scolding. My two nieces, why did you go to the Hong Merchant Guild last night? Can you tell us? Ling Yuanqing was the dean after all. Even if he had no intentions of punishing the two girls, he had to understand the situation at the very least, just in case something happened in the future and they were forced into a passive position. The divine nun of the Eastern Sea glanced at him and nodded at Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. She nodded at Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. Although she was their master and wouldn't let them suffer any losses, she still had to explain the specifics of the matter to everyone. Reporting to Martial Uncle, the two of us went to the Hong Chamber of Commerce last night to get rid of Wei Xiaodong, the cunning, treacherous and evil doer. He had once set up a trap to harm the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Not only did he collude with pirates to rob his own goods, but he also brought them back to Hong Dali. Not only did he collude with pirates to steal his goods, he even forced the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency to pay 300,000 spiritual jade. Wang Xinyan explained. Something like that actually happened? The three mountain opening powerhouses could not help but be rather shocked. They all had some understanding of Wei Xiaodong, but they did not know he was actually so cunning and shameless. As the manager of a branch of the Hong Merchant Guild, he actually colluded with pirates to steal his own goods and blackmail the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Something like that was truly unheard of. Deans, there's a misunderstanding here. Qin Deli hurriedly explained. Back then, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency did indeed use this excuse to spread the news. They even brought people to the Hong Merchant Guild, but the truth proved that they did not have any credible evidence. They don't have any credible evidence. All of this is just something they fabricated out of thin air to cover up the fact that they didn't do a good job in protecting the escorts and restore the agency's image. Are you saying that we distorted the truth and deliberately framed Wei Xiaodong? Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao sneered at Qin Deli. Qin Deli, you've got some guts to speak ill of my disciple right in front of this old lady, eh? The divine nun of the East Sea's gaze was also hostile. She had never liked Qin Deli, yet this guy actually dared to say that Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao framed Wei Xiaodong. Was he not looking to die? A mountainous pressure immediately descended on Qin Deli's head. With a plop, Qin Deli was forced to kneel on the spot. He immediately became extremely terrified, and his eyes almost began to bleed. The same situation had already happened at the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency last night, except that the one who died back then was Cheng Ketian. Now it was his turn. Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei looked at one another, but they ignored this. In their eyes, although Qin Deli was also a purchasing officer, he was just a nobody, and he had no self-awareness at all. They had yet to settle the score with him for lying about the military yesterday, yet he had come to provoke the divine nun of the East Sea on his own today. What did he take the mountain-opening powerhouses for? Even if an ant like him died, he would die for nothing. They would not even glance at him. Qin Deli could not help but piss his pants in fright. If he were given a chance to start over, he would never dare to come in and snitch on them even if he fled to the ends of the world. At that moment he was tempted to slap himself in the face. He had really been kicked in the head by a donkey. He actually thought that the three powerhouses would believe him. Now he had failed to turn the situation around and he had lost his life instead. He really could not cry even if he wanted to. Qin Deli completely believed that he was about to follow in Cheng Ketian's footsteps. He had already lost all hope, but after a while he discovered that the pressure above his head did not grow any heavier. His body only spat out blood in a horrible shape. It had not reached the point where he would die on the spot. Chapter 4372. The divine nun of the Eastern Sea was not a murderous demon after all. She had only killed Cheng Ketian last night because he had insulted her and threatened Huang Xiaotao. As her disciple, she naturally had to stand up for her disciple. However, today's matter had not reached the point where she needed to kill. Spare me, headmaster of the Eastern Sea. I didn't say anything bad about the two ladies. I just felt that they might have been deceived, used. Qin Deli was quick-witted and hurriedly seized the last chance to explain. Hearing this, the killing intent on the divine nun of the Eastern Sea dissipated. In her heart, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were not unreasonable people, but it was not impossible to say that they had been deceived and used. You're slandering me? Huang Xiaotao immediately panicked. This guy purposely said that the two of them had been used. He clearly wanted to turn the spearhead to Lin Yi. He really did not give up. That's right. You purposely tried to drive a wedge between us and Sister Xiaotao Sr. What are your intentions? Wang Xinyan questioned coldly. No, it's not that. Please calm down. The world is dangerous. You may know a person's face but not his heart. That Ling Yi clearly knew that you were the direct disciples of Headmaster of the Eastern Sea Academy, but he still purposely brought you to the Hong Merchant Group. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that he was using the two of you. Qin Deli said earnestly. Using the tiger's skin as a flag, he clearly wanted to use the two of you to tie the Morning Star Academy to the Hong Merchant Group. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the three leaders changed slightly. From an outsider's point of view, this matter could indeed be interpreted in such a way. It was impossible for a single person to go against the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Ling Yi might really have such an intention by dragging Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao along. Qin Deli was very observant and knew that his words had an effect. He hurriedly struck while the iron was hot and continued, no matter who was right or wrong in the matter between the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and the Hong Merchant Group, our Morning Star Academy has no need or reason to interfere. Furthermore, that Ling Yi used the excuse of investigating Wei Xiaodong. I would like to ask, where did a small escort like him get the right to do so? In the end, he was just avenging a personal grudge, yet he still used flowery words to deceive and use the two ladies. Such despicable people deserve to die. The three leaders nodded slightly. What Wei Xiaodong said made sense. Even if there was something wrong with Wei Xiaodong, it was up to the Hong Chamber of Commerce to deal with it. It was not up to an unrelated escort to come knocking on their door in the middle of the night to capture him. Humph, who said that Ling Yi isn't qualified? Wang Xinyan glared at Qin Deli and said coldly, he is the honorary vice president of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Wei Xiaodong offended the higher-ups of his family. Shouldn't he clean up the family? Honorary vice guild leader? The three big shots all had a look of surprise on their faces. The honorary vice president of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, no matter where he went, he could not be considered a small figure. That Ling Yi looked ordinary and didn't reveal anything. They didn't expect him to have such an identity. That's just what he calls himself. If he's really the honorary vice president, how could he be a lowly escort in the Equal of Heaven escort agency? Qin Deli hurriedly questioned. Several months ago my senior brother and I were on the northern island. We even had a meal and chatted with the new vice president of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, Hong Zhong. Vice President Hong confirmed this to me in person. Are you trying to say that even I'm lying? Huang Xiaotao said coldly. This. Qin Deli immediately choked. He obviously wanted to say that, but when he sneaked a glance at the divine nun of the East Sea's expression, he could only force it back down. Doubting an outsider like Ling Yi was fine, but if he doubted Huang Xiaotao as well, then he would really be looking to die. Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei looked at the divine nun of the East Sea at the same time. Up to this point there was no point in arguing any further. They could only wait for the divine nun of the East Sea to make the decision herself. I believe my disciple won't lie, the divine nun of the East Sea said indifferently. Believing Huang Xiaotao was obviously equivalent to believing Ling Yi. No one was surprised by this. She had always been a protective person. Between an outsider like Qin Deli and her own direct disciple, it was obvious who to choose. There was no suspense at all. Thank you, Master. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao hugged the divine nun of the East Sea happily, one on the left and one on the right. Qin Deli's face was ashen. He was so gloomy that he almost coughed up blood again. He said rather reluctantly, but, is there something else? The divine nun of the East Sea did not give him the opportunity to speak at all. She directly interrupted him. Why are you so nosy? Are you nosy, mother? You're the one complaining every time, and now you're even trying to accuse my disciple of lying. Do you not want to be a purchasing manager anymore? Or do you not want to stay in the academy anymore? No. I'm fine now. I'll be taking my leave. Qin Deli scrambled out of fright, hurriedly fleeing for his life from the room. The divine nun of the East Sea was a major figure in the mountain establishment realm. She was definitely in existence who meant what she said. If he really angered her, not only would he lose his job, but he would even lose his life. Serves him right. Looking at Qin Deli's sorry figure, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other and smiled. This crafty person was quite good at quibbling. It was a pity that in front of their master-disciple relationship with the divine nun of the East Sea, he was simply asking for humiliation. He deserved it. The Morning Star Academy held the selection ceremony as scheduled, and the focus of the entire Weiwan city shifted to the selection ceremony. The discussions about the Hong Chamber of Commerce in the streets became much quieter, and with less attention from the outside world, there were naturally fewer disturbances. The entire Hong merchant group also gradually returned to normal under Honest Chai's management. Everyone was no longer in fear and trepidation, and they gradually began to accept reality. The era of Wei Xiaodong had already passed, and the Velvet City branch was about to welcome a new beginning. In these few days, aside from having people keep a close eye on Wei Xiaodong, Lin Yi did not idle around. Right now was the crucial period of investigating Wei Xiaodong. Apart from Honest Chai's account book, how much more decisive evidence could be found would depend on the harvest during this period of time. Under Honest Chai's hard work, the harvest in these few days was not small. Seeing Wei Xiaodong's shameless and flawless business being dug out by Honest Chai, Lin Yi was overjoyed, but at the same time he could not help but sigh in admiration. Honest Chai was truly a talent. At least when it came to business management, auditing, and bookkeeping, this fellow could be said to be a true expert. In comparison, Wei Xiaodong's entry-level bookkeeping methods were simply child's play in front of him. Very quickly, Honest Chai found the whereabouts of the 300,000 spiritual jades that the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency had compensated. Lin Yi immediately sent someone to inform Qi Wenhan. Chapter 4373. Greetings, Brother Ling. No, President Ling. After not seeing each other for a few days, Qi Wenhan's attitude towards Lin Yi was much more respectful than before. He no longer dared to be as casual and natural as before. This was not surprising. If Lin Yi was just a genius, then he could still call him a brother. But it was different now. News of the incident at the Hong Merchant Guild had spread everywhere, and Qi Wenhan naturally knew about it. He had never thought that Lin Yi would be the honorary vice president of the Hong Merchant Guild. The Hong Chamber of Commerce was one of the top chambers of commerce on the entire Heavenly Tier Island. Any one of its honorary vice presidents was an incredible figure. Although Qi Wenhan was the young master of the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency, he still knew his own limits. The Hong Chamber of Commerce wasn't someone he could afford to associate with. Therefore, even though he knew what had happened to the Hong Merchant Guild, Qi Wenhan did not dare to come looking for Lin Yi. Not only that, he was afraid that if he came looking for Lin Yi, he would be misunderstood by Lin Yi as asking for the 300,000 spirit jades. If that happened, he would not be able to explain himself. But now that Lin Yi had taken the initiative to look for him, it was naturally a different matter. President Ling? Lin Yi could not help but be taken aback. He immediately punched Qi Wenhan and laughed. Brother Qi, why are you treating me like an outsider? Are you not going to recognize me as a friend? No, how could that be? As long as Brother Ling recognizes me, I, Qi Wenhan, will be your friend for life. Qi Wenhan could not help but laugh. Their statuses were too different. He had thought that Lin Yi was just pretending to be polite. Now that their statuses were out in the open, there was naturally no need to pretend anymore. However, Lin Yi's attitude made him breathe a sigh of relief. Their statuses were different, but at least their relationship had not changed. They could still continue to be friends. That's good. I don't have many friends to begin with, and there are even fewer who are as congenial as you, Brother Qi. If you don't recognize me, I will regret it for a while. Lin Yi patted Qi Wenhan's shoulder and laughed heartily. If I miss a friend like Brother Ling, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Qi Wenhan also laughed heartily, and the strange barrier between them immediately disappeared. So, there's no need for such formalities between us. Since we're friends, why are you treating me like an outsider? Lin Yi smiled and said, this time, I called you over for no other reason than to retrieve the 300,000 spirit jades that you gave to Wei Xiaodong previously. Now, we are returning them to their rightful owner. I've already asked Vice Shopkeeper Chai to prepare everything. You just need to hand it over to him. Really? Qi Wenhan was overjoyed. Although the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was a prominent force in the Verdant Arc territorial waters, it was absolutely insignificant when compared to the entire Heaven Step Island. 300,000 spirit jades was no small sum for the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. They had scrounged together for a long time before finally managing to scrape together enough spirit jades. It was not an exaggeration at all. Qi Wenhan had already accepted the reality and was prepared to empty his own pockets and grit his teeth to endure this difficult period of time. Now they could actually recover what they had lost. Ho, do you think I'd lie to you? Lin Yi smiled and called Honest Chai over. Bring Brother Qi to hand over the items. Then I'll go first. Qi Wenhan cupped his hands at Lin Yi in excitement. He hurriedly followed Honest Chai to hand over the items. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Qi Wenhan returned. His face was filled with joy. He thanked Lin Yi profusely. Brother Ling, you've really helped the escort agency this time. On behalf of the entire Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, I thank you for your great kindness. You're too kind, it's only right for me to return the items to their rightful owners. There's no need to be so courteous. Lin Yi smiled. To be honest, I still feel like I'm dreaming. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Brother Ling, I won't say anything else. The Heaven's Equal Escort Agency will never forget your kindness, Qi Wenhan said solemnly. Alright, what's the point of saying these things between friends? If you're not busy, sit down and have a cup of tea with me. Lin Yi smiled and poured a cup for Qi Wenhan. It was all top-grade spiritual tea that he found in Wei Xiaodong's room. It would be a waste not to drink it, so it was a good thing for the two of them. Alright. Qi Wenhan nodded repeatedly. At times like this, unless it was a matter of life and death, he would not bother with the matters of the escort agency. What could be more important than drinking tea with Lin Yi? Oh right, how's the agency these few days? Did anything happen? Lin Yi asked as he sipped on the spiritual tea. Not really. Everything is normal. Brother Ling, if you're free, why don't you come back to the agency and let me treat you to some good tea? Qi Wenhan smiled. He originally wanted to ask for Lin Yi's help to participate in the Southern Continent's Escort Agency Festival. But now he was too embarrassed to mention it. Lin Yi was the honorary vice president of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. If he still wanted him to continue being an escort for his agency, he would be too shameless. Be a guest? Then forget it. Lin Yi pursed his lips. These words shocked Qi Wenhan and he could not help but feel embarrassed. He did not know what to do. But then Lin Yi said, no matter what, I'm still an escort in name. It's only right for me to visit the agency. How can you say I'm going to be a guest? Hey Brother Ling, you scared me. I thought you looked down on our little Equal Heaven Escort Agency. Qi Wenhan laughed. As the two of them were talking and laughing, a young worker suddenly ran in from the door. He looked at Lin Yi anxiously as if he had something to report. But seeing that Qi Wenhan was also there, he hesitated. Brother Ling, why don't I leave for a while? Qi Wenhan asked. No need. Brother Qi is not an outsider. If you have something to say, say it in person. Lin Yi stopped him. Yes, Vice President. Something big just happened outside. The Poison Eye mercenary group has announced that from today onwards, they have formed a strategic alliance with the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. From now on, both sides will advance and retreat together. The worker reported. What? Before Lin Yi could speak, Qi Wenhan had already cried out in shock. His face was full of anxiety. What's wrong? Lin Yi could not help but feel a little strange. He naturally knew about the Poison Eye mercenary group. After all, he had dealt with them many times. But this Dragon Boat Escort Agency, he had never heard of it. Brother Ling, you may not know this, but this Dragon Boat Escort Agency is the second largest escort agency in the Wayark territorial waters. Their strength and status are only below our equal Heaven Escort Agency. I did not expect them to ally with the Poison Eye mercenary group. Even now, Qi Wenhan had not recovered from his shock. He still found it hard to believe. One is the second largest escort agency in the area, and the other is the Poison Eye mercenary group. For them to ally with each other at this time, I'm afraid they are up to no good. Lin Yi also frowned. Chapter 4374. During this period of time, apart from being busy with the Hong Chamber of Commerce's affairs, he had also specially transferred 2 men from Weiwan City to keep an eye on the Poison Eye mercenary group's every move just in case. After all, Qing Ketian was dead. He was the young master of the Poison Eye mercenaries. Although Qing Haonan wouldn't dare to seek revenge against the divine nun of the Eastern Sea, he had died in the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Coupled with the past grievances between the two, it was hard to say if he wouldn't seek revenge against the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Lin Yi had people keep an eye on the Poison Eye mercenaries so that he could know their movements in advance. That way he could respond quickly. He didn't expect Qing Haonan to cooperate with the Dragon Boat Agency instead of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Brother Ling is right. They are not friendly. The Heaven's Equal Escort Agency has always upheld the principle of being kind to others in the Weiwan territorial waters. After all, one more friend means one more path, and one more enemy means one more wall. However, we have 2 enemies that we've been suppressing all these years. They are the Poison Eye mercenaries and the Dragon Boat Agency. Qi Wenhan nodded. Brother Qi, can you guess their intentions for joining forces now? Lin Yi asked. The South Continent Escort Agency Festival is about to begin. If I'm not mistaken, they are joining forces to push the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency out of the 5 major escort agencies. Qi Wenhan did not treat Lin Yi as an outsider and analyzed everything in detail. The Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was one of the top 5 escort agencies in the South Continent. Even though it was ranked last, it was still the largest in the Verdant Arc territorial waters. However, the Dragon Boat Escort Agency was unwilling to be left out. Now that they had suddenly made such a move, it was obvious that they wanted to take over. So, this South Continent Escort Agency festival will have to be handled carefully. He wasn't sure what the Dragon Boat Escort Agency style was, but the Poison Eye mercenaries were definitely up to no good. They were using this opportunity to take revenge on the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Who knew what sort of dirty tricks they'd come up with? Brother Ling, this is a serious matter. I must go back and make arrangements. I can't stay. Please forgive me. Qi Wenhan was restless and couldn't continue drinking tea with Lin Yi. He immediately stood up and said goodbye. Okay, I'll go back and take a look when I have time. I won't keep you here today. Lin Yi immediately stood up to send him off. After sending off Qi Wenhan, who had a heavy heart, he turned to the shop assistant and asked, I asked you to inquire about Wu Baoliang and Lu Bianren. Is there any news? He didn't just send people to keep an eye on the Poison Eye mercenary group. At the same time, he was also inquiring about Wu Baoliang and Lu Bianren. Although he had already asked Qi Wenhan for help, one more way meant one more possibility. Not yet. The waiter shook his head. All right, you can leave now. Lin Yi waved his hand. This kind of thing couldn't be rushed. Even the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's network of contacts had not yielded any news after such a long time. It was obvious that it was not easy to find them. At this time, Anish Chai walked over with a letter in his hand. He passed it to Lin Yi excitedly. Vice President Hong's letter has arrived. So fast? Lin Yi was taken aback. The distance from the South Island to the North Island was more than 10,000 miles. In addition, Hong Zhong's reaction time after receiving the letter, even if it was just a simple communication back and forth, he still hadn't gone to the Middle Island to negotiate with the higher-ups of the headquarters. It shouldn't be so fast, right? It had only been a few days? You might not know this, but our Hong Merchant Association has a specialized teleportation channel. Although it isn't like those high-grade teleportation channels that can transport people together, it's not a problem to transport some important resources. We usually use this channel to send messages, so we don't need to rely on flying spirit beasts. It's not just our Hong Merchant Association, other top forces also have such channels, but ordinary forces don't have them. Honest Chai explained with a smile. I see. Lin Yi nodded in realization. Any teleportation channel was a strategic resource, even if it was just a simple material transport channel. It was like a treasure ship, a symbol of top forces. Ordinary forces shouldn't even think about using it. However, even if the time needed to send a letter was saved, the fact that Hong Zhong could respond so quickly showed that he was very concerned about this matter. Honest Chai waited impatiently by the side. Lin Yi smiled, he knew that Honest Chai was anxious to know the result. At this moment he definitely wasn't in the mood to do anything else, so he opened the letter and read through it. In the letter, Hong Zhong's first sentence was an apology. Although Wei Xiaodong only started to change in recent years with Hong Zhong's eyesight, he couldn't help but say that he had eyes but failed to see for making such a mistake. He actually almost introduced the scum to Lin Yi as a friend. It was fortunate that Lin Yi didn't use Hong Zhong's name to befriend Wei Xiaodong. Otherwise, with Wei Xiaodong's wily style, he would definitely not let him know about these matters. Even now, he might still be in the dark and still think that Wei Xiaodong was a kind and honest person. Hong Zhong's attitude in the letter, on the other hand, made Lin Yi quite happy. He approved of everything Lin Yi did against Wei Xiaodong with both hands and feet. This was actually very rare. After all, he had never been to the Weiqian territorial waters. Everything he knew, including the evidence in the account book, was actually just Lin Yi's side of the story. On one side it was Lin Yi whom he had just met, and on the other side, it was his old friend of many years. If it was someone else they would probably have a hard time deciding. But for Hong Zhong to express his stance so clearly, other than being a reasonable person, it also showed his unreserved trust in Lin Yi. How is it? Honest Chai was a little impatient and asked cautiously. The Hong Merchant Guild's decision on how to deal with Wei Xiaodong would directly determine his future. Especially if they couldn't deal with Wei Xiaodong this time. When Wei Xiaodong recovered, he might not dare to do anything to the honorary vice president Lin Yi, but dealing with a mere Honest Chai was more than enough. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable, and he might not even be able to keep his life. I can't say. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. Honest Chai's heart instantly fell into an ice cellar, and his hands and feet instantly turned cold. He was originally a cowardly and honest person. This time he stood out to testify against Wei Xiaodong because he was forced to do so. Since things had already reached this point, he could only walk down the dark path with no room for regret. If he couldn't suppress Wei Xiaodong to death this time, then he would really be finished. Hong Zhong said in the letter that this time's matter is rather troublesome. There are people from the Middle Island headquarters who are trying to protect Wei Xiaodong. He has already used his position as the honorary vice president and my position as the honorary vice president to put pressure on the headquarters, but there is no way to punish Wei Xiaodong. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Chapter 4375. What should I do? Honest Chai almost fainted from fear. His face was deathly pale without a trace of blood. Don't worry too, we might not be able to punish Wei Xiaodong this time, but there's no way he'll be able to stay in the branch anymore. He's not much of a threat to you. Lin Yi comforted. Really? Honest Chai hurriedly asked. It's true, Hong Zhong has already said that the worst-case scenario is for Wei Xiaodong to be recalled back to the Central Island headquarters and become an ordinary manager. However, he still has to personally make a trip to the Central Island headquarters to punish Wei Xiaodong. As for whether or not he will succeed, we'll only know when the time comes. Lin Yi nodded. Recalled back to the Central Island to become a manager? Honest Chai finally let out a long sigh and said with lingering fear, that's fine. If he continues to stay here as a shopkeeper, I really won't be able to live. You don't have to worry about this. Not to mention Wei Xiaodong being recalled back to the Central Island, even if he stays here he won't be able to touch a single hair on your head. After all, we're here. Moreover, Hong Zhong has to personally go to the Central Island headquarters. The final outcome is still unknown. What I said earlier was only the worst-case scenario. Lin Yi smiled as he patted Honest Chai's shoulder. Oh, that's good. Honest Chai was afraid that he would be thrown to the side by Lin Yi and Hong Zhong if this matter was left unsettled. After hearing that, he finally felt more at ease. You can relax. Hong Zhong isn't an ordinary character that can be easily fooled. No matter how strong Wei Xiaodong's backing is, this matter won't be left unsettled. Lin smiled. Even though Hong Zhong didn't say it clearly in the letter, he could more or less guess the other party's intentions. Hong Zhong's trip to the Central Island headquarters this time was to negotiate with the higher-ups of the headquarters. Either he wanted to punish Wei Xiaodong, or he wanted the higher-ups to make concessions in other areas. Otherwise, the higher-ups would have to make concessions in other areas. It might not be completely satisfactory, but it would have to be one of the two. Lin Yi immediately wrote back to Hong Zhong. There were only 2 sentences in the letter. First, there was no problem on his side and everything was up to Hong Zhong. Second, the Y-Arc branch's deputy manager, Honest Chai, could be used, with a tacit understanding between them. Lin Yi believed that these 2 sentences were enough for Hong Zhong to understand his meaning. No matter what, Honest Chai was a useful talent, and he didn't have any background. Now that Hong Zhong was in need of manpower, there was no harm in taking him under his wing. As for how to deal with Wei Xiaodong, according to Lin Yi's temperament, he would naturally eliminate all evil, this kind of heartless scum. It would be best to kill him with a single blow. However, he could understand Hong Zhong's helplessness. After all, he was a member of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, and he had a backer in the Middle Island headquarters. He wasn't someone who could be killed as he pleased. Since Hong Zhong had come forward to take over this matter, no matter what the result was, Lin Yi would not say anything and return the favor. Hong Zhong trusted him unreservedly, and he naturally trusted Hong Zhong 100% as well. Moreover, he was only the honorary deputy chairman of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. He had neither the authority nor the obligation to deal with Wei Xiaodong. Furthermore, there was no personal enmity between them. This time he had acted purely because he could not stand such a shameless person. As for how the Hong Chamber of Commerce would be dealt with in the end, Lin Yi could not and did not want to care. After getting Honest Chai to send out the letter, Lin Yi spent the next 2 days talking and chatting with Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. The Morning Star Academy selection in the Y-Arc waters had been going on for a few days, and it was almost over. There was not much time left for him to spend with the 2 ladies. Lin Yi planned to accompany the 2 ladies until they left. After all, they would be thousands of miles apart in the future. He didn't know how long it would be before he could be with them again. However, there was an interlude in the middle. Housekeeper Song of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency had arrived. Young Hero Ling, can I invite you to our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency? Everyone in the agency is looking forward to seeing you. Do you have the time? Housekeeper Song asked with a smile and cupped his hands. Housekeeper Song, I'm a nominal escort of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. I can just ask someone to send a message. Why do you need to invite me personally? Housekeeper Song asked with a smile. In terms of strength, this Housekeeper Song was the number 2 person in the agency. In terms of status, he was not below the young master, Qi Wenhan. For such a person to personally invite him, it was already a very serious matter. Young Hero Ling, you're exaggerating. With your status and the favor you've done for the agency, it should at least be the young master. It's already impolite of me to come personally. Housekeeper Song smiled apologetically. However, the head escort has returned today, and the young master can't leave at the moment. So, I can only invite you on his behalf. Please forgive me if I've been impolite. You're too kind. Housekeeper Song, I really can't accept your words. Since that's the case, let's go, Lin Yi agreed readily. Since the head escort had returned and specially invited him at this critical juncture, it was obvious that he wanted him to meet this head escort. It just so happened that Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were accompanying their master at this time, and there was nothing important at the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yi happened to be free, so it was not a bad idea to make a trip to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and meet this head escort whom he had heard of for a long time but had never met before. That's great. This way, please. Housekeeper Song was overjoyed. He hurriedly sent someone back to the agency to report the news, while he accompanied Lin Yi back. He even purposely stayed a step behind to show his respect. Lin Yi was not only the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's great benefactor, but also the honorary vice president of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Furthermore, he had a close relationship with the direct disciple of the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. Such a person was no small matter where he was placed. Normal people would not be able to invite him at all. Even though he was the head housekeeper of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, Lin Yi had agreed so readily. After passing through a few streets and alleys, the 2 of them arrived at the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. At this moment, the entire agency was decorated with lanterns and streamers. There were layers of people inside and outside the agency, and every single one of them had a joyous expression on their faces. It was a rare scene of a festive occasion. Linny could not help but feel rather surprised when he saw this. Wasn't it just the return of the head escort? It's not like he was an outsider. Was there a need for such a grand celebration? However, it could be seen from the faces of the escorts that their joy came from the bottom of their hearts. They weren't forced smiles to add to the crowd. It was clear that this chief escort, whom they had never met before, was definitely not a simple character. This was what the hearts of the people truly yearned for. At least on this point, Qi Wenhan was still very far away from his old man. Chapter 4376. Young hero Ling, please wait a moment. Housekeeper Song said as he quickly walked into the escort agency. A moment later, a large group of people came out, led by a burly man. He was tall and sturdy, and his entire body exuded a fierce and domineering aura. It could be said that he did not have to be angry to have an awe-inspiring presence. Accompanying this burly man were the young master, Qi Wenhan, and housekeeper Song. Without a doubt, this burly man was the head of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, Qi Wenhan's father, Chief Escort Qi Mingyuan. Ha, young hero Ling, I've long heard of your name. It's a pity that I've always been busy, or else I would have flown back long ago to thank you in person. On behalf of the entire escort agency, I, Qi Mingyuan, thank you, young hero Ling, for your great kindness. I will never dare to forget it. Qi Mingyuan cupped his fists and walked over with a hearty laugh. Seeing this, Linny could not help but praise him in his heart. Although this man seemed crude and boorish, there was a natural forthrightness in his actions. Even a stranger he had never met was able to close the distance between them in an instant. It was not a coincidence that the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was able to become one of the top 5 escort agencies in the South Continent. There was a reason for this. Greetings, Chief Escort Qi. You're too kind. I've heard a lot about you, Chief Escort Qi. Today my wish has been fulfilled. Lin Yi immediately responded with a smile. At the same time he greeted Qi Wenhan, who was beside him. Brother Qi, it's been a few days since we last met. How have you been? How have you been? Father has returned today, so I took the liberty to invite Brother Ling over. I hope I didn't delay your official business. Qi Wenhan apologized. I'm just an idler. What business do I have? Besides, Chief Escort Qi has returned. As a nominal escort of the agency, even if Brother Qi didn't invite me, I would still have come to join in the fun. Lin Yi smiled as he shook his head. Haha, young hero Ling is a straightforward person just to my liking. If it weren't for the fact that you and Wenhan are of the same generation, I would want to become sworn brothers with you. Qi Mingyuan teased from the side. Everyone in the audience also followed and laughed loudly. It was a scene of joy and peace. When Lin Yi heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Qi Wenhan's father was a wonderful person. He seemed rough and forthright, but he didn't seem out of place. Not only did he not feel the slightest constraint when interacting with him, but he was also relaxed and happy, which was very rare. By the way, I've specially invited young hero Ling over today. I have an important matter to announce to everyone in the escort agency. Qi Mingyuan suddenly announced to the crowd in a clear voice. Everyone instantly quietened down and waited for him to continue. He then continued, as the head of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, I hereby announce that from today onwards, young hero Ling will forever be the honorary head of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. The crowd burst into an uproar as soon as these words were spoken. In the entire Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, aside from Qi Mingyuan, the chief escort agency, there were only a handful of escorts who could become an escort leader. Any escort leader was the absolute core of the agency, and their status and treatment were far superior to that of ordinary escorts. As for the one that Qi Mingyuan had promised to Lin Yi, although the word honorary had been added in front, it was still more powerful than the actual power of an escort leader. To a greater extent, it was actually a halo of status. Even so, it still caused everyone in the audience to be green with envy. This was because this not only represented the high status in the agency. At the same time, it also meant that if Lin Yi needed it, he could mobilize the power of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency at any time and place. The power he wielded was not to be underestimated. How can this be? Lin Yi was also a little shocked. This was different from the honorary professorship in the secular world's universities. It was not just a mere title. If they really wanted to use this as an excuse, there was a huge profit to be made. To the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, this was an undeniably heavy gift. Young hero Ling, listen to me. Don't be in a hurry to reject me. Qi Mingyuan smiled as he explained, I'm not doing this because I want to tie you down or do anything. With your strength and status, I know that this is unrealistic. I'm doing this purely to express the agency's gratitude to you. This time, The Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was able to regain its reputation and recoup its losses. This is all because of your strength alone. Giving you only the title of honorary head of escort agency for such a great favor is already considered very lenient. That's right. This is our sincerity, and it was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was a decision that my father made after careful consideration. Brother Ling, don't reject it. Qi Wenhan, who was standing at the side, also tried to persuade him. Then, all right, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Seeing this, Lin Yi could only nod. After all, the title of honorary escort agency leader was only a title in name. He did not need to stay in the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency forever, so it did not matter to him. After all, he already had the title of honorary vice president of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Now that he had the title of honorary escort agency leader, it did not matter much. Haha, that's great. Young hero Ling is indeed a straightforward person. This is how it should be. Qi Mingyuan, Qi Wenhan, and the others immediately looked delighted. They crowded around Lin Yi enthusiastically and said, "Come, please come in. The banquet is ready. Let's have a good meal." The crowd entered the banquet hall and gave way to Lin Yi. Qi Mingyuan and Qi Wenhan, the father and son, personally accompanied him on both sides. On the dining table there were all kinds of priceless delicacies. A rough estimate was that this table of dishes alone would cost at least 1,000 spirit jades. As the saying goes, the tongue is short of the mouth. Chief Escort Agency Leader Qi, it seems that this time, I have no choice but to participate in the South Continent's Escort Agency gathering. Lin Yi could not help but laugh. This is all up to young hero Ling. If it's convenient for you to help us, we would naturally be more than happy. But if it's not convenient, that's fine too. We can all understand. Young hero Ling, please don't worry about this kind of thing. Otherwise, we will really feel sorry for you, Qi Mingyuan said with a serious expression. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart, and he knew that forcing Lin Yi to come out wasn't going to make him use his full strength. Just making Lin Yi feel uncomfortable wasn't worth it, and it wasn't worth it if they forced Lin Yi to come out. Not to mention how much of his strength Lin Yi was willing to use when the time came, it wasn't worth it. Yes, Brother Ling, there's one more thing I want to tell you. There's some progress on the matter you asked us to find out, Qi Wenhan said from the side. Oh. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and his eyes immediately lit up. How is it? This person, Wu Baoliang, is indeed still in the Wei Arc territorial waters. And as far as I know, ever since he came here he has never left. He has always been staying in Wei Arc City, Qi Wenhan said.